This story begins with the protagonist walking home. He lived in a studio apartment located in a noisy, filthy neighborhood. His home was in 180-square-foot rooftop unit. As he entered, he let out a tired sigh while looking at the ramen pack in his hand. He had no other choice but to eat ramen again. Bang Joo-hyuk was 25 years old and worked 3 part-time jobs. There was a simple reason he couldn't save money despite working so much: debt. No matter how miserable his life became, he had to pay it off. He had no special skills, and with nothing but a healthy body to rely on, there was no such thing as a bright future for him. Yes, this was the life of a pathetic loser. He finished cooking the ramen, and just as he lifted the noodles for his first bite, a translucent stat window flashed into existence. Awakened. For a moment, he stared at it as though trapped in a dream. Then, absent-mindedly, he slurped the steaming noodles. The heat scorched his mouth, snapping him back to reality. Gasping, eyes watering, he recoiled and stared at the window again. This time, the shock ran deeper. What he was seeing couldn't possibly be real. Awakenings. Some people called them a blessing, a chance to hit the jackpot and turn one's life around. A stroke of luck rarer than winning the lottery. But the problem was that one had to stay alive to enjoy it. Entering the tower was dangerous. One could be torn apart by monsters, freeze or burn to death in extreme environments, die from poisoning, or be crushed by traps. There were countless ways to die. Joo-hyuk was someone who avoided confrontation at all costs. He did everything he could to stay out of danger. Yes, he was a loser and a coward. He had lived his entire life that way. And now, he was awakened. No matter how much he thought about it, it didn't feel real. He was nearly convinced that he was hallucinating from overwork. But when the stat window shifted and displayed his details, he finally began to believe. According to the window, his trait was summon. The awakened were granted an ability known as a trait. Traits came in many forms: swordsmanship, spearmanship, shield arts, archery, martial arts, gigantification, slashing, summoning, healing, and more. Spirits, familiars, golems, and demonic beasts were examples of advanced summons. Summoning was an ability that allowed the user to call upon specific categories of beings. That made Joo-hyuk wonder what kind of summoner he was. Hesitantly, he decided to try it once. He thrust his arm forward as forcefully as he could and shouted, "Summon!" He didn't even know what he was trying to summon, and he flushed red with embarrassment. Nothing happened. That was when he realized that abilities didn't work outside the tower. A player's skills could only be activated inside it. Outside the tower, aside from being able to view their status window, an awakened was no different from an ordinary person. Or so he thought. A stat window suddenly appeared in front of him again. "You have activated a random summon." Immediately afterward, the door behind him began glowing with a pink light. From it stepped a man with red hair. Joo-hyuk was baffled. He screamed, asking no one in particular, "Why did that work?" He wasn't inside the tower. How had he summoned someone? And not just anyone. This wasn't a spirit or a golem, but a human. The man sniffed the air, caught the scent of ramen, and excitedly asked if he could take a bite. Joo-hyuk agreed, staring at him in disappointment. Of all things, he had summoned a one-bite moocher. The man took a mouthful and immediately complained that it was spicy and hot. According to Joo-hyuk, it wasn't even that spicy. Setting that aside, none of this made sense. He had summoned someone outside the tower, and he had never even heard of a human summon. Another stat window appeared, displaying new information. Summons were divided into tiers: R rank, rare, SR rank, super rare, SSR rank, special super rare, LSSR rank, legendary special super rare. It also stated that the summoner and the summon could communicate freely under all circumstances. The summoned being was bound by 3 principles. The summon must protect the summoner's life above all else. The summon must absolutely obey the summoner's orders. If the first and second principles conflict, the first takes precedence. Absolute obedience sounded appealing. Joo-hyuk looked at the man and wondered who he was. As if triggered by that thought, a flood of information rushed into his mind, memories of an entire lifetime. John Cossack. A mad assassin from a notorious guild. Both their greatest asset and their biggest headache. His mission success rate was 99%. He had even assassinated a Fifth Circle warlock. His end came from. Before the memory could finish, Ju-hyuk tried to resist the intrusion. His mind was dragged into an abyss. He saw John charging forward, invisible to him as he was merely observing a memory. John rushed his targets and cleanly severed their heads. Ju-hyuk realized he was witnessing John's past. Then came something even stranger. After killing his targets, John tied red ribbons around their severed heads, as though presenting gifts. Ju-hyuk understood why he had been called the Mad Assassin. John's life ended with a single failure. His final target was the Empire's strongest sword master, and he was killed during the assassination attempt. That was the end of John's memories. As Ju-hyuk's mind drifted through them, his body stood frozen in the apartment. When John quietly moved around him, Ju-hyuk finally snapped back to reality. Startled, he stumbled backward and crashed into the TV. John immediately apologized, explaining that he was only checking to see if his summoner had any orders. That was when Ju-hyuk realized he didn't need to be afraid. The stat window had clearly stated that the summon must absolutely obey the summoner. Gathering his courage, Ju-hyuk ordered John to wash the ramen pot and clean the table. John obeyed cheerfully. Wanting to test further, Ju-hyuk ordered him to bark like a dog. When John hesitated, Ju-hyuk panicked, thinking he had gone too far. John had once been powerful. Surely he had pride. Ju-hyuk feared he might snap and kill him on the spot. But all his worries were meaningless. John dropped to all fours and began barking around the room like an excited puppy. He truly was absolutely obedient. Suddenly, heavy thuds echoed from the front door. Ju-hyuk froze. Today was the day he was supposed to pay the interest. The loan sharks pounded on the door as if it would break. Ju-hyuk hurriedly told John to get up. He obeyed at once. Ju-hyuk had borrowed 10 million won. The banks had refused him, leaving him no choice but to turn to loan sharks. The money had been for his father's surgery after he slipped on ice and fractured his hip, and for his younger brother's college tuition. He had thought he could repay it quickly, but he hadn't even touched the principal. He had already paid over 5 million won in interest alone. It was a stupid decision, but he had no regrets. Even if he could go back, he would make the same choice. Ju-hyuk turned to give John orders, but John already had his sword in hand, silently waiting for permission to kill. Panicking, Ju-hyuk shoved him toward the bathroom and ordered him to hide. He told him not to make a sound or move a muscle. John asked if he was still allowed to breathe. When Ju-hyuk said yes, he sounded relieved. Once John was completely hidden, Ju-hyuk opened the door. The boss entered and grabbed Ju-hyuk by the back of his neck. "You look fine, Bang Ju-hyuk," he said. "The interest payment didn't come through, so I was worried you were sick." Ju-hyuk apologized and immediately sent the payment. The boss smiled. "If things get too hard, don't push yourself. You can always sell an organ. 1 kidney and all your problems disappear." Another man pointed out that Ju-hyuk had a younger brother. The boss nodded. "That's even better. The younger they are, the higher the price." At the mention of his brother, murderous intent flashed through Ju-hyuk's eyes. The boss tightened his grip. "What's with that look? You looking for a fight?" Ju-hyuk quickly lowered his head, suppressing his emotions. He forced an awkward smile. "No, of course not. I wouldn't dare." "Watch yourself," the boss warned. "Unless you want to disappear without a trace." After they left, John emerged from the bathroom. Ju-hyuk praised him for hiding quietly. Completely exhausted, Ju-hyuk collapsed. He had worked a double shift, awakened, summoned a human, and dealt with loan sharks, all in one day. Thinking about his debt, he wondered if he should really climb the tower. The money was tempting, but there was no way a coward like him could survive it. Lost in thought, he heard John ask what his next orders were. Ju-hyuk admitted he didn't know. he asked John what he wanted to do. If he wished, Ju-hyuk could simply unsummon him. John raised his hand. In that case, can I watch TV? Ju-hyuk had no idea how he knew about TV or ramen, but he gave permission. Exhausted, Ju-hyuk went straight to bed. John happily watched dramas on the TV. As Ju-hyuk drifted to sleep, he thought that having someone around, even a summon, felt strangely comforting. He fell asleep and woke the next morning to his alarm. John was gone. The summon duration was 6 hours. Ju-hyuk vaguely remembered seeing the stat window in his sleep. There was no time to worry about that. He had work. He turned on the news while brushing his teeth. He wasn't paying attention until a name caught his ear. Smile Cash. There are 3 victims in total, the reporter said. All were found decapitated. What's truly shocking is that the victims' heads were decorated with red ribbons. Ju-hyuk rushed into the living room, clutching his hair. He screamed at the TV. Comforting my ass! I didn't summon a companion. I summoned a psychopathic murderer. Ju-hyun couldn't take his eyes off the news. Even at work, his mind kept playing tricks on him. Everywhere he looked, he imagined the decapitated loan sharks. The fear gripped him so tightly that when a customer asked him to ring up her order, he nearly jumped out of his skin. That was when he realized he couldn't work today. He took the day off and headed home. Guilt weighed heavily on him. Those people had died because of him. Sitting alone in his room, he stared at the stat window. After a few minutes of thought, he tried to summon John again. Before the summoning could proceed, the stat window prompted him for a rating. Anger surged through him as he thought about John's actions. He almost gave him a 1-star rating. But he couldn't bring himself to be that heartless and settled on 3 stars instead. His mother had once worked as a coordinator for a water purifier rental company, and he knew all too well how crushing a low satisfaction rating could be. Even when he wasn't satisfied, he never gave 1 star. That was the wimp's guide to star ratings. Once he submitted the rating, John was summoned. He seemed genuinely happy to be there again and thanked Ju-hyun for the 3-star rating, promising to work even harder next time. The first thing Ju-hyun asked was whether John had killed the loan sharks. John smiled and answered casually, Yes. I took care of them last night. Until that moment, Ju-hyun hadn't been completely sure. But now that it was confirmed, reality came crashing down on him. He was the cause. The man standing in front of him was a murderer. A wave of nausea hit him, and his heart began to race. He forced himself to calm down, reminding himself that John wouldn't hurt his summoner. Ju-hyun asked how he had even managed to do it. There was no way he could have known the location of their office. John replied that he had placed the tracker on him when he first visited Ju-hyun's apartment. Ju-hyun wondered if that was some kind of skill. Swallowing hard, he asked again. Why go that far? Because they were a threat, John replied. It's best to eliminate threats in advance. Ju-hyun felt his heart sink. But I never ordered you to, he shouted in panic. John calmly explained. That's because of the 3rd clause of the 3 principles. Simply put, it's absolute obedience. However, if the summoner is in danger, the first principle takes priority. Trying to make sense of it, Ju-hyun asked. So, if I ordered you to kill me, would you disobey? That's correct, John replied. Ju-hyun frowned. But there wasn't any immediate danger. Wasn't this your own judgment call? That's true, John admitted. The 3rd clause can be interpreted in many ways. From my perspective, those men were a threat that would eventually endanger your life, Summoner. It was a perfectly reasonable judgment. That's psychotic, Ju-hyun yelled before quickly apologizing. It's fine, John said. I hear that a lot. It wasn't that Ju-hyun didn't understand, but this was dangerous. Imagine walking down a crowded street with John Cossack. If he accidentally bumped into someone and that person shouted, "You wanna die? I'll gouge your eyes out." Most people wouldn't mean it. But depending on John's interpretation, a ribbon this, a ribbon that. Seeing Ju-hyun's expression, John suddenly knelt before him and apologized, saying it was his fault. Get up, Ju-hyun said immediately. Listen carefully. Murdering people doesn't help me. In fact, it could get me into serious trouble. John tried to argue that no one would ever know. You won't do it again, right? Ju-hyun asked firmly. John looked away. I can't promise that. Fear crept up Ju-hyun's spine. Promise me. Unless there's a knife at my throat, don't kill people based on suspicion alone. John saluted enthusiastically. I'll use my best judgment. Ju-hyun could tell he was being evasive, but he let it go and told John to leave. Before doing so, John asked, Master, have you considered climbing the tower? Ju-hyun had completely forgotten about it given everything that had happened. It was true, climbing the tower was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But honestly, he was terrified of dying. Were there other summoners? Ju-hyun asked. People who summoned you like I did. There were, John replied. They were strong and brave. Shame washed over Ju-hyun. Some people used their awakened abilities to save the world, while he didn't even have the courage to risk his life. But to his surprise, John declared, You are the greatest summoner of all. What? Ju-hyun blinked. What is a summoner's greatest virtue? John continued. Safety first. Bravery is poison. A brave summoner is a dangerous summoner. You never know when they might die. And if you die, we can't come outside anymore, sir. He smiled confidently. Don't worry. I'll handle all the dirty work. You just lie low and live a long, long life, Summoner Bong. Ju-hyun didn't sleep well that night. His thoughts kept circling back to the tower. In the end, he came to a conclusion. Yeah, who am I to climb the tower? He muttered. I should be grateful my debt disappeared along with the debt collectors and move on. I'll work a safe, normal job. If I just work hard, everything will get better. Everything. The next morning, he was getting ready for work when his phone rang. It was his father. Ju-hyun asked how his rehabilitation was going. His father said he needed to be transferred to a larger hospital, and that Ju-hyun's mother had been fired. But his father brushed it off, saying he only called to check in since Ju-hyun hadn't visited in a while. Ju-hyun promised to see him soon and hung up. That call changed everything. He reconsidered his decision about the tower. At the very least, he would take a quick look and come right back out. He had already taken the day off, so he decided to give it a try. Before entering the tower, he needed to summon someone. He briefly considered not sticking with John and tried to summon someone else, greedily hoping for a legendary special super rare. The system immediately informed him that random summon had a cooldown of 1 month. That left him with no choice but to summon John again. He half expected John to comment on his attempt to summon someone else, but he didn't. Ju-hyun told him he planned to enter the tower. John was ecstatic. He told Ju-hyun to throw away all the crude items he was carrying. I'll make sure you enter safely and stay comfortable the entire time. You won't need to lift a single finger. Reluctantly, Ju-hyun discarded his belongings. A system window appeared, asking if he wanted to enter the first floor of the tower. The moment Ju-hyun clicked yes, he was dragged into a portal-like space and began free-falling. He nearly died from the shock alone. The first floor of the tower was nothing like Ju-hyuk had expected. It was a complete wasteland. After reeling from the shock of arrival, his stomach churned violently, and he threw up. The sudden free fall had been too much for him. John patted his back and told him he would get used to it soon. They had landed inside the safe zone on the first floor. Once Ju-hyuk stepped out of it, he finally felt what it meant to be a player. His physical abilities had been enhanced to match his level, and his traits and combat skills were now available. Soon after, he received his first mission. Eliminate 5 tough-skinned fat maggots within 2 hours. If he failed, one of 2 outcomes awaited him: death or mission abandonment. The first floor was designed to test a player's basic capabilities. The tough-skinned fat maggots were often compared to scarecrows. They dealt almost no damage, but their skin was extremely durable, making them surprisingly difficult to kill. Some players reportedly took 30 minutes just to kill one. Now that Juhyuk was a player himself, he decided to try taking one down. John stopped him, saying there was no need to go through all that trouble. Juhyuk assumed John was referring to weapons and prepared to borrow one from him. Just as he was about to move forward, he heard a disturbing sound behind him, something that clearly wasn't good. Slowly, he turned around. A massive maggot loomed above him, easily 10 times his size. Juhyuk froze. Then, in a trembling voice, he asked John for help. John looked delighted. A wise decision. The order was given. All that remained was action. John charged forward at lightning speed and cleaved the maggot in half with a single strike of his sword. He then told Juhyuk to stand back and dash toward the remaining maggots. A series of daggers shot through the air, striking the other 4 maggots in rapid succession. They fell instantly. The attack was called Blade Burst. Juhyuk could only stare in awe. In the blink of an eye, the mission was complete, and Juhyuk leveled up. As a reward, he received 100 grams of mana stone. Another announcement followed. You have achieved S++ rank on the first floor of the Black Tower. Along with it, he received a platinum badge. Juhyuk felt like he was on cloud 9. It had been far too easy. If things continued like this, he would be rich in no time. What he didn't know was that at that exact moment, every player in Korea had seen the same announcement. With clearance granted to enter the second floor, Juhyuk exited the tower for the day. He reappeared in his living room, once again feeling a wave of nausea, though this time, it wasn't nearly as bad. The most shocking part was the time. Entering and exiting the tower had taken only 5 minutes. John congratulated him, saying he had done a great job. Juhyuk shook his head. I didn't do anything. That is precisely what you ought to do, John replied enthusiastically. Juhyuk examined the mana stone in his hand for the first time. It was an indispensable resource in modern industry. Since the tower's appearance, its price had dropped significantly. 100 grams were now worth approximately 50,000 won. Most people were familiar with basic information about the tower, but Juhyuk had never heard of a platinum badge before. Regardless, he had just earned 50,000 won in mere minutes. Deciding to celebrate, he ordered a proper feast, something he couldn't even remember the last time he had. He ordered jokbal for both himself and John. John bowed dramatically. Again, I am grateful for thy kindness. Juhyuk paused and called his name. John responded with, I. Juhyuk blinked. Is that how you usually talk? You keep using words like I and thy. John explained that he had spent a long time with a previous summoner and had picked up the habit. He offered to stop if Juhyuk wanted. Juhyuk just laughed. It gets funnier the more I hear it. At this point, he was certain John wasn't dangerous at all. More than that, this was doable. The next morning, Juhyuk prepared a schedule titled, A Real Man's Daily Routine. He divided his day into 2 parts, working at the convenience store during the day and at the charcoal barbecue restaurant at night. He decided to quit being a day laborer. Instead, he would come home and climb the tower with John Cossack. It was a flawless plan. John praised him, and Juhyuk joked that he would give him a 10 out of 10 rating if he could. Curious, he asked if ratings really mattered that much. John nodded. The better the rating, the more benefits you get. For example, the summons time summoned or rank increases, it goes without saying you will get more calls. With that, they entered the second floor of the Black Tower. The new mission was to eliminate 10 nimble fat maggots within 2 hours. Juhyuk noticed immediately that the second floor was more difficult. The maggots moved constantly, and were much harder to track. Worried, he warned John that if he went all out, there was a chance he might die. John reassured him with a confident smile. That won't happen. 3 minutes at most. As John charged into battle, Juhyuk casually asked if chicken and beer would be okay for dinner. John smiled. Thank you. As promised, the mission was cleared almost instantly. Juhyuk received 200 grams of mana stone and yet another platinum badge. This was happening too fast. At this rate, he could enter and exit the tower before his morning shift. Just like that, they completed 5 missions in 5 days. After clearing the 5th floor, Juhyuk received an additional perk. Awakening Trait Enhancement. Its effect increased the number of simultaneous summons he could maintain to 2. Juhyuk's eyes gleamed with excitement. He could now summon someone else alongside John. For the time being, however, John Cossack was more than enough. S++ clear rewards were truly the best. Considering this could turn into a long-term endeavor, it was far safer to proceed carefully. The cooldown for using random summon again would not end for more than 20 days. Until then, Juhyuk planned to survive cautiously with John. But in 20 days, no, while Juhyuk slacked off, the two of them would continue clearing floors at S++ rank for him. That alone was something to look forward to. While Juhyuk was happily clearing floors at an incredible pace, people at headquarters were desperately trying to find him. Inside the Korean Awakening Management Department, a man sat deep in thought, contemplating the timing of an announcement. Just then, a woman quietly slipped beside him and asked if he was thinking about it. Startled, he snapped at her to stop reading his mind. The two were John Gwangil, the team leader, and Lee Mina, a manager within the Awakening Management Department. Gwangil asked whether the announcement had already been made. Mina nodded. It's out. An S++ rank clear on the 6th floor of the Black Tower. The room grew tense. Full announcements from the Black Tower had been appearing one after another lately, and now there was yet another unbelievable S++ clear. Gwangil was convinced this was the work of a single individual. The floors were being cleared in perfect order. Whoever it was possessed unprecedented, almost absurd talent. If they clear the 10th floor, he said gravely, and every floor is S++, it's going to become a serious issue. The director, who had remained calm until now, slammed his hand on the table, drawing everyone's attention. As you all know, he said, the highest rank ever recorded in Korea was A. We only recently discovered that ranks beyond that even exist, and that full announcements are triggered by an S++ clear. He continued, his tone sharp. Player migration has become common internationally. Kidnappings are already happening in secret. Before we lose this player to another country, we must find them immediately. Closely monitor all newly registered awakened players. With that, the meeting ended, and the real work began. 2 days later, John was washing dishes at Juhyuk's apartment when he excitedly announced that it was time to enter the 8th floor. When the time came, they entered together. The mission was simple: defeat 10 red thorn frog warriors. John slaughtered them effortlessly, clearing the mission in record time as usual. Along with mana stones and another platinum badge, Juhyuk also received a healing potion this time. Back home, they exchanged thanks. However, John warned him not to lower his guard. According to rumors, the floors beyond the 10th were not to be taken lightly. Juhyuk barely listened. All he could think about was how they had cleared yet another floor in 3 minutes. Wanting to reward John, he handed him some money and told him to go out and enjoy himself. John immediately refused. He insisted that he must remain by his summoner's side at all times. In the end, they settled on ordering chicken and staying in. As John happily chose his favorites, Juhyuk examined the healing potion and decided to give it to him. That issue settled, his thoughts turned to the mana stones. He now possessed a total of 3.6 kilograms of mana stone. If sold, it would be worth approximately 1.8 million won. It was time to seriously consider cashing them out. The day finally came to challenge the 10th floor. Juhyuk returned from his part-time job feeling more tempted than ever to quit. What had started as a cautious test run of the tower had turned into diligent daily progress, 1 floor per day. Even yesterday's 9th floor raid, Jungle Cannibal Corpse Flower, had been a breeze. Well, easy for John at least. Juhyuk briefly reminded himself that John was still the same mad assassin who had murdered 3 people. Setting that aside, a system announcement appeared. Due to continuous accumulation of maximum scores, John Cossack's devotion time has increased by 1 hour. They were both pleased with how smoothly everything was going and headed for the 10th floor to do what they did best. The moment they arrived, Jaehyuk felt it. The tower readjusted his physical abilities. Power surged through his body, and a mysterious energy pooled in his lower abdomen. He felt like an untamable wild horse. For the first time, he thought he might actually be able to help in battle. He asked John if he could fight as well. John rejected the idea immediately. "If you end up with even a single scratch," John said calmly, "I will kill myself." Jaehyuk kept insisting, until he saw the monster. A colossal grasshopper loomed before them. One glance was enough. Jaehyuk couldn't imagine how other players managed to fight something like that. He promptly changed his stance. "Well," he said, lowering his voice, "both of us attacking bugs like that feels a bit demeaning to human pride." John tilted his head. "Why would it hurt your pride?" "It just does," Jaehyuk replied quietly. "A lot." With that, he began cheering loudly as John charged forward with precision and lethal calm. In a single strike, John sliced the monster limb from limb, defeating it within the usual time. The 10th floor was cleared. Jaehyuk received 1 kilogram of mana stone as a reward, along with another platinum badge. On top of that, collecting 10 platinum badges granted him a bonus perk. Skill Copy allows the player to copy 1 skill from their summon. A list of John's skills appeared, prompting him to choose one. John immediately urged him to pick Shadow Step. When Jaehyuk asked why, John replied that it would be useful for escaping if anything happened to him during combat. Jaehyuk was initially offended by the word escape, but quickly reconsidered. Given his circumstances, having an emergency option was only sensible. John further explained that quick footwork was extremely, very, important in combat, and that proper movement was the foundation of a good fight. Jaehyuk wondered if the skill would work in real life and tried practicing it on the rooftop. After numerous failed attempts and minor injuries, he gave up. "If summoning works in real life," he complained, "then this should too." John stared at him, clearly unsure what his summoner was talking about, but agreed anyway. On the 11th day, Jaehyuk finally called the Awakening Management Department to register himself and cash out his mana stones. The moment he informed them that he had awakened, their enthusiastic response nearly startled him. "I see. Congratulations. You must be quite confused. May we send government representatives to your home?" Jaehyuk gave them his address, and they promised to visit as soon as possible. After the call ended, he felt completely drained. Most people wouldn't understand, but it had taken an incredible amount of courage for him to make that call. It was, without question, the bravest decision he had made in his 25 years of life. Meanwhile, Gwangyal and Mina sat together in a car, discussing their search. Mina reported that the applicant from Daegu wasn't their target. She then mentioned another recent application and asked if Gwangyal would join her to investigate. He agreed immediately. "If this is the right person," he said, "we bring him into the elite team no matter what. Offer him every benefit the department can provide." Jaehyuk scrubbed his apartment from top to bottom. It might be the first time anyone had ever visited his place. When Gwangyal and Mina finally arrived, Jaehyuk's nerves spiked, especially when he realized one of them was a woman. Gwangyal encouraged him to relax, explaining that Mina herself was a player, and that he could ask her anything. Jaehyuk was already trembling when Mina suddenly leaned in close to his face and whispered, "It's you, isn't it? The S++. He was startled and had no idea what was going on. He wondered if there was some kind of awakening detection method he didn't know about. Deciding to stay calm, he chose to act natural and deny everything first. Awkwardly, far too awkwardly, he said it wasn't him, fumbling over his words as if he'd forgotten how to speak altogether. Gwangyal smacked Mina on the head and scolded her for pushing people like that, then apologized for her behavior. Just then, a mascot appeared on the screen. Its name was Tavi, and it began explaining the Black Tower. Jet black, ominous, and so massive that it dwarfed even the tallest skyscrapers on Earth, it was the Black Tower. 20 years ago, Black Towers appeared all over the world overnight. Countries mobilized their armies and scientists to uncover their secrets, but no one could get close. It was as if the towers were sealed behind invisible barriers, making physical access impossible. So what exactly was the tower? That question was answered with the appearance of players. The tower was structured like a game, allowing individuals to advance through its floors. Outside the tower, players were ordinary people, but inside, they could wield extraordinary powers. They upgraded their equipment with rewards earned from the tower and contributed significantly to the global economy. Tavi continued cheerfully. Here's a question for you. What happens if you don't climb the tower? After a few comments appeared, the mascot resumed. If the newly opened upper floors of the tower aren't climbed within 6 months, a countdown begins. Eventually, the tower collapses. That was how the city of Mumbai in India disappeared 3 years ago. Now, let's take a look at our country's situation. Each country was known to possess between 1 and 3 black towers. South Korea was considered lucky, with only one. It was located in the mountains of Gangwon province. There were an estimated 5,000 to 10,000 players nationwide. Only about 0.01% to 0.02% of the population. That's not a very large number, is it? Tavi said. Still, Korea's Black Tower is making steady progress. We are currently on the 65th floor, just behind the United States at 66. So rest assured, we have players. Heroes of our society. Just as humanity once explored the New World, humanity was now exploring and learning about the Black Tower. You have awakened. Pay attention. You are the hope of this era. How about registering as an official player right now? You can become a hero too. That was the mandatory viewing required before registration. Juhyuk frowned, wondering why there were so many unnecessary obligations, when Gwangael spoke up. I'd like to ask you a few questions as part of the verification process. He began with the first one. Bang Juhyuk, are you truly an awakened? Ah, yes, Juhyuk replied. I've entered the tower and done some raiding. He placed the mana stones he had collected in front of them. Gwangael asked the second question. Which floor did you reach? The 10th floor. Both officials exchanged glances. They asked whether he knew about the recent announcements. Juhyuk tried to act natural, but failed miserably as he replied that he'd heard about them. There's no need to be nervous, Gwangael said. That only made Juhyuk even more nervous. Eventually, Gwangael gave up and moved on to explaining the contract terms. Our government manages players by dividing them into 2 groups. The first is the elite team, and the second is the general team. General team players plan and execute dungeon raids independently. Think of them as freelancers. The elite team, however, works closely with the Awakening Management Department. They're expected to challenge higher-level floors, but in return they receive extensive support and benefits. One of those benefits was personal protection outside the tower, since players were still just ordinary people there. Elite team members also received a base annual salary. As Gwangael spoke, Juhyuk imagined what his life would become if the world learned he was responsible for S++ records. He pictured reporters swarming him endlessly. The thought alone made him uncomfortable. Juhyuk hated being the center of attention. Gwangael added that dungeon raids would need to be recorded using a body camera provided by the department. Juhyuk barely hesitated before responding. He said he wouldn't be applying for the elite team, and that he was perfectly content joining the general team instead. Gwangael tried to persuade him, emphasizing the benefits, but Juhyuk shook his head. He claimed he didn't have much talent, and admitted that it all sounded frightening. He was satisfied with stopping at a reasonable floor and earning reasonable rewards. Gwangael asked him to think it over, but Juhyuk said he had already made up his mind. It was another dead end. Mina thought to herself that there were quite a few players who preferred to stop at a certain point and hunt safely, but this was the first time someone had been so openly dismissive during an evaluation. Someone so unmotivated didn't deserve the elite team. Even if he had volunteered, he wasn't the type they should accept. The most important quality for the elite team was the will to climb. Gwenael said he respected Juhyuk's decision, but asked him to enter the tower now as the final step to confirm his awakening. He insisted that it would be a waste to throw away his daily entry, suggesting Juhyuk clear a floor while they were there. Juhyuk understood immediately. They were testing him, trying to confirm whether or not he was truly the S++ player. With no way out, he agreed, but warned them that he usually took nearly the full-time limit and that it could take close to 2 hours. Mina said that was fine, it was part of their job. Juhyuk prepared to enter the next floor and casually told them to watch TV and help themselves to the drinks, since it would be a while. Then he disappeared. Gwenael asked Mina what she thought of him. "I don't know about his talent," she replied, "but he seems extremely timid. His speech and actions are all subdued." She added that he would probably give up on the 11th floor. "Why?" Gwenael asked. "I've cleared it before," she said. "The 11th floor tests fear." "The long-tailed giant centipede?" he asked. She nodded. "They're particularly difficult monsters. And killing 100 of those hideous things? Someone that timid won't last. I'm sure he'll retreat to the safe zone." Gwenael admitted she'd been right so far. He sighed, already considering the attempt a failure, and decided he would need to call their chief. Inside the tower, Juhyuk summoned John to handle the floor. The mission appeared: eliminate 100 long-tailed giant centipedes within 3 hours. Juhyuk immediately complained about how disgusting the level was. John reassured him that he would take care of everything and that it wouldn't even take 5 minutes. Juhyuk quickly stopped him. "Do it slowly," he insisted. "Take at least an hour. I don't want this recorded as an S++ clear." He explained that there were eyes watching from outside and decided to unsummon John once inside. His plan was simple: escape the test with terrible results. Unfortunately, John was still moving far too fast. Juhyuk shouted at him to slow down. John complied, but as the hunt continued, several centipedes suddenly appeared near Juhyuk. If he wanted to escape, he needed to use his skill, but his body refused to respond. Seeing this, John rushed to his summoner and slaughtered the centipedes in a burst of rage. Juhyuk survived by a hair's breadth, but now he was even more anxious about John's speed. This time, he screamed at him, ordering him to slow down as much as possible. John agreed, but stated firmly that his summoner's safety was his top priority. No matter how much Juhyuk protested, John didn't truly listen. In the end, the floor was cleared with an S++ record. Juhyuk exited the tower in utter disappointment. Outside, the 2 officials waited, expecting him to return in fear within 5 minutes. Instead, an announcement rang out: an S++ clear on the 11th floor. At the same moment, Juhyuk reappeared in his room. The officials grew deeply suspicious. The timing was identical to the S++ announcement. Yet the man before them felt different. Juhyuk let out a sigh. "Huh. I didn't want it to come to this," he said quietly. "But you two must be silenced." At his words, John appeared behind him, swords in hand, ready to carry out his summoner's orders. Juhyuk ordered John to simply bind them, but before he could finish his sentence, John had already beheaded the 2 officials and tied their bodies neatly with a ribbon. Juhyuk was terrified out of his mind. With a pale face, he shouted that no one had asked him to kill them. The 2 decapitated officials immediately began apologizing to Juhyuk, begging him to spare them. But it was already too late. This was exactly what would have happened if he had mentioned any of this to John earlier. It was a good decision that he had unsummoned John inside the tower and returned alone. The 2 officials looked at him with concern, clearly reacting to his disturbed expression. Without realizing it, Juhyuk suddenly felt a wave of paranoia wash over him. He took a deep breath, composed himself, and sat down in front of them. Gwenael reiterated his offer. "Our elite team desperately needs someone of your talent, Player Bong." Juhyuk still tried to brush it off, insisting it was a misunderstanding and that he must be overlapping with another player. However, his strained facial expression betrayed him completely. Gwangael pointed out that the timing was far too perfect for such a coincidence. Seeing how desperately Juhyuk was trying to deny the obvious, Gwangael said nothing more and handed him the contract. His awakening was already confirmed. When Juhyuk looked at the document, it was immediately clear. It was an elite contract. He had explicitly asked for a standard one, but these people were clearly desperate and had tried everything they could. However, Juhyuk was mistaken. This wasn't just an elite contract. It was on an entirely different level. It was an ultra-elite contract, one unlike anything else in the industry. An annual salary of 12 billion won. Provided real estate. VVIP treatment. Comprehensive security. And on top of all that, immunity. Juhyuk stared at it in disbelief. At this point, wasn't he practically above the law? Was something like this even allowed? It felt less like employment and more like royalty. Gwangael explained that these benefits were currently granted only to Yukilman, the player ranked first in Korea. It included every benefit the nation could possibly offer. Juhyuk rejected it immediately. He said he wouldn't be a player unless it was under a regular contract. Gwangael asked why he was so firmly opposed. Juhyuk replied quietly, "I just don't like getting attention." To him, attention was a burden, stressful enough to make his heart race. In other words, he was extremely introverted. He explained that climbing the tower was fun for now, but they were only on the 11th floor. The future was too uncertain, and he wasn't confident about anything beyond that. Gwangael decided it was best to back down for the moment. He said he understood Juhyuk's position and proceeded with a standard contract. To an outside observer, this would have been infuriating. Why not just sign the elite contract, take all the benefits, and climb the tower? But with an elite contract came responsibility. Even if Juhyuk wanted to stop climbing later, he wouldn't be allowed to. The elite team existed solely to conquer the unclaimed upper floors. That kind of pressure was something Juhyuk would never accept. He was content with simply living better than before. At the Awakening Management Department in Hanam-dong, Seoul, the director slammed his desk, demanding to know why the final report differed so drastically from the earlier interim one. Gwangael had described Juhyuk as timid, with no desire to climb the tower. Yet now, they were certain he was the S++ rank player. Gwangael explained that Juhyuk simply had a unique personality. The director demanded to know whether they had mistaken him for someone else. Mina firmly denied the possibility. The timing matched perfectly. Furious, the director shouted that personality didn't matter. With talent like that, Juhyuk had to be brought into the elite team no matter what. Gwangael assured him that he would make it happen. Meanwhile, Juhyuk tried to act furious at John, complaining about his reckless behavior and the trouble it caused. John, being John, didn't care about anything other than his summoner's safety. After a few moments, Juhyuk gave up. Staying angry was exhausting, and it didn't make any difference anyway. They entered the 12th floor. The mission was to eliminate 20 icicle seer weasels within 3 hours. Juhyuk repeatedly reminded John to be gentle and slow. John responded as if he would truly listen this time and headed off. Juhyuk felt a bit hopeful. If they cleared this floor at a normal pace, maybe the Awakening Management Department would finally leave him alone. He had prepared for the cold, but it was far harsher than he expected. He endured it silently. However, when John turned around and noticed how cold Juhyuk was, his resolve reignited. Declaring that he would kill the monsters quickly and return his master to warmth, he charged forward. Juhyuk begged him to slow down, but John didn't listen. Just like that, the 12th floor was cleared, and they returned to Juhyuk's room. As the announcement spread, Gwangael immediately called and asked whether Juhyuk had cleared the 12th floor. Juhyuk said yes and tried to defend himself, but it was crystal clear to them now. John excitedly sat down to watch TV, but Juhyuk unsummoned him immediately. "You're in no position to be watching TV," he said firmly. "No soup for those who don't obey." The same thing happened on the 13th floor. The mission involved passing through a corridor filled with traps. John stated that it was unavoidable and too unpredictable for Juhyuk's safety. He lifted Juhyuk under his arm and ran through the corridor at full speed, bypassing every trap. They cleared the 13th floor with an S++ rank. On the 14th floor, giant eyeball bats attacked with sonic waves. John eliminated them before Juhyuk could be harmed, once again finishing with an S++ rank. At that point, Juhyuk gave up entirely. He checked his bank account and stared at the growing numbers. From the 11th to the 14th floors alone, he had received 5 kilograms of mana stones. In just 2 weeks, he had earned over 7 million won. If he kept this pace and reached the 20th floor, the rewards would weigh at least 2 more kilograms. If the management handled the sales, that meant 1 million won per day, no fees, no taxes. A monthly income of 30 million won awaited him. His first thought was to quit his part-time jobs. The next day, he summoned John Cossack again. As soon as John appeared, he knelt and thanked Juhyuk for giving him a 5-star rating despite his failure to follow orders. Juhyuk told him to take it easy on the 15th floor and added that he wouldn't ask him to slow down anymore. John hesitated and asked if that was truly okay. Juhyuk replied that it didn't matter anymore. Everything was already exposed to the Awakening Management Department. If he earned an S++ on the 15th floor, he would have 15 platinum badges, increasing the chances of gaining another perk. He realized he was becoming greedy. The more perks he stacked, the safer he would be. With that, they entered the 15th floor. The mission was to eliminate 20 goblin workers. It was Juhyuk's first time encountering humanoid monsters. They weren't particularly strong, but they were intelligent. Early floor clears were annoying even with information. If even one escaped, it would alert the others. Even John warned him to stay hidden. Goblins were cunning. John charged forward and eliminated all of them at once. Watching him, Juhyuk noticed John's stealth skill and thought about learning it someday. Within minutes, the mission was complete, and they exited the tower. Excited, Juhyuk rushed back to his room and opened his inventory, eager to see what kind of perk he had received this time. The perk for accumulating 15 platinum badges was an energy barrier kit. It took the form of a bracelet that Juhyuk could wear on his wrist. When activated, it protected the user with a damage-absorbing barrier. However, it had its limits. Once the barrier absorbed a certain amount of damage, it would disappear and require 5 hours before it could be used again. It also adjusted itself to the user's level. In essence, it was full-body armor. Juhyuk quickly noticed that it wasn't tower exclusive, meaning he could use it in the real world as well. That realization immediately made him wonder how much it would fetch if he sold it. 2 billion? 3 billion? For a moment, he seriously considered selling it and quitting the climb altogether. But he knew it was far too early for that. Better rewards might await him on higher floors. So he asked John whether they could clear the 16th floor with an S++ rank. John replied that clearing it was possible, but he couldn't guarantee an S++. Juhyuk wondered what he would need to do to make that happen. At the Awakening Management Department, the director asked Gwang-io when the last S++ clear announcement had been made. "It's been 15 days," Gwang-io replied. "I've learned that they're currently stuck on the 15th floor." The director clicked his tongue in frustration, complaining about such a timid boy wasting such extraordinary talent. Gwang-io explained that the difficulty rose sharply from the 16th floor onward, but player Bong hadn't given up on attempting it. "Let's wait a little longer," he said. Just then, Gwang-io received a call informing him that Juhyuk was on his way to the department to use the player shop. The director suspected that Juhyuk had been repeating floors to gather mana stones, planning to raise funds and buy equipment. Gwang-io agreed, adding that the boy had been practically empty-handed when they visited his home for awakening confirmation. The director cursed himself for doubting such a player, and ordered everyone to treat Juhyuk well during his visit. He also instructed them to give him a massive discount. 15 days earlier, Juhyuk had once asked John to stab him. That request had driven John into a frenzy of rage. It went completely against his principles. But Juhyuk merely wanted to test the barrier he had received. John cried out, "Why are you doing this to me? If you don't like me, then beat me to death instead. Juhyuk tried to explain that he wasn't asking John to kill him, but John refused to listen, insisting he couldn't hear anything of the sort. In the end, Juhyuk grabbed the hand holding the knife and stabbed himself. The most foolish part was that he hadn't even activated the barrier. He immediately used a healing potion on the wound. Behind him, however, John was already raising his blade, ready to sever the hand that had hurt his master. Juhyuk stopped him just in time. John screamed at him until Juhyuk's ears rang, swearing that he was never to do something like that again. Juhyuk nodded, saying he understood, and ordered John to return to hunting. Since it took John about 10 minutes to finish that floor, Juhyuk used the time to practice Shadow Step. He activated the skill and moved a short distance, only to come face to face with the goblin. He wondered if it had been hiding from John. The goblin lunged at him. Juhyuk immediately activated his protective barrier, then kicked the goblin with all his strength and sent it flying toward John. John turned and said, "Nice pass," before killing the goblin with a single strike. A moment later, he realized what had actually happened, that his master had been attacked. His expression hardened as he rushed back to Juhyuk and checked him over, making sure he wasn't injured. He scolded him loudly, saying he had warned him countless times not to fly too close to the sun. Juhyuk covered his ears and lowered his head, looking guilty like a scolded child. After repeating this routine for 2 weeks, Juhyuk gradually became accustomed to using his skill. By then, the mana stones he had accumulated weighed a whopping 22.5 kilograms, worth roughly 11.25 million won. He decided it was time to visit the department's player's shop and called to ask if it was acceptable. They offered to send someone to pick him up, but Juhyuk said he could get there himself. They insisted, explaining that it was a standard privilege for contracted players, and he reluctantly agreed. Upon arriving at the Awakening Management Department, he was treated like a VIP, something he noticed immediately. Gwangael personally greeted him and guided him to the store. When Juhyuk placed his palm on the hand-reading device, the door opened, confirming that his registration had been completed. Gwangael informed him that he could now visit the shop anytime without prior notice. He offered Juhyuk a tour, but Juhyuk declined, saying he would browse on his own. Inside, the store was completely empty. He wondered if that was because the items were too expensive. Before browsing, he went straight to the counter to take care of the reason he had come. He placed all his mana stones into the designated machine. The store manager informed him that the money would be transferred to his bank account within 3 days. Juhyuk asked if he could use the funds immediately in the shop. "Of course," came the reply. Elsewhere, the director asked about Juhyuk's shopping. Gwangael reported that he was currently browsing and that he had told the other players the shop was closed for the day. When asked about pricing, Gwangael admitted that he had instructed the staff to give Juhyuk a 90% discount. Giving everything for free might make him uncomfortable and lead him to refuse outright. After some time, Juhyuk selected 2 items, an adamant mace priced at 2 million won, and basilisk leather boots for 3 million won. He had heard that such items normally cost between 20 and 30 million won, and from Gwangael's behavior, he knew he had received an enormous discount. He especially loved the boots, enough to overlook his lingering discomfort. With the energy barrier unifying his defenses, he only needed minimal armor. All of this was thanks to his perks. He had resolved not to become greedy when he started climbing the tower, but these perks were undeniably tempting. The next day, he summoned John Cossack again. John asked if they were repeating the same floor. Juhyuk shook his head. "We're moving on to the 16th floor today." Since the summon cooldown had ended, he decided to call forth his second partner. He prayed to every god he could think of, muttered every spell that came to mind, and activated random summon. What emerged this time was monstrous in form. It kept growing, cracking its seal apart and reducing it to rubble. Juhyuk stared in horror, not only at the thing he had summoned, but also at his security deposit being crushed into dust. A barbarian nearly 5 times Juhyuk's size almost split his house in half with a single move. Juhyuk stared in disbelief, wondering whether the creature before him was even human, or some kind of monster. John, however, reacted very differently. With a furious shout, he hurled himself at the second summon, calling him a moron as he did. He kicked the giant repeatedly in the face, screaming, "Why you, of all people? Whose life are you here to ruin? Die! Drop dead! What's with that look? Lower your eyes, you bastard!" Despite the barrage of blows, the massive man simply sat down on the floor without reacting at all. Juhyuk watched in confusion, wondering if the two somehow knew each other. The giant casually remarked that John's kicks didn't hurt, it only tickled. That comment sent John into an even greater rage. Pulling out 2 knives, he snarled, "Oh yeah? Let's see if you can still say that after I take your head. I'll even tie a pretty ribbon for you." As John charged forward, Juhyuk hurriedly stopped him, saying that 1 broken ceiling was more than enough for today. John agreed with a smile, but Juhyuk knew better than to trust that expression and begged him again not to do anything reckless. He then told John Kozak to step aside for a moment, explaining that he needed to speak with their new guest. John scoffed and said that wasn't necessary. The man was infamous, he claimed, known for being an idiot. He probably didn't even know the 3 principles of the summoned. The giant spoke up, saying that he did know the 3 principles and that he had studied hard. John immediately challenged him to recite them. The poor giant tried his best, but he couldn't form a single proper sentence, managing only a few random words. That was the final straw. John snapped, "See? You're a dud! We need to kill him so he can't be summoned again for 100 days. Juhyuk wondered briefly whether such a rule even existed, but decided to ignore it and check the giant's status instead. The result surprised him, an R-rank summon, the lowest possible rank. Juhyuk hesitated, wondering if he should wait a month and draw again. He asked the giant for his name. The giant said he didn't know. Where he was from? He couldn't remember. What about the tower? Nothing. It was frustrating, but Juhyuk decided to read the detailed description before making a decision. Suddenly, just like with John, he was pulled into the giant's memories. Juhyuk found himself standing in a vast, green landscape. He saw the giant playing with butterflies like a child. A barbarian warrior of the Great Plains tribe, a pure being who found joy simply in nature's presence. Despite that innocence, his physical abilities were extraordinary. However, he was painfully dim-witted, to the point that he couldn't even remember his own name. Deceived by a fake hero, the barbarian had been used as a living shield in a battle against the arch-fiend Hydra. With nothing but his powerful body, he endured the Hydra's acidic breath and fought back, tearing off its heads one by one, unaware that his own skin was melting away. He did it all to protect his comrades. In the end, he was dissolved by the accumulated acid while those same comrades mocked and jeered at him. Juhyuk realized then why he had been called a meat shield. The memory was deeply disturbing. He hated how people had treated the giant so cruelly just because he was slow. Unable to stand it, Juhyuk welcomed him with a warm heart. Reaching out his arm, he said, "Welcome. Let's climb the tower together. First, we need to name you. Do you prefer Barber or Meatball?" "Dunno," the giant replied. Juhyuk urged him to choose one. After some thought, the giant chose Meatball, and his name was decided. Juhyuk smiled and told him not to worry. He would make sure he was happy. "Do you trust me?" Juhyuk asked. "Meatball trusts Summoner. I do what you say," the giant answered. Juhyuk declared that from now on, Mr. Kozak, Meatball, and he were comrades. John made a visibly displeased face, but when Juhyuk glanced at him, he forced a grin that resembled a happy puppy. "Geez, if you say so. I guess he's a reliable meat shield. I'll teach him well and make something out of him," John said. Satisfied with his team, Juhyuk led them to the 16th floor. John immediately kicked Meatball again for not responding quickly to Juhyuk's orders. "Yeep," Meatball replied. John kicked him again. "Stop copying me, you punk!" A timid summoner, a mad assassin, and a simple-minded meat shield. On paper, It sounded like a disaster, but Juhyuk was determined to make it work. The 16th floor's mission was to eliminate 30 goblin scouts within 5 hours. John instructed Juhyuk to activate his energy barrier and be ready to use Shadow Step at a moment's notice. He also warned him that the goblins used poison darts and could appear at any time. As they moved through the forest, a goblin aimed a dart at Juhyuk. John noticed just in time, otherwise Juhyuk would have died on the spot. That single attack triggered an ambush, and goblins poured out from their hiding places. John ordered Juhyuk to dodge and hide. Using a stone as a shield, Juhyuk then commanded Meatball to move to the front and block the attacks. Receiving the order, Meatball's eyes glowed with determination. Despite his massive weight, he leapt as high as the treetops and slammed into the battlefield. The impact was devastating. Most of the goblins were taken out instantly, and even John was blown away by the shockwave. Watching from behind, Juhyuk was stunned. Both of them far surpassed him physically. As the remaining goblins fired their darts, Meatball laughed and said it only tickled. "Heard order. Kill all," he declared. Watching Meatball massacre the goblins, Juhyuk became convinced that he wasn't an R-rank summon at all. He was at least SR, possibly even SSR. It was absurd that he'd been ranked so low just because he was dumb. They cleared the floor in no time and returned to Juhyuk's room, where he ordered chicken as a reward. Meatball was overjoyed. "This kitchen! Delicious!" he exclaimed. Juhyuk smiled and praised him for his hard work. John, however, couldn't resist causing trouble. He elbowed Meatball in the face again. "It's chicken, you punk! Chicken! Does it look like a duck to you? And don't eat it all at once!" John then tried the food himself, only to burn his mouth from the spice. Meatball looked at him innocently and said, "Heartbreaking for assassin. You look like a fool." Juhyuk sighed. "Can't you two get along for once?" Then Meatball said something unexpected. "Summoner is good person." Juhyuk froze mid-bite. "Feed Meatball kitchen. Meatball give life." Juhyuk blushed and replied that compared to what Meatball did, chicken was nothing. In fact, he said he should be the one asking for help from now on. John looked visibly jealous and kicked Meatball again. This time, Juhyuk snapped. "Are you trying to scare me? Why are you bothering him when he's just enjoying his food? We were having a touching moment." John apologized awkwardly. "That Meatball punk just needs some education." He glared at Meatball, who continued eating peacefully, oblivious to everything around him. The next day, they entered the 17th floor of the Black Tower in Korea. Juhyuk's strength had increased significantly with each level. At level 17, power surged through him uncontrollably. His heart raced. Was the wild beast inside him awakening again? However, both John and Meatball told him to stay back, crushing his confidence once more. He agreed and remained in the safe zone. The mission this time was to eliminate 30 goblin warriors. Watching them in person was far more intimidating than any video. There were at least 90 of them. Despite being monsters, they displayed impressive strategy and coordination. The standard strategy was to retreat to the safe zone, wait for their formation to scatter, then lure and kill them in groups of 3. It was effective, but slow. Fortunately, they didn't need to bother with that. Juhyuk simply ordered Meatball to wipe them all out. With Meatball here, he was confident he could finally reach the 20th floor, maybe even higher. He waited eagerly for his next perk. Meatball charged into the goblins, and they couldn't withstand him for even a second. He was performing absurdly well. Strategy and tactics only mattered when the difference in strength was reasonable. This was more like thousands of rental bicycles trying to stop a K2 Black Panther tank. Meanwhile, poor John was left in the background without a single order to follow. On the 18th floor, the mission was to eliminate 30 goblin assassins. Juhyuk ordered Meatball to move out. However, these goblins were different. They used stealth skills. This wouldn't be as easy for Meatball as before. This was John's moment to shine again. Standing proudly in front of Juhyuk, he declared, "You've suffered long enough watching that ignorant bastard Meatball's brute force strategy. Allow me to purify your eyes with something truly classy. John was brimming with confidence, convinced that the goblin's stealth couldn't even keep up with his toes. Activating Shadow Step, he began eliminating the goblin assassins one by one, as effortlessly as swatting germs. Juhyuk pretended to be impressed, though in truth it was all part of his plan to inflate John's ego. He knew John had grown anxious lately. His role had diminished ever since Meatball joined. Encouraging competition between them was working exactly as intended. As John slaughtered the goblins, he occasionally waved his hand at Meatball, who earnestly tried to help but had no idea how. It was a clever setup on Juhyuk's part, pitting the two against each other while reaping the benefits. While the two were busy competing and cooperating at the same time, Juhyuk unleashed the wild horse within himself. He also made use of the items he had purchased earlier. He had reviewed all the strategy information before entering the 18th floor. The goblin assassin's stealth skills were low level. If he concentrated, he could detect their movements. There was nothing to fear. He had practiced Shadow Step countless times while grinding the 15th floor. Spotting a lone goblin, Juhyuk attempted to take it down using everything he had learned. He approached silently with Shadow Step, but at the moment of attack, he lost his balance. Still, luck was on his side. His mace plunged straight into one of the goblin's eyes. Satisfied that he had succeeded as planned, Juhyuk relaxed for a split second. That was when another goblin struck from behind. John, meanwhile, was slashing through enemies at lightning speed, taking down one goblin every second. When only 3 of the required 30 remained, Meatball began punching blindly and unknowingly crushed all 3. Seeing this, John burst into curses. "Get lost already! You're in the way!" Only after the mission counter was complete did he realize Juhyuk was missing. When the goblin attacked from behind, Juhyuk had activated his energy barrier and used Shadow Step to escape. Without the barrier, it would have been extremely dangerous. But the enemies didn't give up. Another goblin appeared, and the two attacked him simultaneously. Perhaps it was the adrenaline, but the goblin's blades appeared to move in slow motion. Juhyuk leapt into the air to evade their strikes. The entire world seemed to slow down around him. Seizing the moment, he charged forward and killed both goblins with a single strike. With that, the floor was cleared. When John finally found him, Juhyuk casually said that he had taken the final blow. John immediately collapsed to his knees and cried. The announcement soon reached the officials. The director was so proud that he wanted to announce that the record holder was right there. Yahello stopped him, saying he shouldn't joke about something like that. Mina agreed, pointing out how dangerous it would be. The director insisted he was only expressing pride. Yahello said firmly, "Bang Juhyuk is now a super special player. We need to protect him even more carefully than the elite teams." The news spread across every channel. A new wind is blowing through the Black Tower of Korea. After a 20-day hiatus, an astonishing 18 consecutive S++ rank clears have been achieved. This unprecedented record is rewriting the history of tower climbing. The mysterious player is estimated to be level 19. Not only players, but the entire nation is eager to uncover the identity of this S++ climber. Reading the article, John sighed deeply. Juhyuk asked if he had something to say. "It's too fast," John replied. "Too fast?" Juhyuk asked. "The speed at which you're realizing your talent." Juhyuk tried to brush it off, insisting it was a joke and that he had no talent. But John was deadly serious. That Shadow Step at the end, he thought. It was flawless. Even I would struggle to replicate it. That's what makes it dangerous. Aloud, he said, "No, Summoner. It's the truth. You'll start enjoying combat. You'll gain confidence. And as that confidence grows, the danger increases with it. The braver you get, the more dangerous it becomes. We made a promise from the beginning, didn't we? Safety first. Self-preservation." Juhyuk was taken aback by John's intensity, but he agreed, promising not to do anything reckless. Still, an uneasy feeling lingered in his chest. John placed both hands on Juhyuk's shoulders and cried dramatically. Our summoner is definitely going to cause a huge accident someday. Meatball, who had been sitting behind them, began mocking John's crying. Assassin bawling his eyes out. What a moron, the giant said. That comment earned him an immediate kick to the face, along with a threat that John would boil him alive in a pot. Their bickering escalated until the contents of Juhyuk's refrigerator were scattered all over the room. Stop destroying my house! Juhyuk cried. His precious kimchi, made by his mother, was smeared across the floor. Staring at the mess, Juhyuk finally made a decision. He needed to clear his head. He would visit his parents. The next morning, Juhyuk arrived at his parents' home. His father complained that Juhyuk should visit more often since they didn't live that far apart. His mother immediately scolded his father, who was lying on the bed surrounded by medicine, telling him to stop nagging their son. Juhyuk approached them and asked about his father's hip joint. His father tried to get up despite the pain, having done nothing but lie down for days. Juhyuk helped him sit at the dining table and asked where his younger brother was. His mother replied that he had gone out to buy tofu and would return soon. She then prepared a delicious meal, and the three of them ate together. Suddenly, a thought crossed Juhyuk's mind. He wanted to tell them that he had awakened. Ha! It would be nice if I awakened at a time like this, he said casually. That only earned him laughter and mockery. No one believed him. His father scoffed, saying that Juhyuk was the kind of son who once asked his own mother to catch a cockroach for him. His mother shot her husband a sharp look and said that wasn't something to be proud of. Turning back to Juhyuk, she asked if he wasn't going to work that day. He replied that it was his day off. She immediately smacked him, saying it showed all over his face when he lied. Juhyuk tried to act clueless, pretending not to understand what lying was. His mother smiled faintly and told him that no matter what happened, he should never go near loan sharks. Her words stirred an old, long-forgotten memory. Juhyuk quickly distracted himself and asked what had happened to her job. It was because of a rude customer, she said. I went to fix their water purifier, and they asked me to clean their recycling and food waste too. Should I just stand there and take it? Customer ratings be damned. I gave them a piece of my mind, and got fired for it. His mother was aggressive and fearless, someone who couldn't tolerate injustice. His father's greatest achievement in life was asking her out on a date. And the man who fell head over heels for her embodied the definition of a true beta male. Juhyuk sighed inwardly. His paternal genes were pathetic, but stubbornly resilient. Given the situation, he decided to bring up his awakening another time. Before leaving, he handed some money to his younger brother as their parents' allowance. As Juhyuk turned to go, his brother called out to him to wait. When the boy hesitated, Juhyuk assumed he was feeling grateful. After all, Juhyuk had paid his tuition last term. Smiling, Juhyuk placed a hand on his brother's shoulder. I get how you feel, he said. That was when his brother's true intentions surfaced. Then I can speak comfortably, he said. Mom's allowance and Dad's allowance are fine, but doesn't something feel missing? Feels like you forgot my share, brother. Though irritated, Juhyuk smiled and handed him some money anyway, warning him not to waste it on useless things. Instead of returning home, Juhyuk found himself standing outside the Awakening Management Department in Hanam-dong, Seoul. He hadn't planned to come, it was on a whim. But after seeing his family, the desire to take his awakening seriously had grown stronger. He remembered Gwangyal telling him to call ahead before visiting the player shop, but he ignored that advice and walked straight in. He wanted to buy a shield. Although he already had the energy barrier, the monsters on the higher floors would only grow stronger. Extra protection was necessary. When the salesperson told him the shield he was eyeing cost 100 million won, Juhyuk froze. He immediately said he couldn't afford something that expensive. Internally, he cursed the fact that the employee was a woman. It made it harder for him to speak comfortably. He also noticed how crowded the shop was today. Seeing his hesitation, the saleswoman showed him a smaller shield within his budget and handed it to him to try. Juhyuk put it on and felt satisfied with how it fit his hand. It even looked like a matching set with his mace. When he asked for the price, she said it was 40 million won. It was still expensive, but he bought it anyway. Dealing with shop staff was far more exhausting than fighting goblins. As he exited the shop and wondered how to get home, someone spoke from behind him. "You haven't been awakened for long, right?" Seeing Juhyuk's confused expression, the man extended his hand and introduced himself as a fellow player. His name was Choi Hoseok. He explained that he came to the shop every day and wanted to get acquainted since it was his first time seeing Juhyuk. Hoseok asked what floor Juhyuk was on. Hesitantly, Juhyuk replied that he was in the 10s. Hoseok looked impressed and told him to reach out if he ever needed help. Juhyuk said he wasn't facing any difficulties for now. Hoseok smiled and told him the offer would stand in the future as well, since he was always there. Watching him, Juhyuk felt a bit envious of Hoseok's natural social skills. At this rate, the guy definitely had a girlfriend. Back home, Juhyuk checked his stats. He now felt confident enough to challenge the 19th floor. Before that, he summoned John to make an agreement. As soon as John appeared, Juhyuk showed him the shield he had bought. John's expression darkened immediately. Any kind of growth or improvement saddened him. "Did you really have to do this?" John asked. Juhyuk assured him that he would prioritize safety, but John dismissed it, saying his previous summoner had said the exact same thing, before dying. Trying to cheer him up, Juhyuk joked that he was a coward and would quit once things became too difficult. John then made him promise never to take the lead or charge ahead. "If things get dangerous, sacrifice me and Meatball and run," John said. Juhyuk promised. Then, with clear disinterest, John added, "Preferably, I think it'd be better to sacrifice that bastard Meatball instead of me." Deciding it was best to end the conversation there, Juhyuk agreed. That lifted John's mood slightly, and only then did he notice the delicious smell of food. Juhyuk had brought king dumplings home just for him. John was pleased that Meatball wasn't around to share. Taking a bite, John suddenly asked, "Summoner Bong, do you hold a grudge against anyone?" With his mouth full, Juhyuk replied that he didn't. John's expression turned serious. "There's someone outside your door. They reek of killing intent." Juhyuk immediately told him to hide and activated his energy barrier. Without knocking, the intruder kicked the door open and stood in the doorway, a gun in his hand. It was the same man Juhyuk had met outside the shop earlier that day. The man smiled like a madman and complained about how hard it had been to follow him. Juhyuk begged him to put the gun down, but the man aimed it directly at his head and shouted, "Who said you could speak? Want to die, you punk? Take off your bracelet and open your inventory, before I turn your head into a beehive." Yet Juhyuk wasn't worried about himself. He was worried about the man pointing a gun at his head. Because this was nothing short of a suicide attempt. The man was giggling internally, convinced that he had chosen the perfect prey once again. People like Juhyuk, losers in his eyes, always opened their inventory after a single hit. That was how it usually went. But he had no idea how wrong he was. To Juhyuk's surprise, John didn't kill the man who threatened him. Instead, he struck him on the head with the hilt of his dagger. The foolish intruder collapsed to the ground instantly. Juhyuk was overjoyed. "You did great, Mr. Cossack!" he exclaimed. John pretended not to understand why his summoner was reacting like that. "You knocked him out without killing him," Juhyuk continued. "I was worried you'd slaughter him without reading the situation again, like some thoughtless, trashy thug." John replied with unexpected indignation. "Would I ever do such a thing, sir?" Juhyuk stared at him in disbelief. Looking down at the unconscious man, Juhyuk finally realized what he was dealing with. This intruder was an item broker, criminals who murdered players, who were no different from civilians outside the tower, and stole their items. If Juhyuk hadn't awakened the ability to summon beings even outside the tower, he would have been completely helpless and dead by now. Once again, he realized just how absurdly broken his ability was. Behind him, John was already sneaking closer to the intruder, preparing a ribbon and muttering about disposing of the body outside. Juhyuk quickly stopped him, saying there was no need for that and that he could simply report the man to the police. John insisted on handling it himself, but when Joo-hyuk refused to budge, he reluctantly backed down. The director of the Awakening Management Department was shocked when he heard that Joo-hyuk had visited the shop again without notifying them. "What did he buy this time?" he demanded. Gwang-il replied that Joo-hyuk had purchased a small buckler. The director was deeply troubled. If only Joo-hyuk had agreed to the elite contract, he could have equipped him from head to toe without hesitation. He asked again whether player Bong's combat traits had been identified. "Judging by his purchase of a mace and a shield," Gwang-il said, "we suspect he's a melee type. If that's the case, even a full set of defensive gear might not be enough. I'll come up with an excuse to get him a complete armor set." At that moment, Gwang-il received a call from the police. As soon as he heard what had happened to Joo-hyuk, he rushed toward his home. Every minute along the way, he regretted not pushing the elite contract harder. If anything had happened to Joo-hyuk, he would never have forgiven himself. Meanwhile, the police took Choi Ho-seok into custody for home invasion and aggravated robbery. Ho-seok began spouting nonsense, claiming that he was the victim and that Joo-hyuk had kidnapped him. As a result, the police informed Joo-hyuk that he would need to come in for questioning as well. Before that could happen, Gwang-il arrived and put a stop to it. Seeing Gwang-il, Choi Ho-seok was overjoyed. He believed he could escape punishment with his help. When he tried to play the victim and shift all the blame onto Joo-hyuk, Gwang-il slapped him hard enough to make his nose bleed. Everyone present was stunned. With a cold, serious expression, Gwang-il said, "Your player registration is cancelled as of now." Choi Ho-seok shouted that he was level 34 and demanded to know why he would resort to robbery. Gwang-il ignored him and turned to the police. "Take him away. The NIS will be here soon. You can hand him over to them." Choi Ho-seok went pale. He knew what the NIS did to players involved in serious crimes. They didn't hesitate to use torture. He began begging for mercy, claiming it was a mistake. Gwang-il wasn't interested. "Bullshit. You think you're the first scumbag I've seen pull this kind of stunt? You're a repeat offender, aren't you? We'll dig up everything you've done. Go find a lawyer, though I doubt any will defend you." Turning to the officers, he added, "You know the player arrest manual. If he escapes into the tower during transport and disappears, just wait. He'll reappear in the same spot eventually." He then walked over to Joo-hyuk and asked if he was hurt anywhere. Gwang-il looked genuinely frightening at that moment. Joo-hyuk replied that he was just startled, nothing more. Gwang-il bowed deeply. "I'm truly sorry. I will make sure this never happens again." At that moment, he knew he could no longer delay the elite contract. Player Bong had to be protected. The next day, Joo-hyuk summoned John again. John immediately asked if anything had happened the day before. Joo-hyuk explained that the police had taken the intruder away. "Did he get the death penalty?" John asked. "No way," Joo-hyuk replied. John thought for a moment before asking, "Do you happen to know the location of the detention center?" Joo-hyuk warned him not to find out. John agreed without further argument. Meatball was summoned shortly after, and the three of them entered the tower to challenge the 19th floor. The mission was to eliminate 30 goblin shamans. Honestly, they weren't very threatening. They couldn't use powerful magic, mostly curses, binds, or weak fire arrows. Curses could be dangerous, but still manageable. As the goblins cast curses, Meatball stood at the front and blew them away with sheer force, dispersing them with the sound of his roar alone. It was a crude but effective method. John approached Meatball with a grin. "You remember what I said earlier, right? Let's clear this as fast as possible." Meatball nodded. "Meatball remember. Meatball kill all." As they charged ahead, Joo-hyuk prepared to take down a few goblins himself. But just as he gathered his equipment and stepped forward, the system window appeared. Floor cleared. One look at John and Meatball told him everything. They had done it on purpose, clearing the floor too quickly so he wouldn't have a chance to interfere. The next day, they entered the long-awaited 20th floor. The talent evaluator. known for its atrocious difficulty. John spoke gravely. This place is extremely dangerous, sir. Every type of goblin appears here. I recommend staying in the safe zone. Even Meatball agreed and told his summoner to stay back while he handled everything. The mission was to eliminate 200 goblins of any type and 1 hobgoblin within 10 hours. John tried to block Juhyuk's path, instructing Meatball to draw aggro first so he could move during the opening. Meatball agreed and charged forward. Meatball, draw aggro! But Juhyuk wasn't someone who could be controlled so easily. He activated Shadow Step and slipped past John from behind. With swift movements, he crossed the battlefield, climbed over Meatball's massive form, and leapt ahead of both of them. I'm going on ahead, Mr. Meatball. It was the absolute nightmare of John Cossack. Since childhood, Juhyuk had always been introverted. In elementary school, it became a little worse. Poverty was the main culprit. By middle school, he was a full-fledged loner, and even in high school, he ate lunch alone every single day. A textbook social outcast. He was terrified of the very idea of trying to change himself. And now, someone like that was fighting tower monsters? Juhyuk, who couldn't even make eye contact with delinquents, was charging into battle? It was something he had never imagined in his life. But monsters weren't people. There were no awkward conversations, no social pressure, and no fear of being judged. They were no different from Game Quest mobs. You hit them, they die, and you get loot. Simple. Beautiful. With that realization, Juhyuk leapt forward, shooting past both John and Meatball. John completely lost his mind. What the hell is this weak-ass doing? Juhyuk hopped from one goblin to another, killing each with a single clean blow, as if he were stepping on particularly ugly stepping stones. John stared in disbelief, his tongue tying itself into a knot. He hadn't expected Juhyuk to master shadow walking with such precision in such a short time. Unfortunately, Juhyuk's luck ran out right on schedule. Poisonous needles came flying at him. Thankfully, his energy barrier activated just in time, saving him from turning into a goblin-made pincushion. And that was when Juhyuk immediately, thoroughly, and completely realized his place in the food chain. He turned around and ran, crying for help. John shouted over the chaos. Keep running! Head toward the cliff first! Juhyuk wanted to. He truly did. But his stamina strongly disagreed. After running for a short while, he reached a dead end and collapsed, tears streaming down his face. What do I do? What am I supposed to do? He was certain he was about to die. But before the stupid goblins could reach him, Meatball stepped in front of them and expanded like an overinflated balloon. In seconds he grew massive, almost like King Kong, if King Kong were rounder and angrier. Now, as long as John dealt with those sketchy goblin shamans, this floor would be finished. Once John wrapped things up and estimated that around 100 goblins had already been taken care of, he sensed something else approaching. Meanwhile, Juhyuk was nearly crushed under Meatball's enormous backside. His face was seconds away from a very undignified death when a strange noise distracted him from the soul-crushing ass hovering above his nose. That was when he saw it. A long-legged goblin. Tall. Proud. Clearly mocking its shorter brethren simply by existing. The final evolutionary stage of goblins. A hobgoblin. John was already moving toward it, but Meatball charged in first, targeting it like a heat-seeking missile. As Meatball clashed with the hobgoblin, John flew in with a grin. You're earning your keep today. Hold it tight. And just like that, the two of them ended it together. As the reward for clearing the floor, Juhyuk received a tower-exclusive healing potion. Slowly, very slowly, it finally dawned on him that it was much better to leave things to these two and not meddle unnecessarily. Juhyuk bowed deeply and thanked them. In response, both John and Meatball collapsed onto the ground, lying flat as if they had just reenacted Yuji Nishida's latest dramatic apology performance. With that, they exited the tower. Outside, the news exploded with reports of Juhyuk's S++ record on the 20th floor. Meanwhile, Manhwa asked the director, "The consecutive 20th floor record is impressive, but it could be troublesome if he draws too much attention. Should we try to control the press, sir? The director shook his head. No. If we interfere too much, information might leak that we know the S++ record holder. What did you find regarding player Bang's family? Guango placed the file in front of him. I investigated discreetly. Player Bang's father, Mr. Bang Sukyol, underwent hip surgery a few months ago after slipping on ice. He's currently in rehabilitation. Can we support him? The director asked. Yes. I plan to introduce him to the best rehabilitation center in the country. The director nodded approvingly. Guango continued. Next is the younger brother, Bang Minhyuk, a university freshman scheduled to enlist soon. Scholarship support would be ideal. And the mother? Ms. Hong Jumja. She was working as a water purifier coordinator but is currently unemployed. She appears to have been forcibly fired after a conflict with an abusive customer. For the record, she's the most important one. Why? She has the strongest voice in the family. Her personality is so powerful that neither her husband nor her sons can argue with her. The director smiled. Understood. Execute the plan. Even if we have to use every bit of authority the Awakening Management Department has, make it succeed. Guango bowed slightly. I'll proceed immediately. On the other hand, the trio were wreaking havoc on their post-climb meal. When the delivery guy arrived, Juhyuk hurriedly told John and Meatball to hide for a while. As he accepted the massive order, 12 servings of tangsuyuk and 12 bowls of jjajangmyeon, the delivery man blinked in surprise. Is there a party going on here? Before leaving, he generously added a single serving of dumplings on the house. Juhyuk stared at it. 1 serving. For that order. How stingy. He checked the bags again. No coupons. Not even one. Well, even if there were coupons, he was far too shy to use them anyway. Sighing internally, he called his mealmates back out. As John and Meatball immediately began fighting over food like wild animals, Juhyuk quietly opened his inventory. He had been waiting a long time for the reward for collecting 20 platinum batches. Now, the moment had finally arrived. He received 1 random box. And just like that, his heart began racing again. Random box features: 3 items that can be found in the tower will appear at random. There were multiple types of boxes as well. Juhyuk stared at the description, completely overwhelmed. There were so many types, and he wasn't even aware of most of them. He decided to at least try to understand a few. When he read level up rune, he assumed it meant his floor would remain the same, while only his level increased. Tower jumping, on the other hand, seemed to let you skip floors and levels without clearing them. But that also meant no clear rewards. Absolutely not. Nobody in their right mind would choose that. Compared to that, the level up rune was clearly superior. There was also a multinational tower access ticket, which allowed players to enter towers in other countries. Interesting, but not immediately useful. After a long period of intense contemplation, so intense he nearly forgot to breathe, Juhyuk decided the best option would be the Grade Confirmation Summon ticket. 1 each for SR, SSR, and LSSR. If he managed to pull a guaranteed LSSR, he could just let that summon handle everything while he climbed the tower lying down like royalty. Earlier, it said 3 items would come out at random. And just like a genie twisting wishes, the box was making him greedier by the second. There might be a chance, he thought, a chance to get something amazing and finally live a righteous, virtuous life. With trembling hands and unreasonable expectations, he opened the box. The first item, 10 kilograms of mana stone. That's it. It was a total dud. Mana stones were something he could get any time. Still, the only consolation was that he could sell it for around 5 million. His disappointment softened slightly. He immediately opened the second item. Skill acquired, Primordial Thunderstaff. It sounded extremely wuxia-esque. Juhyuk tilted his head. Is this an attack skill? He put it aside to examine later and opened the last item. A pop-up appeared. Summon Grade Up Rune has been distributed. Now this This was what you called a jackpot. With this rune, Juhyuk could increase the grade of one of his summons. It was one of the things he wanted the most. Unfortunately, there was a problem. Who should he give it to? John or Meatball? They were currently on the same level, so he couldn't decide. Logically, giving it to John made more sense, especially when considering how many bowls of rice they both shared until now. But then Juhyuk glanced at Meatball. Actually, thinking about it again, Meatball might have eaten more rice than both of them combined, even though he arrived later. The rune's actual description read: a rune that increases a summon's grade. The amount of increase depends on the summon's potential. The summon cannot be called until the upgrade is complete. Juhyuk decided he'd call John separately later and give the rune to him. For now, he wanted to test the skill. He opened the description of Primordial Thunderstaff. A skill that imbues a blunt weapon with the power of lightning. Contains 3 total forms and is a growth-type skill. Since he'd been badly needing an attack skill, this was an incredible acquisition. The moment he clicked the skill, soul-chasing thunderbolt activated and began seeping into his body. He immediately felt the technique being engraved directly into his brain, like a tutorial video playing on repeat at 10x speed. Juhyuk grabbed his staff and tried to activate the skill inside his already half-destroyed apartment. Thankfully, nothing happened. If tower powers worked in reality, the city would have been reduced to rubble long ago. Relieved, he decided to test it inside the tower later. John frowned. "Why are you suddenly swinging your mace?" Juhyuk smiled brightly. "I got an skill as a perk." John blinked. "Don't tell me, an attack skill?" "Yes," Juhyuk said proudly, "it's even a growth-type skill." Which left John in shambles. By the time their conversation ended, Meatball had finished every remaining bowl of food. There was nothing left for John. And thus, the war began. "You son of a... That was the last bowl! Spit it out, you bastard!" John yelled, punching Meatball. "A warrior does not spit," Meatball replied solemnly. Juhyuk had had enough for one day. Without hesitation, he unsummoned both of them. The next day, Juhyuk sat in his living room, sighing deeply. He looked troubled. It wasn't that he didn't understand why Cossack was worried. Juhyuk's summoning trait allowed his summons to handle most of the combat. If Juhyuk's combat power was 10 and his summons was 100, then his total combat power became 110. In other words, the summoner didn't have to fight personally. Especially not an irregular like him, who could summon even in reality. Somewhere, in another world, or perhaps a parallel universe, there had been a summoner with the same trait. That summoner had summoned Cossack before Juhyuk did. And he had died. His world was destroyed. Naturally, Cossack was worried. But Juhyuk was human too. He had just awakened. He had just tasted what it meant to feel like a real man. And now that he had an attack skill, he wanted to use it. Both of his summons were absolutely obedient, so persuasion might still work. He summoned both of them. Looking at John's face, Juhyuk wondered if he'd even slept. The man looked like stress had personally punched him all night. Juhyuk explained. "An attack skill can also be poison. Honestly, I was anxious even on the 20th floor. We were just lucky they were goblins." John grew serious. "I don't know about goblins, but orcs are a no-go. I'll apologize in advance. I'm about to commit a mortal sin. You're not planning to tie me up with a butterfly knot or something, are you?" "Of course not. However," John suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs. "Summon Principle, Article 3, activate. When Principle 1 and 2 conflict, Principle 1 takes priority." Meatball instantly grabbed Juhyuk in a tight hold. John smacked Meatball on the head. "Hold him after we enter the tower, you idiot! How many times do I have to say it?" After releasing Juhyuk, John said calmly, "Inside the tower, Meatball will restrain Summoner Bong for safety. I'll handle the clearing alone." Juhyuk's persuasion plan was collapsing. Left with no choice, he used his ultimate move. He teared up. With watery eyes, he pleaded, Please, just this once. I'll take it easy from now on. John visibly wavered but clenched his teeth. I can't trust you. Joo-hyuk pressed on. I swear. I'll bet everything I have. I won't ever run out alone again. You mean it? But just one. Let me catch just one. Slowly and carefully. That's okay, right? John sighed deeply. Fine. But if it gets dangerous, I intervene immediately. With that deal, they entered the 21st floor. John explained that forest orcs were strong but stupid. Still smarter than Meatball, though. Meatball protested. John ignored him. Joo-hyuk held his staff and asked for 10 minutes of practice. John shrugged. You can take 100. He pointed at Meatball. We've got a training dummy. Joo-hyuk stared at him. You want me to hit Meatball? Yes. You're serious? Yes. 10 times. Meatball nodded enthusiastically. Joo-hyuk snapped. If you keep this up, I'll charge alone. John immediately surrendered. Fine. Let's go. The mission: defeat 30 forest orcs within 4 hours. John and Meatball charged ahead competitively. Meatball crushed multiple orcs at once with bulldozer-like punches, while John sliced through them with terrifying speed. Joo-hyuk was starstruck. At this rate, the floor would be cleared before he even touched one. Thankfully, John lured an orc towards him and said, I'll watch from behind. As Joo-hyuk approached, the orc swung its axe, but Joo-hyuk was already gone. He leapt into the air and selected first form, soul-chasing thunderbolt. A simple vertical strike. But its power was anything but simple. Joo-hyuk crashed down, staff blazing with lightning, and smashed the orc's head in one decisive blow. That seemed too easy, so Joo-hyuk went in for one more. You dream big, bro. Before he could even take 2 steps, Meatball smashed the orc aside with his leg. Both Meatball and John shot him deadly glares. Joo-hyuk wisely decided not to test his luck again and let the two of them finish clearing the 21st floor. They cleared 1 level per day for the next 3 days and were eager to tackle the 25th floor the following day. When he woke up, Joo-hyuk felt that catching only 1 orc at a time was starting to feel like torture. But building trust was more important for now. Come to think of it, he hadn't given a single item to Meatball or John since they had been with him. Feeling a bit guilty, he decided to hand over a rune while he was at it. As soon as John was summoned, Joo-hyuk tossed the rune into his hands. Is this something to eat? John asked instinctively. But after checking it properly, he was completely baffled by what his summoner had given him. Realizing that he would become an SSR once he used it, John was overwhelmed with excitement. More than receiving a gift, he was thrilled that he would become stronger and better able to protect Joo-hyuk. Seeing him like that made Joo-hyuk happy as well. Do you want to start the upgrade right now? Joo-hyuk asked. John did want to, but he said it would be too dangerous to rush it. Joo-hyuk was a little disappointed since he wanted to see the upgrade happen, but they agreed to proceed after clearing the 25th floor later that day. As John prepared to leave, Joo-hyuk asked him to stay for a while and relax. John agreed, and they sat together watching TV. That was when something unexpected happened. Joo-hyuk spotted his mother on a news channel. She was single-handedly leading a protest against the company that had unjustly terminated her. She was not the type of person who tolerated unfair treatment. I mean, does it make sense for a client to ask a water purifier employee to take out the trash? Fine, let's assume the client was unreasonable. But what frustrated her even more was her employer, who insisted that she should apologize for refusing the client's request. When she refused to bend to their absurd demands, they handed her a termination notice. Now she stood alone, enduring the sneers of her former colleagues every day. She was so deeply frustrated that when a man approached her and introduced himself as attorney Lee Chang-suk from Park and Kim, she scowled at him, assuming the company was now trying to sue her. However, he clarified that it was the opposite. He handed her his card and explained that he was willing to take her case as part of a project supporting the socially disadvantaged. Since she had already filed a complaint with the labor office, he said he had learned about her case there and decided to approach her. It sounded sketchy at first, but she eventually trusted him and agreed to accept his help. The lawyer began working immediately. He contacted the media, who had apparently been waiting for his signal, and soon her interview was broadcast all over television. Watching this, Joo-hyuk began to spiral. He felt pathetic for letting his mother deal with everything alone. He blamed himself for not taking better care of his family. Then something clicked in his mind. It was common knowledge that Park & Kim was the best and most prestigious law firm in the country. How could his mother possibly afford that? Seeing Joo-hyuk's expression darken, John quietly took out his weapons. "Should I pay a visit to this ginseng company?" he asked calmly. It was impressive how quickly he grasped the situation, but Joo-hyuk told him not to do anything rash. His mother had secured a more than capable lawyer. Joo-hyuk began calculating in his head. If he sold the 21 kilograms of mana stones, he could probably get around 10 million. If that wasn't enough, he could sell his energy barrier kit as well. But then he received a phone call. It was his father. "Did you see your mom on TV?" his father asked. "Yes, I just saw it." His father then told him that the lawyer's fee was completely free. When Joo-hyuk mentioned that he had been planning to send money soon, his father chuckled and asked where he planned to get that kind of money. Then he added another piece of news. He had received a call from Ilsong Hospital that day. The orthopedics department was implementing a hip joint surgery rehabilitation project, and he had been selected. He would be hospitalized there in a few days. And by some incredible stroke of luck, all the hospitalization and rehabilitation costs would be fully covered. His father told him not to worry about his parents and hung up. Soon after, Joo-hyuk received another call, from his brother, asking the same questions. His brother said he was planning to give the pocket money Joo-hyuk had given him a few days ago to their mother to help with the legal fees. "What about your laptop?" Joo-hyuk asked. "I don't need money for that anymore," his brother replied. "I received a scholarship from the Awakening Management Department. It'll cover my college expenses." That was when Joo-hyuk finally understood what was happening. This wasn't heaven helping them. It was the department. He immediately called team leader Manhwa and asked to meet him. When they met at a restaurant, the first thing Joo-hyuk asked was, "Why did you do it?" Manhwa feigned ignorance for a moment, but then admitted it openly. He said it was necessary. "If there are troubles at home, you're bound to worry," he explained. "That could affect your performance in clearing the tower." Joo-hyuk understood their concern, but handling everything without informing him felt excessive. Moreover, this kind of support was usually reserved for elite players. Manhwa seized the opportunity and slid an elite contract across the table. "Then sign it," he said excitedly. This guy really came prepared, to scare Joo-hyuk to be precise. However, Joo-hyuk said he was not confident in his talent yet. Manhwa straightened up and asked if Joo-hyuk truly believed that. It might sound like false modesty coming from someone who had consecutively cleared 24 floors with an S++ rating. But then Manhwa suddenly bowed to him and pleaded earnestly. He had already gone through that incident with Cho Ho-seok recently, and before anything like that happened again, he begged Joo-hyuk to join the elite team and receive the treatment he deserved. He said Joo-hyuk was more than qualified. Joo-hyuk quickly asked the team leader to sit down because he couldn't bear the embarrassment. He couldn't even imagine living a life where someone was constantly around him. He wasn't that kind of person. Most importantly, he didn't want his clears to be filmed. That was his biggest fear about signing the elite contract. He didn't want John and Meatball to be exposed or dragged into troublesome matters. Manhwa explained that the recording could be handled however Joo-hyuk preferred. Security arrangements could also be adjusted as much as he liked. Joo-hyuk didn't believe that for a second and asked how they could possibly adjust those things. Manhwa replied that Joo-hyuk could continue living alone as usual, but in a highly secured residence. Protection would only be provided during outside activities. If he wished, bodyguards could also be assigned to his family. After hearing this, Joo-hyuk tried his best not to waver. Manhwa continued saying that once he signed the elite contract, he would be provided with 2 houses, one for his family and one for himself. Now it was nearly impossible to refuse. He wanted to sign immediately, but he still had some doubts about whether the rules might change later. Manhwa seemed to understand from Joo-hyuk's expression that he had already accepted. He assured him not to worry, saying he had full authority granted by the commissioner. At last, Joo-hyuk picked up the pen and the contract to sign. But he backed off again, saying he needed time. He wanted some advice before making a final decision. The next day, when John appeared, Joo-hyuk's eyes were practically blinded by his new, shining power-up. "Turn it off. I can't see anything," Joo-hyuk said. John obediently returned to normal. Are you not summoning Meatball? John asked. Before clearing the 25th floor, I have something to discuss with you alone, Juhyuk replied. John sighed in relief and praised his cleverness. There would be no proper conversation with that giant in the room. Juhyuk explained everything that had happened after John left the previous day. John thought for a while and said he was in favor of signing the contract. He also believed Juhyuk deserved that level of support. When Juhyuk said he would accept the contract and train even harder to defeat stronger monsters, John immediately objected. No, he said firmly. Your long life is power in itself. He explained that in the place where he stayed when not summoned, there were many legendary grade summoned beings. If Juhyuk lived long enough, he could summon them all one day. There were even demigod-level monsters, existences that transcended human status. I won't be able to summon those unranked beings, Juhyuk said. Right now, yes, John replied. But later, when your summoning ability increases, you will. He pleaded with Juhyuk to live a long life and consistently perform random summons. That was his ultimate skill, his true lethal move. Juhyuk began analyzing the situation. There were 19 days left until the next random summon. As he checked his stats, John added one more condition. Before signing the contract, make one demand: climbing uncleared floors must be decided solely by you, without outside interference. He said this was extremely important. Otherwise, all kinds of trash would start complaining about why Juhyuk wasn't attempting the highest uncleared floors. He must never be pressured into climbing alone. If that condition was guaranteed, John believed accepting state support was a good decision. Juhyuk thanked him for the advice. After their discussion ended, John summoned Meatball. They greeted each other. Well, John did. Meatball ignored him. Why aren't you greeting me? John asked. I don't greet just anyone, Meatball replied proudly. John immediately threatened him with his recent upgrade. Meatball tried to ignore him by muttering that assassins were bad. Juhyuk noticed that Meatball was avoiding eye contact with John, and secretly decided to give him the next rune he found. Then the three of them entered the 25th floor. The mission: defeat 100 orcs of any type and 1 orc great chieftain. Juhyuk was secretly planning to catch 1 or 2 more this time. On the other hand, John was excited to test his new upgrade. He told Meatball to go first and draw aggro while he warmed up a bit. This was the only order Meatball would happily accept from John. Meatball charged ahead and smashed several orcs. The now SSR John Cossack was ready to be unleashed on these petty monsters. He began with Blade Explosion. The upgrade had transformed him into something like a high-speed bullet train. At that speed, the blade explosions he fired were no longer mere explosives. They were practically bazookas. They didn't just hit their targets, they obliterated the surrounding monsters as well. However, after one massive attack, John dropped to one knee. The orcs didn't hesitate and rushed at him from all sides. You think he's that easy to defeat? Not a chance. The illusion faded into dust, and the real John appeared behind them. That was his new skill, Despicable Ambush. With a single sweep, several orcs lost their heads. The remaining ones began to sweat in fear. But the action was only just beginning. John drew a poison dagger and continued. Juhyuk, worried there might not be many enemies left for him, leaped into action as well. As he moved, he remembered John's words: his life itself was power. That was true. But he still needed to grow stronger, and faster. He couldn't always rely on John. So he charged at the orc that was aiming at him. He dodged its sword attack and gave it a solid kick from behind. The strike was so fast that the orc was left completely confused. Before it could regain its balance, Juhyuk launched his primordial thunderstaff, first form, soul-chasing thunderbolt, crushing its skull from the inside. Juhyuk didn't stop there. Before John could even realize what was happening, Juhyuk took down 4 more orcs in one sweep. That triggered the unlocking of the primordial thunderstaff, second form, scattered falling thunder. Just like before, he instantly understood how to use it. With his new power, Juhyuk brought down multiple orcs at once. This attack had a special trait: its power split into 5 branches to strike targets simultaneously. It was an AoE attack. But before he could enjoy his power-up any further, his luck ran out. John noticed what he was doing and came over to give him an earful. Juhyuk immediately started apologizing for crossing the line. For a moment, he was even intimidated by the assassin, until he suddenly realized something. Why the hell was he apologizing to a being he had summoned? He snapped. Damn it! Why do I have to walk on eggshells around you guys forever? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. I might be a wimp outside, he yelled, but inside the tower, I'm a total alpha male. John started tearing up and said that no matter what, Jaehyuk's safety was their first priority. But Jaehyuk was fed up with this dominant-subordinate dynamic. In his rage, he shouted for the orc great chieftain to come out so he could smash its head with his newly acquired power. And then, he looked up. The towering, mountain-like figure of the great chieftain stood before him. Jaehyuk nearly peed his pants and almost threw his staff away in fear. He screamed like a teenage girl and begged John to save him. At that moment, he deeply regretted not listening earlier. Once he landed safely behind his personal bodyguards, he immediately ordered them to eliminate that monster. John and Meatball worked together like lock and key, a perfect pairing. Meatball charged forward and slammed his elbows into the chieftain's shoulders, disarming him. In the same instant, John appeared from behind with despicable ambush and cleanly sliced through the orc's neck. And just like that, it was over. They cleared the floor and returned from the tower. This time, for clearing the 25th floor, Jaehyuk received a special reward. He could select an encore perk. It was completely unexpected, and an incredible opportunity. He was presented with a list of perks. Trait enhancement. Skill copy. Random item. Summon grade enhancement. He only glanced at them once before making his choice. Why overthink it when you're getting a trait enhancement? His awakening trait was enhanced, and now his simultaneous summon limit had increased to 3. However, he still had 18 days left until his next random summon. For now, it was time to celebrate with a proper meal. He asked John and Meatball what they wanted to eat. John suggested tteokbokki. The idiot apparently thought his spice tolerance had increased along with his rank. Jaehyuk didn't stop him. When the food arrived, John stared at it for a long time before finally taking a bite. He was proven utterly wrong. He looked like he was about to breathe dragon fire. Meatball turned to Jaehyuk and calmly suggested that they should throw this one away and summon a new assassin. Jaehyuk ignored John's suffering. He was too busy planning how to reveal everything to his family. The next day, he visited his parents and brought beef to share with them. The moment his mother saw it, she started scolding him for wasting money. His father eventually convinced her to let it go and enjoy the meal their son had brought with so much love. She finally gave in and began preparing dinner. As they sat down to eat, Jaehyuk revealed that he was now an awakener. Just like before, they didn't believe him and told him to stop joking and eat his food. So Jaehyuk called team leader Manhwa and arranged everything for their relocation right in front of them. The very next day, they were taken to the apartment where they would be living. Only then did his parents begin to realize how seriously they were being treated. Manhwa personally told them that their son was indeed an awakener, and an elite player at that. When they arrived at the flat, the key was handed to them. They were told that this luxurious place would be their home from now on. In the Awaken Management Department, Jaehyuk finally signed the deal. Just a while ago, he never thought he would end up signing an elite contract. Life is truly unpredictable. Team leader Gwangael said, I apologize that we could only offer an annual salary of 2 billion won, as the starting salary for elite players is regulated. Honestly, someone like you, Player Bang, should be receiving much more. Jaehyuk thought to himself, only 2 billion more? I feel like my sense of reality is becoming numb. Then he replied, well, it was a choice I made myself. I'm just not comfortable with it being officially revealed that I'm an S++ rank record holder. If that happens, my personal information will be exposed too. If my face spreads across TV, social media, and other mass media, it might become difficult for my family to even go outside. Just imagining it is terrible. That's why I haven't even told my family that I'm an S++ rank record holder. Gwangael nodded and asked, come to think of it, did your family like the house? If anything is lacking, please feel free to tell us. No, it's more than enough, he replied. As he checked his brother's message a while ago, it read, Young, I saw Mom cry for the first time. She said she's never lived in a house like this. She must really love it. Anyway, my room is insane too, laptop, full gaming setup, everything. The TV is basically a movie screen. I thought I was going to faint. Didn't I tell you I love you? And it continued, but he didn't read the rest. Can it get any better than this? He thought. That might be greedy. Gwangael then showed Juhyuk his office cell, where he will be residing, and said that it's all ready. We've prepared it with full options, including appliances and furniture, so you can move in immediately. But are you really okay with a 2-bedroom unit? We can provide a larger size. Juhyuk liked it, and for him, it feels like a penthouse. Meanwhile, in the largest penthouse in Korea, located in Seoul, which belongs to a rank 1 player, 2 women were enjoying the view peacefully in the pool. Then he popped up from the water, saying, "Beauties, how long are you just going to boringly swim? Shouldn't we go out and have some fun now?" He is Yukielman, rank 1 player. Trait, all-weapon warrior. Highest proficiency in all weapons. Possesses numerous AoE, lethal, and ultimate skills. Currently climbing the highest floors of the Black Tower in Korea. He raised shot glasses filled with whiskey and said that 1 glass is worth of 5 million won. "How is the liquor?" he asked jokingly. A woman laughed. "Oh my, what should I do if the alcohol tastes sweet today? I might end up drinking it all." Another person added, "Ah, right. I was curious about something. Since you're a top player, you might know." Yukielman asked her, "What is it?" She asked who on earth is the record holder for consecutive S++ clears on the 25th floor? That's all people talk about these days. I'm really curious. He scoffed. What's so impressive about a measly 25th floor? I have no interest in some low-level punk like that. But she continued teasingly, "Oh, come on. An S++ clear is a world first. Aren't you curious that such a player exists in our country?" Another woman tried to stop her, but before she could finish, he suddenly poured whiskey over her head. "Go on. Keep talking," he said coldly. "Listen carefully, you stupid bitch. If I stop clearing the 66th floor right now, what do you think will happen?" She froze. The Black Tower is currently forming in Gangjang-won. But what if next time it appears near a major city? Would South Korea be destroyed? Want to test if that's true? She trembled, on the verge of tears. "I'm sorry." But he continued mercilessly, "The tower is collapsing because of people like you, your shallow faces and empty words." Then they left. Standing by the window in his room, he muttered, I feel like shit. Seriously. These player bitches keep blabbing about S++, so I even surrounded myself with civilians, but no matter where I go, it's still the same." He clenched his jaw. "China contacted me again this month, just like last month. They offered 180 billion won annually. A mansion, caretakers, a private jet, treatment equal to a national leader. And Japan? 200 billion won a year, a top-class mansion, and 10 personal maids who will do anything I want. Yet I stayed in Korea, clearing the 66th floor, to the dead for months. And this is what I get? People obsessing over some bastard who just cleared the 25th floor? You ungrateful bastards. Should I just naturalize somewhere else?" The 66th floor was no joke. The 60th floor marked the beginning of the undead section. On the 66th floor, Spectre Masters appeared, ghostly beings so terrifying they made your body tremble just by looking at them. Physical attacks were useless. Only elemental attacks worked. Thinking they were like ordinary undead from fiction was a fatal mistake. Only those who had experienced the suffocating, demonic energy firsthand could understand. After just one attempt, you needed 3 days of rest to recover from the mental shock. Even with accessories, elixirs, and light attribute weapons from tower rewards, survival was barely possible. Clearing the 66th floor won't be possible for a while. He exhaled slowly. Naturalization. I shouldn't just think about it. I should push for it. If I suddenly switch countries, it'll cause chaos, right? The deadline was approaching. The 66th floor's collapse threshold had already passed halfway. In about 3 months, the countdown would begin. The only hope would be me, Yukielman, the top player. But by then, I won't even be in Korea. You idiots. Regret it. Despair, you ungrateful bastards. Back to Juhyuk, he ordered 10 fried chicken, to celebrate the new house. I ordered too much, sorry for the trouble, he told the delivery person. Living in a player residential complex was incredibly convenient. Staff handled everything, from management to small errands. Laundry pickup and delivery were effortless, and cleaners were available anytime. The building had everything, restaurants serving 3 meals a day, cafes, gyms, dry cleaners, karaoke rooms, and even a swimming pool. I should have moved here sooner, he thought. Happily, he carried the food inside to share with the others. They had just finished the 26th floor mission, eliminating 20 swamp trolls. The swamp made it notoriously difficult, but thanks to his shadow skill, it had gone smoothly. He had even taken one down himself. He entered the room. "Excuse me, hello? The chicken's here. What are you guys watching so intently?" On the 100-inch TV, a girl group appeared on screen. Even Meatball couldn't take his eyes off it. Juhyuk acknowledged it as a girl group on a 100-inch TV. It's so dazzling. Soon, they started eating. John asked, "Should we head straight to the 27th floor tomorrow?" Juhyuk replied, "Yeah. Since we've started, let's push all the way to the 29th floor." "Why the 29th? We'll repeat clears for 10 days. Then, when the random summon cooldown ends, I plan to challenge the 30th floor with a full party of 4. "Oh, are we recruiting a new member? I'm looking forward to it." But then he hesitated. If an SSR or higher shows up, my position as the right-hand man might be in danger. Still, for the summoner's safety, it would be better. He couldn't decide. Meanwhile, Juhyuk grinned. Even Meatball cheered. "Whoa! New member! Fighting!" Team leader Gwangil returned. "I brought the item you requested, player Juhyuk, Volcano Orc leather armor. It retains heat from the flame aura and blocks cold and chill." "Thank you," Juhyuk said. "Not at all, it's our job to support elite players. I'll use it well and return it. Good luck on the 27th floor." They entered Black Tower, Korea, floor 27. It was known for its brutal cold. But for Juhyuk, it felt warm thanks to his equipment. He asked, "Meatball, aren't you cold?" "No. A warrior feels no cold." Meanwhile, John was visibly freezing. He was nearly frozen halfway through. "Should I lend you my hood?" Juhyuk asked. "I'm fine," John replied. "I can suppress the cold with magic." Juhyuk sighed. If only he had brains. Meatball would be a true SSR. John said, "If I move, it gets better. We should start hunting right away." He dashed forward. Juhyuk muttered, "I thought Mr. Cossack had gone berserk because of the cold, but for me, it's like sitting under a heated blanket. Honestly, moving is annoying. Still, I should at least catch one." He moved forward with Meatball. But within seconds, he got a notification that, "You have successfully cleared floor 27. Juhyuk blinked. "Already?" John said with shivering voice. "Summoner, I cleared it for you." In truth, he had done it for himself. Then a notification appeared. An item dropped. Tower exclusive Roland Kingdom Paladin Captain's Holy Sword. It was a two-handed sword, but badly worn out. When he held it, it felt heavy. He couldn't tell what made it better than his current mace. "I'll just store it for now, and get rid of it later." Tower exclusive Roland Kingdom Paladin Captain's Holy Sword. Effect: increased attack power, sacred fire, spirit stability, and critical rate when fighting undead. Limitation: effects only apply to undead enemies. Durability: very low, requires repair after use. Feature: emits faint radiance that imbues the wielder's body and sword. Juhyuk asked Meatball does he wanted to try this sword. But then he muttered, "A warrior uses his fists." Then he asked John, "Do you need this sword?" John replied casually, "The gear I use is wyvern leather armor and dwarven daggers. I only deal with top-tier goods." Both of them burned with their own passion. John thought to himself, "Looks like selling this really is my only option. Should I go back to the player shop? The sword is so old, I don't know if it'll sell. Still, before I get rid of it, I should try once." "Go ahead, good luck," John said. Juhyuk swung the sword twice, and all his stamina was drained after just 2 swings. John nodded, as expected of Summoner Bong, "Amazing." But Juhyuk said, "I couldn't even lift it properly. And you're praising me? This guy really doesn't know when to stop." Still, John added, "You did well. After all, physical ability is limited outside the tower." Juhyuk asked, "There's no way to remove that limit, right?" John paused, then he said, "It is possible. If the boundary between the outside world and the tower disappears, the limit will be lifted. The numerous towers on Earth will collapse, and reality itself will become the same as the tower. And then, players will be able to use their full abilities." He looked at him seriously, and said, "But that would be an omen of impending doom." Japanese Embassy in Korea, Gwangwoman. A call came in. The rabbit says it wants to leave its old nest and move to a new one. The rabbit referred to none other than the rank 1 player Yukioman. "That is good news, very good news indeed," the counselor replied. However, you'll have to bring him over yourself. The wolves are watching the rabbit. Tell him not to worry, the counselor said calmly. I'll handle it. Counselor Tomo of the Japanese embassy smiled faintly. A typhoon is about to hit. 2 days later, Black Tower, Gangwon, Republic of Korea, floor 65 cleared, progress, floor 66, deadline, 92 days, 13 hours, 34 minutes, 52 seconds. Jong-hyuk felt uneasy, recalling what John had said about the omen of doom. Still, climbing higher floors means leaving it to top players like Yukielman, right? Worrying won't change anything. I just need to keep climbing at my own pace. All right, he said. We cleared the 28th floor yesterday. Today, we take on the 29th. The 28th floor had been troublesome, giant trolls attacking from atop massive trees. It would have been difficult for John alone, but thanks to Meatball, they managed. Thinking back, how did we even deal with those trees? If Meatball had just a bit more brains, he'd be a real SSR. They're dropping like chestnuts. John shouted, watch out. His finishing blow was clean. But the 29th floor was different. Notorious, filthy plague trolls, creatures that wandered while dripping yellow pus and discharge. Some players had even fallen ill during attempts. Let's prepare Tholi, Jong-hyuk said and summoned John and Meatball. SSR Cossack, at your service. John declared proudly, Meatball is here. Meatball said quietly. Please stop calling yourself Meatball, Jong-hyuk muttered. They entered the 29th floor. Are you two really okay without masks? Jong-hyuk asked. Warriors do not get sick, Meatball said confidently. I'm SSR, John added. It's hard to breathe and move, I'll just accept the thought. Surprisingly, thanks to the two of them ignoring the disease risk, their hunting speed was even faster than on the 28th floor. They cleared it quickly. Summoner, are we having dinner together again today? John asked. Jong-hyuk hesitated. I'm really sorry. John blinked. Why are you apologizing? Jong-hyuk unsummoned them both. I am a traitor, a terrible employer, curse me, spit on me if you want. But my new house, if plague gets on it. He looked at Meatball. You're huge, you'll spread it everywhere. How can we go back together like this? The next day, in the Awakening Management Department gym, a woman was doing squats with a barbell. After finishing her set, she dropped it. Namgun, Korea's rank 2 player, a trained sword woman currently climbing the 62nd floor. She frowned. The dark zombies on the 62nd floor, their aura corrupts players during combat. I don't see a way through. Is this my limit? She clenched her fists. Even if it is, as an elite player, I have to push forward until my body breaks. She drank a protein supplement. At times like this, positivity is power. She prepared for another set. But suddenly, people rushed past her. Mina? What's going on? Did something happen? Mina replied hurriedly, Gun, haven't you seen the news yet? Yukielman, that bastard, a press conference was underway. Yukielman spoke coldly. The Awakening Management Department focuses only on policy, and has neglected the allied teams. The future of the Republic of Korea is grim. Therefore I, Yukielman, will leave Korea as of today, and continue as a Japanese player. The news shocked Jong-hyuk. Yukielman is naturalizing in Japan? Our country's top player? Team leader Gwang-il nodded. That's correct. That's why we urgently brought you in. He asked carefully, how long would it take you to reach the 60th floor? Jong-hyuk sighed internally. I knew this would come up. I'm currently on the 29th floor. Even if I clear a floor every day, it would take about 37 days to reach the 66th floor. The deadline is around 90 days, so it might seem possible. But realistically, it's difficult. For tough sections, I need at least 10 days of preparation. And according to my contract, climbing higher floors is entirely my decision. Gwang-il lowered his head. I'm sorry. We just signed the contract, yet I'm already asking for such a favor. But we're desperate. Jong-hyuk thought, don't make that face, it weakens my resolve. Still, what can't be done, can't be done. Suddenly, the door burst open. Team leader. It was Namgun. I heard from Mina. No, that's not important. Did the US agree to lend us light attribute items? Gwang-il shook his head, not yet. They're extremely scarce worldwide. I see. I'm sorry, I was just anxious. She then noticed Jong-hyuk. Oh, You have a guest? Jonghyuk froze. She's talking to me? Gwang-il hesitated. This person is. Jonghyuk quickly bowed. I'm just here to sell some items. Guys, for this virgin loser, it was a lifetime achievement. If he still doesn't use this chance, he will for sure die as a virgin. Gwang-il inwardly sighed in relief. Jonghyuk remembered something. Oh, actually, I have something that I obtained a while ago. It seems you need light attribute items. Would you like to try this? He showed her the sword. She saw it carefully. May I check it? Why yes, please do, he said, blushing. She examined it. Increased attack power against undead, and increased critical rate? Her eyes widened. Impossible. I've never seen such effects. Then she placed her hand on Jonghyuk's shoulder. Please, just this once, lend it to me. I'll do anything. Jonghyuk froze. Her face was close, too close. His brain stopped working completely. She's too beautiful. And for a moment, he couldn't say a single word. He started daydreaming. This hopeless virgin began imagining marrying her and going on a honeymoon together on a beach. Fireworks burst in the sky as he asked, Honey, how should we make our honeymoon baby? She smiled sweetly. I don't know. He asked her what we should name our child. Then she suddenly said, Bang, holy sword, huh? What kind of name is that? Argun is funny. Then he leaned in, trying to kiss her. But she repeated, Player Bang, holy sword. Stop joking. Come here, I'm going to kiss you. In reality, he was just standing there, making a disgustingly puckered kissing face while daydreaming. Then she spoke again. You just said you would lend me this holy sword, right? That's when Jonghyuk snapped back to reality. I was daydreaming delusionally without realizing it. Startled, he straightened his back. Ah, yes. Yes, of course. I'll lend it to you. Please use it and let me know how it performs. Thank you so much, Player Bang, she said warmly. If you ever need help, please tell me anytime, and I'll do anything. She prepared herself in seconds. I'll go challenge the 62nd floor right away. Come back safely, Gwang-il said. As she left, Jonghyuk thought, will it actually be useful? The review needs to be good so I can sell it for a reasonable price. I was planning to get rid of it anyway. Let's not get greedy. How much would a holy sword like that even be worth? She entered the 62nd floor. Failure condition, death or mission abandonment. The moment she stepped in, she frowned. Undead appeared. Her body tensed. No matter how many times I face this, I can never get used to it. The suffocating pressure, the overwhelming energy that made her want to flee, it was still the same. She activated the holy sword. A faint white radiance appeared. The sword looked worn out, and the light was dim. It's weaker than I expected. The light attribute items I've used before were brighter. Will this really be okay? The undead lunged at her. I have no choice. I'll face it head on. To face the enemy without running away. That is a player's destiny. She charged forward. Their attacks collided. The undead's claws surged with a dark aura, and it was sweeping in. Her body feels heavy. This changes nothing. This sword is useless, she thought. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Holy sword effect. Steadfast mind activated. A hidden effect triggered. The dark aura that had invaded her body was reflected and nullified. What is this? She swung again. This time, a single strike dealt critical damage to the dark zombie. Her eyes widened at the dark aura. It's being nullified. If this continues... She went on the offensive. Slash after slash. Within seconds, the dark zombie was defeated. It felt unbelievably easy. And then, she went on a rampage. Meanwhile, team leader Gwang-il checked the time. It's been 2 hours since she entered the 62nd floor. Whenever player Namgun fails, she usually returns by now. I wonder how it will go this time. Then, she appeared. Jonghyuk Pierce smiled. Oh, she's back. Good work, player Gun, Gwang-il said. Just a moment, let me take a healing potion, she said while dropping her armor. Jonghyuk thought she couldn't have cleared it already, so did she abandon the mission? Is it impossible even with the holy sword? Jonghyuk asked nervously. I'm glad you returned safely. How was it? Was the holy sword at least somewhat useful? If it wasn't good, you can be honest, she didn't answer. Instead, she walked straight up to him and hugged him tightly. And in that moment, Something inside Zhongyuk's lifelong ultra-virgin existence shattered completely. His brain short-circuited. Wait, she's this aggressive? This is dangerous. He instantly fell back into delusion mode. Now he was imagining attending their child's elementary school orientation together. Thank you so much, she said sincerely. If it weren't for the holy sword you lent me, I would have definitely failed. Meanwhile, Zhongyuk was still mentally watching their imaginary kids grow up. She turned to the team leader. The 62nd floor clear was a success. With more testing, I can confirm it, but if things go well, I believe even the 66th floor might be possible with this sword. Team leader Guangyao erupted with happiness. If that's true, he thought to himself, if this sword had fallen into Yu Keelman's hands instead, it would have been a disaster. He would have monopolized everything. Then he glanced at Zhongyuk. The more I learn about this man, the more fascinating he becomes. Gun suddenly stepped back. Oh, sorry. I got carried away. That's when Zhongyuk finally snapped out of his delusion. He lived his whole lifetime in that delusion. She said, I used it well, but the blade is damaged in several places. Zhongyuk thought, it was already in bad condition. I guess it'll wear out after a few more uses. Guangyao added, that's fine, there are skilled craftsmen in the player workshop. With repairs, it can last much longer. Relief crossed her face. Zhongyuk asked, will the repair costs be high? Our department will cover it, Guangyao replied. Zhongyuk hesitated, then asked, then, how about buying it from me instead? You'll need it for clearing the higher floors anyway. Guangyao shook his head. In my opinion, you shouldn't sell it. Instead, rent it. Keeping ownership will be far more profitable. There are hundreds of towers worldwide. Most countries haven't even reached the 60th floor yet. They'll come looking for this. You could rent it out for 10 billion won per use. Zhongyuk froze. Rental business? Pure profit? We'll handle all the rental procedures for you, Guangyao added. Zhongyuk nodded eagerly. Then I'll rent it to the department for 1 billion won for now. In the future, we can expand globally. Guangyao quickly waved his hands. No, that won't be necessary. We'll take care of everything. After everything was settled, Zhongyuk was overflowing with joy. 10 billion won per rental. This doesn't even feel real. This isn't a sword anymore, it's a gold mine. Today is a celebration, he said. He bought food for John and Meatball. John was delighted. You personally bought this for us? Even Meatball was overjoyed. No one has ever treated me this well. Eat as much as you want, Zhongyuk said. Go wild. Thanks to you guys. I made it this far. That evening, breaking news spread across Korea. 62nd floor cleared successfully. New holy sword with divine attribute revealed. Player Nam-gun emerges as hope for the 66th floor. People even started forgetting Yu Keelman. And just like that, thanks to Zhongyuk's unexpected contribution, Korea's crisis began turning into an opportunity. 10 days later, Zhongyuk had spent the past days repeatedly clearing the 28th floor to prepare. Now, the long-awaited moment had arrived. The random summon cooldown was over. He washed thoroughly, trimmed his nails, and even fasted since yesterday. I need the best result. He clasped his hands. Please. SSR. No, LSSR. Legendary super rare. John smirked. Don't worry. It'll turn out fine. Surely we won't get another one like Meatball. What's wrong with Meatball? Zhongyuk replied. He helped us clear so many floors. John sighed. When he looked at Meatball, Meatball smiled brightly. Don't smile like that again, John muttered. It's unsettling. Focus! Zhongyuk shouted, random summon. Please, be a good grade. A light appeared. A figure formed, a woman, I believe. It's a female summon. The light faded. She stepped forward gracefully. Thank you for summoning me. This maiden humbly offers her greetings to Master Bong. Her name, Jian Dao Rei, Great SSR, Type Shaman. All three of them were surprised. She's incredible, one of them muttered. What should we do? Zhongyuk asked. John echoed, yeah, what should we do? The girl suddenly summoned a sword along with shaman bells. I may be lacking, she declared solemnly, but I swear to devote my life to serving you, Master Bong. Juhyuk blinked, a sword, and bells? Is she a shaman? Then, with a sharp and serious gaze, she snapped, "Hey, you two! What's with those looks? How dare you stare at a maiden with such greedy eyes? Do you want a beating? Wake up!" John flinched. I was just curious." Silence. She shouted, "How dare you lie to me? If you harbor even a single lustful thought after seeing my beauty, you will not escape divine punishment." Juhyuk looked completely lost. What is even happening right now? He quickly stepped in. Wait a moment, but the moment she turned to him, her expression softened completely. "Master, you may look as much as you wish. Please sit back and enjoy the view." John-yuk froze. Is there seriously no normal one among my summons? Still, SSR, this is a massive win. She was the same rank as his previous top summon. Wait, are there hierarchies even within SSRs? He checked her details. Name, Jian Dao Ray Grade SSR, Super Special Rare, Type, Priestess Affiliation, Imperial Shrine of the Heavenly Empire Manifestation Duration, 5 hours cooldown, 3 hours after dismissal. A strict, solemn, and authoritative High Priestess, the ultimate buzzkill type. Suddenly, Jian-yuk was pulled into her memories. He saw a vast empire. She was the princess of a great empire. From a young age, she showed interest in shamanism and eventually became the imperial priestess. After her father's death, her younger brother took the throne, but he was soon murdered by their uncle, who usurped the crown. Consumed by rage, she swore revenge. She performed a forbidden ritual. A curse of death. Her uncle prepared defenses, even sacrificing others to redirect the curse. But she was no ordinary shaman. She had been taught by the gods of the empire. Die, she shouted after finishing shamanism. Nothing could withstand her power. Her revenge succeeded. But using such a curse for personal vengeance defied the laws of nature. The backlash consumed her. She died young. John-yuk snapped back. That explains it, her personality, her intensity. It all makes sense now. I have a question, he said carefully. I am honored, please don't hesitate to ask me anything, she replied. Who founded the Change Empire? She answered immediately. It was the great King Jian I. He defeated the wicked Wang and Kim clans and expanded our territory all the way to Goryeo. He was a great man who changed the nation's name from Beach to Change. John-yuk asked her, Wait, that Jian I who founded later Beach? That is correct, she nodded slowly. Then Juhyuk went into his thoughts, a parallel universe. In her world, later Beach unified the 3 kingdoms instead of Goryeo. Kosik mentioned his previous summon was from a place similar to modern Earth, too. Juhyuk asked more, but the history before the 3 kingdoms was identical to what I know. It seems history branched off right at that era. Fascinating, no wonder she acts like that, she was literally a princess. Then suddenly, wait. I've been fasting since yesterday for the summon. Since we're all here, should have some ramen? He asked. Sounds good, John said. Make mine mild. What about you? John-yuk asked Jian. She hesitated, being picky about food goes against the etiquette. This is amazing, Meatball said. Anything made by Master Bong is the best, John added. John-yuk smiled. I'll whip it up quickly. Just grab a big bowl, you bastards! Jian suddenly shouted. How dare you be so arrogant when you're just a summons? You deserve a beating. Get lost right now. How can you let Master Bong prepare food himself? Her sudden burst scared Juhyuk. John said, Wait, aren't we the same grade? Why is SH taking down to us? But Jian stepped forward, radiating authority. I tried to be reasonable, but it seems I'll have to curse you just to wake you up. John backed away. No way a curse? In the next second, they were all in the kitchen. I'll make the ramen, John said. Even Meatball struggled with the pot. Juhyuk sighed. A crazy assassin and a savage warrior, I guess even these death-defying guys have something to fear. After eating, shall we head to the tower? John-yuk asked. Jian said this maiden shall serve you with all her loyalty, just give the order. They entered the 30th floor. Juhyuk thought that actually Jian joining us might be a good thing. Korsak is totally cowed by her, so he can kill some now. Don't act carelessly, John warned. Jian snapped back, You brat! Mind your manners! John then said loyalty safety first. I'll wipe them out, Meatball said I'll do everything. I'll protect the summoner even if I die. Jian heard that, and said to John the first thought you were low-born trash with no manners, but your spirit is in the right place. John blushed a little and muttered, is the hierarchy already decided? Mission: defeat 18 trolls and 1 twin-headed troll. Time limit: 13 hours. John analyzed, I wonder how a shaman fights, based on her past. I'm guessing it's curses? Will she fire off a death ritual at them? Jian suddenly summoned speakers. Normally, I would need a master drummer, but since I am alone I had to improvise. Then, she began the ritual. The protection of the gods is with Master Bong. Begone, you wicked spirits! Divine energy spread across the battlefield. Meatball's body expanded. His skin hardened like steel. Even troll attacks couldn't scratch him. With a single swing, he wiped out more than 10 trolls instantly. Jongyuk's senses sharpened. His attacks became faster, cleaner, deadlier. The trolls slowed down. Is she applying buffs and debuffs at the same time? I've never seen anything like this. My fighting spirit. It's overflowing. All right. Jongyuk shouted. Time for me to hunt some. He tried to run towards the troll, but Jian immediately grabbed him. Master, please refrain. It is best to leave combat to your servants. Just sit back and watch comfortably. Jongyuk felt uneasy. I just want to take down one. How can you stand beside such lowly beings? She asked. You must not lower yourself. Wait, I'm about to miss everything again. Let go of me. I cannot. Damn it, not again. Before he could act, the mission was over. Level up notification popped up. Jongyuk sighed, and thought. I didn't get to defeat even one. I should have just ignored her. Then Jian looked at him. Master, are you displeased? Her eyes trembled. She looked like she was about to cry. Jongyuk froze. Wait, is she actually crying? When absolute obedience and the third principle of summoning collided, Jian Daorei reacted in an unexpected way. Even for an SSR grade summon, crying like this was not something Jongyuk had anticipated. Excuse me, he said softly. But Daorei shook her head, tears streaming down her face. I was just afraid that I might lose you, young master. Why do I always lose everyone? If even you were to disappear. Jongyuk froze. Am I an idiot? She had lost her father at a young age. She had been betrayed by the uncle she trusted. She had even endured the death of her younger brother. And when she cast that deadly curse for revenge, knowing it would cost her life, what must she have felt? Isolation, fear, despair. She was just a girl who had lost everything precious to her. Summons aren't just tools to be judged by their grade. They are people with emotions, with reason. Maybe her usual strong demeanor was nothing more than a mask, something she forced upon herself to hide her own weakness. Gently, Jongyuk placed his hand on her head. Don't worry. I won't go anywhere dangerous. I promise. Daorei, still crying, nodded. I am truly grateful. At that moment, John and Meatball came running over. Summoner Bong! John shouted. We cleared the mission perfectly. Why didn't you join the hunt? Then he noticed Daorei. Why is the princess crying? He tilted his head. As I thought, did Summoner Bong scold her for treating me poorly? Jongyuk sighed. Of course not, Mr. Cossack. If anyone deserves scolding, it's you. John clutched his chest dramatically. I'm hurt. I might cry too. Daorei immediately snapped. You insolent fool. How dare you approach the young master with a blade stained in monster blood? John flinched. Begone. Shoo! Shoo! With a disappointed face, John muttered, Understood, but please stop waving those bells around. They exited the Black Tower. Good work, everyone. Get some rest, Jongyuk said. A notification appeared. Perk reward acquired 30 platinum badges. Item skill cooldown reset ticket added to inventory. Jongyuk's eyes lit up. A cooldown reset. This is a jackpot item. It would allow him to use random summon again immediately. Should I use it now? He glanced at his team. No, it would be a waste right now as I already have enough firepower. I'll save it for when I'm truly in danger. Meanwhile, Daorei was scolding John for not following proper etiquette while drinking hot tea. Meatball, on the other hand, ignored everything and gulped it down like plain water. Jongyuk watched them, feeling oddly content. Honestly, will I ever even need to use that ticket? Meanwhile, in Japan. Following her 62nd floor clear, Korean player Namgun has now successfully cleared the 63rd floor. Let's watch the recorded footage. On screen, her battle played. As you can see, the holy sword with divine attributes was key to defeating the undead. Once their dark aura is neutralized, they are no different from ordinary monsters. A reporter asked. Director Park Kyung-soo, with the 66th floor deadline approaching and player Yu Kielman defecting to Japan, citizens are extremely anxious. Do you have any countermeasures? He replied firmly. I understand their concerns. But I will make one promise. We will clear the 66th floor within a month. We are also considering leasing the Holy Sword globally. However, we will not lease it to the country where Yu Kielman is currently affiliated. After hearing this, Yu Kielman smashed the TV. That bastard. If you had that kind of item, you should have given it to me from the start. I would have cleared everything. His anger spiraled out of control. A voice came from the door. Yoon-san, may I come in? He turned. Oh? Did something happen? The man asked. Nothing, Yu Kielman replied coldly. Why are you here? I told you I was resting. The man smiled awkwardly. When do you plan to clear the 57th floor? You said I could take my time. Well, due to recent circumstances, Japan cannot obtain the Holy Sword. The higher-ups would like you to clear it as soon as possible. Yu Kielman narrowed his eyes. I'll clear it tomorrow. Excellent, Prime Minister Kawaguchi will be pleased. How about broadcasting it live? It would calm public opinion immediately. Fine, Yu Kielman said with a displeased look. The man bowed. We'll also replace your broken TV. Please get some rest. After he left, Yu Kielman muttered, whether it's Korea or Japan, they all know how to piss me off. That holy sword, whoever found it. If I get my hands on them, I won't let them off easily. Back in Korea, John Yuk scrolled through the news. Namgun's 63rd floor is clear. The first holy sword. Endless comments. Let's push straight to the 66th floor. Is that a 2-hour clear even real? Yu Kielman took 12 hours. John Yuk blushed. People are buzzing a lot about me. Just then, a knock. Oh, it's here. He opened the door. You ordered 10 tubs, correct? Should I bring them inside? No, it's fine, I'll take them. 10 large tubs of premium ice cream. He paused. I used to swallow my drool and walk past these, unable to afford even one. But now, I bought 10 tubs of premium ice cream. With 1 billion won going to be deposited into my savings account soon, this is nothing. Oh, and another thing that's changed since Giant Daorei arrived, if I don't take the first bite, the summoned won't eat. While he was eating, John and Meatball were drooling up. John Yuk called out, All right, come eat. John and Meatball immediately rushed in like wild animals. This is amazing. Meatball licked it off. It's delicious, John added. Daorei tried to maintain composure. No matter how excited one may be, one must control one's emotions and maintain proper etiquette. She took a scoop and took a bite. She completely forgot everything she had just said, and was completely enveloped in its taste. John smirked. What happened to your etiquette lecture? Daorei coughed lightly. This humble one has never tasted such sweetness, even in the royal palace. John was searching for her weakness, and Meatball said bluntly that she was changing the subject. I am deeply moved, young master. John Yuk gave a thumbs up. I'll buy more next time. Even a princess loves ice cream. Daorei bowed. Before I am dismissed, I wish to perform a ritual, to bring you fortune and ward off misfortune. Is there anything troubling you, young master? John immediately spoke up. There is. John Yuk blinked. What? John clenched his fists. That bastard, Yu Kielman. He explained everything. Daorei's expression hardened. What a despicable wretch. One with such power should devote himself to his nation. And yet he abandons it for personal gain? This is unforgivable. I will not let him go unpunished. John nodded. As expected of a princess. Daorei turned to John Yuk. Young master, may I obtain something that belonged to him? John Yuk hesitated. A death curse has backlash. I won't allow you to harm yourself for someone like him. John nodded. I agree. Daorei shook her head. I will not use a death curse. I will send karma. What's that? John Yuk asked. It brings consequences sooner. Depending on his deeds, fortune or misfortune will come to him. It follows the laws of heaven. I will not be harmed. John Yuck thought for a moment. Then do it. Soon, John returned, saying loyalty him back. I got something. He held up a remote. It belonged to that traitor. I found his address through team leader John. He left everything behind when he fled. Dalray nodded. Then I shall begin. She pricked her finger and drew patterns on the remote. Gods of heaven and earth, bear witness. If his karma is like a mountain, let it crumble. If it is like a river, let it overflow. Judge him. The symbols glowed, formed a circle, then vanished. It is done, she said calmly. Now we leave it to the heavens. If his sins are small, it will end as a minor misfortune. Scene shifts. Everyone, thank you for waiting. Please welcome Japan's greatest player, Yu Keelman. Dalray's words lingered. If his sins were heavy, then a great misfortune will fall upon him. Naoko will be in charge of the interface. Mr. Ryu, thank you very much for agreeing to this interview. Don't mention it, Yoon Keelman replied calmly. The interviewer continued, I've heard you're planning to clear the 57th floor today. But don't you still have plenty of time before the deadline? Yoon Keelman smirked. That's right, there wouldn't be a problem if I took it slow. But I wanted to reassure the citizens who have been disheartened by recent events. How thoughtful of you, the interviewer said. As a fellow Japanese citizen, I feel reassured. Mr. Ryu, please prioritize your safety above all else. As you know, before your naturalization, Japan suffered greatly after losing its best player. Please don't worry, Yoon Keelman replied confidently. Even when I was level 57, I cleared this floor in 8 hours. Now that I'm level 66, I'll shorten that record to 5 hours. As long as I'm here, Japan is safe. I'll prove it to you right now. With that, he stepped into the Black Tower. It's been a while since I've been here. 57th floor mission. Eliminate 15 fire wyverns. Time limit 14 hours. Failure condition, death or mission abandonment. Wyverns, creatures that primarily feed on orcs, were considered the kings of the sky. But after countless attempts, I've mastered this floor perfectly. It would be strange if I failed. Let's begin. Suddenly, he paused. What was that? A wave of chillness hit him. Am I not in good condition today? He shook his head. I need to finish this quickly and get some rest. He summoned his bow. Most high floors are cleared solo. It's important to maintain one-on-one engagements. Even at high levels, facing multiple monsters at once is dangerous. He aimed carefully and fired. The arrow struck a wyvern's leg. Target isolated enemies. Take them down one by one. The injured wyvern charged at him. If I were a normal archer, I'd create distance, but I'm an all-weapon user. If it closes in, I switch to melee. For now, he continued firing arrows rapidly. Then, an arrow deflected off a wyvern's claw and struck another wyvern. What? Why did it bounce like that? My calculations were perfect. Now 2 wyverns charged him. It'll be tough, but I can handle 2. After a fierce fight, he killed both. Damn it. What's wrong today? Not a single critical hit. He raised his bow again. This time, I won't make mistakes. Suddenly, he sneezed. The arrow flew wildly, and alerted 3 wyverns at once. They roared and rushed toward him. This is insane. 3 at once is too much. And this is being broadcast live. I can't give up now. The wyverns unleashed fire breath. A rare skill, yet all 3 used it simultaneously. This isn't the time to calculate cooldowns. I'll use everything. After an intense battle, he managed to kill all 3. Breathing heavily, he muttered, that was rough, but at least I took them down together. After nearly an hour, he had only defeated 5. That one over there will go down in 1 hit. If I still finish within 4 hours, it'll make a huge impact. The wyvern roared. A final struggle? There's no way a weakened attack can hit me. Simple, step back, counter, finish. He stepped back, and felt something crack beneath his foot. He looked down. Wyvern eggs. You've got to be kidding me. His mind raced. What are the odds? Wyverns laying eggs on the ground. Hatchlings about to emerge. A nearby flock protecting them. And not a single critical hit for an entire hour. What kind of bullshit is this? More wyverns began gathering. His expression darkened. Better to be humiliated than to die. He abandoned the mission. Mission failed. Back at the broadcast, 3 cute singers were cheering. Don't worry. He won't fail. Before they could finish, Yoon Keelman appeared. He stepped out, immediately drinking healing potions. The entire studio froze. The interviewer stammered, Mr. Ryu has returned. Let's give him a round of applause. Yoon Keelman walked past silently. Mr. Ryu, there's still time left. What was the result of the raid? Bullshit, he shouted while leaving the broadcasting room. Breaking news exploded across all media outlets. Player Yoon Keelman fails to clear the 57th floor. Is Yoon Keelman a fraud? Japan deceived? Government approval ratings plummet. Second raid will be attempted in 2 days. Yoon Keelman sat alone, clutching his head. Comments flooded in. Thanks for taking him off our hands. Send him back. You brought this on yourselves. I don't want the tower to collapse, but good luck. Then, another headline appeared. Black Tower Korea, S++ rank clear, 31 consecutive times. Player Yugun clears the 64th floor in 3 hours. The public celebrated. Without Yoon Keelman, Korea was thriving. Meanwhile, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, a person said, we've received a request to rent the Holy Sword. Player Gerald keeps insisting he wants to use it immediately. Is his item obsession acting up again? There's still time before the 67th floor deadline. Why rush? He wants to test it. He plans to repeatedly clear the 66th floor. Macmillan smirked. Approve the rental. They'll request it formally anyway. Another report came in. We've also received an unofficial inquiry from Japan's Prime Minister's office. Regarding what? Macmillan asked him. Antonio, Tower Raid Director, said that a temporary naturalization request for one of our players. Macmillan chuckled. Seems their new player didn't meet expectations. It looks serious. Tell them it's possible, he said. Then he smiled coldly. But under our conditions. We'll drag out negotiations until their tower deadline approaches. When they're desperate, we'll squeeze everything we can out of them, including the Holy Sword rental fees. A reporter was delivering the latest overseas news. Here is breaking news from abroad. Yoon Keelman is struggling to appear in public amid growing outrage across Japan. John Yuk watched the broadcast and let out a quiet laugh. Looks like karma really hit him hard. Is it going to last forever? Daorei shook her head gently. It is unfortunate, but it will not last forever. Once the balance of karma is restored, everything will return to normal. John Yuk leaned back and thought about it. It's almost pitiful, but considering everything he did, betraying his country, hoarding resources, preying on valuable items, and acting only for himself, it's all karma of his own making. He'll have to deal with it himself. He turned toward his summons. Anyway, today is our turn to clear the 32nd floor, right? Immediately, everyone showed enthusiasm. John straightened up proudly, meatball eyes filled with fire and excitement, and even Daorei looked prepared. Before entering, however, Jianyuk called Princess Jian Daorei and said, "Let's have a private talk first." Then he revealed several tubs of premium ice cream. Daorei's eyes widened instantly, and her heart began racing at the sight. Meanwhile, Meatball's excitement kicked in so hard that he practically looked ready to launch himself like a propeller toward the ice cream. John gasped dramatically. "Summoner Bang, is that the flavor of the month premium ice cream?" Jianyuk blinked. How does he even know that? He quickly pointed toward the room. "Put that down and go inside for a bit." John looked deeply wounded. "Sir, are you planning to eat it alone with the princess?" Jianyuk sighed. "No, I'll buy you something delicious later, too." John clutched his chest. "Was my loyalty lacking, sir?" Beside him, Meatball also started crying dramatically, saying this warrior will work harder. Jianyuk spoke a single word. "Beef." At once, both of them rushed into the room without wasting even a second. Daorei placed her hand over her chest. "This humble lady is deeply moved by young master's generosity. Young Master Bang is truly a noble gentleman worthy of ruling the world." Before she could grab the ice cream, Jianyuk stopped her. "Wait. Does it make sense for such a great gentleman to fail to catch even a single monster?" He pointed at himself proudly. "This time, I will catch exactly 5 monsters." Daorei hesitated. "Then, perhaps just 1? Jianyuk immediately bargained. 3 nice and clean, final deal." With tears in her eyes, she reluctantly nodded. Understood. The next moment, they entered the 32nd floor. Minotaurs began appearing from the 31st floor onward. The environment and monster type remained similar for several stages, but the monsters kept growing larger and larger. The Minotaur King of the 35th floor stood nearly 6 meters tall. Even regular stage 4 Minotaurs were around 4 meters tall, already much larger than Meatball's 3-meter frame. Facing them in person was overwhelmingly intimidating. John Yuck swallowed hard. I went through all that trouble persuading Del Rey. It would be ridiculous to back out now. Del Rey immediately began chanting, layering buffs on her allies while placing debuffs on the monsters. At the same time, Meatball charged straight into the enemy ranks, crushing everything in sight, while Cossack remained on standby, prepared to jump in at any moment if danger appeared. Seeing all this support, Jainia clenched his fist. With this much backing, it would be embarrassing if I still couldn't do it. He leaped forward. Through repeated training, he had mastered a skill, Primal Thunder Strike, 3rd form, Falling Thunder Flash. The strike landed brutally. Its speed was terrifying, and its destructive power was just as immense. The thrill of using it sent electricity through his entire body. Though its cooldown was long, its power was undeniable. Despite being nervous, Jainyuk successfully brought down 3 monsters by himself. After that, the buffed Meatball and Cossack quickly finished off the rest. And just like that, the 32nd floor was cleared. The next day, Namgun returned after challenging the 65th floor. It was a little tough, she said. The section chiefly assumed she had failed. You can just try again next time. Don't overwork yourself. But Gun smiled confidently. I said it was tough. I never said I failed. Her grin widened. Of course, it was a success. Cleared in 6 hours. Then she added firmly, I'll proceed with the 66th floor in 3 days as scheduled. The atmosphere in Korea had improved significantly after Yukielman's failure. Still, public anxiety had not completely disappeared. After much debate, the National Assembly decided they would clear the 66th floor early to secure an additional 6 months of time. Team leader John Guangel spoke confidently. In those 6 months, player Bong will definitely have reached the 60th floor. Section Chief Lee Mina hesitated. But team leader, what if the Holy Sword breaks before then? With the craftsmen we have, that shouldn't happen. Then his eyes sharpened. And even if it did, do you think player Bong's talent is any less than Yukielman's? Gerald Watson of the United States reached the 66th floor. Bong Jang-yuk is an anomaly. To the point where we wouldn't have to worry even if the Holy Sword broke. Above all, he holds the unprecedented record of 32 consecutive S++ rank clears. Mina corrected him. Actually, you're mistaken. He frowned. What? The record was updated. It's now 33 consecutive S++ rank clears. Silence filled the room. Minha slowly smiled. Then that only proves it further. That man is truly an anomaly. Back at home, Del Rey handed John Yuck a talisman. This is a perception-blocking talisman. People will recognize us as human, but they will not perceive our true identities. To them, we will simply look like ordinary passers-by. The late emperor used it often. Zhang Yuk's eyes lit up. With this, my summons, who only go between home and the tower, can actually go outside with me. At that moment, deposit received, 1 billion won. Oh, another deposit. He quickly checked it. Namgun had continued clearing floors using the Holy Sword. From the 62nd floor to the 65th floor, that was 3 more successful clears. 3 billion won already. A day will come when I can really flex properly. He smiled. For now, spending time outside with my summons comes first. That evening, they went out together. Meatball looked around the city with childlike wonder. While they were walking, a woman nearby suddenly looked at them. Jainyuk stiffened, she's staring at Meatball. But instead of screaming, she smiled. Cute. Jainyuk froze. Did she just call Meatball cute? He glanced at Meatball's enormous 3-meter body. What exactly does he look like to normal people? Still, seeing that nobody was panicking proved the talisman was working perfectly. Jainyuk grinned. Alright, since you all worked hard on the 32nd floor yesterday and the 33rd floor today, let's destroy some beef. Everyone immediately cheered. They went to an expensive restaurant and ate like royalty. Jainyuk told them to order anything they wanted, and they enjoyed every bite. The next day, John asked curiously, Sir, how much did dinner cost? Ju-hyuk hesitated. Don't ask. What's the point of telling them it cost 12 million won? Then he stood up. If you want another meal like that, you'll have to work for it. Soon, they entered the 34th floor. The stage 4 minotaur was nearly 6 meters tall, absolutely gigantic. Ju-hyuk narrowed his eyes. Should I attack its legs, knock it down, and finish it? Suddenly, John interrupted. Summoner Bang, is the burden on your body too much, sir? Ju-hyuk nodded. Yeah. I think I've hit my limit. John immediately puffed out his chest. Don't worry, SSR Cossack will handle it for you. Then he added one condition. But promise me, you will only catch one. Ju-hyuk nodded. Fine. Just one. John turned to Meatball. You ate the most beef, right? Time to work. He interlocked his fingers and demonstrated. Like this, Meatball copied him, but badly. No, not like that. Like this. Finally, Meatball got it. John nodded. Good, Summoner Bang, step on. Ju-hyuk placed his foot on Meatball's hands. Then, with all his strength, Meatball launched him upward. In an instant, Ju-hyuk shot toward the sky like a missile. Higher, higher, and somehow, still higher, Ju-hyuk panicked. How high did I go? I'm screwed. As he began falling, he tried calming himself. I have levels, even if I fall I won't die, right? Then inspiration struck. During combat, he often entered a trance-like state. It sometimes felt as though invisible thrusters were attached to his feet. As he imagined it, he felt energy gathering at the soles of his feet. Mana. Then, he activated Shadow Step. And suddenly, he began walking through the air itself, step by step, as though climbing invisible air, like Sanji using Sky Walk for the first time. Ju-hyuk's eyes widened. I can fly? He moved as though he were drunk, stumbling through the air in the middle of battle. The only thing I can compare this to is cloud walking. John muttered in disbelief. Meatball stared upward, equally stunned. Yeah. I see it too, John said. Then he remembered something from the past. Cossack, did you know? They say when Shadow Step reaches its peak, one can walk on the sky. At the time, John had laughed it off. Stop trying to scare me, Captain. But now, standing in the present and watching Ju-hyuk literally move through the air, he realized it had been true all along. Seriously. Summoner Bang's talent is immense. Meanwhile, Ju-hyuk was soaring far faster than he expected. I'm going too fast. Can I even aim properly at this speed? There was only one way to find out. He gathered his power. Primal Lightning Strike, third form, Falling Thunder Flash. In less than a second, he descended like a bolt of lightning and struck the Minotaur squarely in the head. The monster died instantly. The recoil from the attack launched him backward, but instead of losing control, he used that force to stabilize himself and land safely. That scared the shit out of Ju-hyuk. Everyone watching was left speechless. Meatball's eyes sparkled. Wow, such dazzling talent. Even I can't do that. John looked at Meatball and snorted. You have a similar reckless warrior trait. Dalray stepped forward, her eyes filled with admiration. I am simply in awe of your talent, young master. But please, be careful. Even John nodded. She's right. My hair stood on end from worry. Ju-hyuk scratched his cheek awkwardly. Honestly, I was a little flustered too. But somehow, I pulled it off. He looked ahead and smiled. Anyway, let's clear the rest quickly. And just like that, the 34th floor was cleared. When the rewards appeared, Ju-hyuk's eyes widened. A summon grade up rune? He could hardly believe it. A regular floor reward dropped something like this. It's not even a perk reward. I totally hit the jackpot. After returning to Earth, Ju-hyuk gathered everyone. Good work today. Then he turned to John. If I use a summon grade up rune, can an SSR become an LSSR? John shook his head. No, grade up runes only upgrade up to SSR. LSSR is a special exception. I see. Before he could think further, Meatball suddenly spoke. We ate the reward like gourmet food, delicious. John smacked his forehead. You clueless oaf. Do you have any idea how much Summoner Bang spent on our meal? Dalray added sharply, no master wants a servant with a bottomless pit for a stomach, no matter how hard that servant works. Meatball lowered his head sadly. I eat less next time. John and Dalray immediately scolded him. Yeah, right. You'll probably eat another 100 servings by yourself. You must learn restraint. Ju-hyuk looked at Meatball's depressed face. He looks more miserable now than when we were clearing the tower. Poor dull barbarian Meatball. He called him over. Here, take this. Before even seeing what it was, Meatball shook his head. A warrior cannot accept a reward. I am still strong. Don't worry. But when he saw the item, he froze. Ju Hyuk smiled. This great up rune is for you, Meatball. Go rank up. Tears immediately streamed down Meatball's face. Thank you? Ju Hyuk tried comforting him. Don't cry, Meatball. But Meatball hugged Ju Hyuk so tightly that the thick hair on his chest stuffed itself straight into Ju Hyuk's mouth. Ju Hyuk spat wildly. Hair. My mouth is full of hair. Meanwhile, in the Chinese Special Information Department, a man entered an office and bowed. You called for me, Deputy Director? Deputy Director Xiao Jun looked displeased. Why is there still no news about clearing the 59th floor? The subordinate lowered his head. Well, among the players we forcibly naturalized, over half have either gone missing in the tower or suffered setbacks. Quite a few appear to have taken their own lives inside the tower. Useless bastards. Xiao Jun slammed a file onto the desk. This is a list of players belonging to South Korea's elite team. The subordinate looked uneasy. How did you obtain this? Xiao Jun's gaze turned cold. You don't need to know that. The man quickly apologized. Xiao Jun continued, pick a few suitable ones among the recently contracted players and bring them here. Not someone famous. That would attract attention. He leaned forward. And as always, leave absolutely no evidence. Their country must have no reason to suspect us. The subordinate saluted. For the great nation. After he left, Xiao Jun smirked. We won't make fools of ourselves like Japan by openly forcing naturalization. No wonder they were humiliated. With a menacing smile, he said we can just kidnap a player if we need one. 2 days later, at Ju Hyuk's residence, he said we could have just ordered delivery. John shook his head firmly. No, sir, we must eat ramen for at least 5 days. Only then will our minds be at ease. But, are you really not eating meat, Summoner Bong? Ju Hyuk sighed. Ramen 3 days in a row is already pushing it. Then he opened his summon catalog. Dull barbarian mage shield, unable to summon, still unable to summon? He frowned. Is ranking up really taking that long? John nodded. Rank upgrades strengthen the soul, so it's dangerous. If the upgrade fails, there's a chance of permanent deletion. Ju Hyuk went pale. Deletion? Dao Rei immediately stepped in. Please do not worry. If he had been deleted, his name would have vanished from the list entirely. Then she glared at John. And you, how dare you frighten young master like that? John quickly defended himself. That's not what I meant, Dao Rei continued. The fact that he cannot be summoned, yet his name remains, suggests another possibility. She looked thoughtful. Though extremely rare, if a summon's leap in rank is extraordinary, they can skip multiple ranks at once. In such cases, they remain unavailable for several days. John slowly smiled. Come to think of it, that idiot's soul really is pure, like a field of flowers. Pure souls tend to upgrade well. Ju Hyuk's eyes widened. If he jumps 2 ranks, would that make him SSR grade? The moment those words left his mouth, John's face darkened. So Meatball, and I would be at the same rank? He sank into depression. Dao Rei blinked. Why the long face all of a sudden? Ju Hyuk laughed awkwardly. Let's just go to a cafe after ramen. But inwardly he thought, if Meatball comes back even bigger than before. And now with Dao Rei too. We need a bigger house. Even though we just moved recently, we may need to move again. Later, while passing by a cafe, he overheard people talking. Did you see the news? The 66th floor raid is happening tomorrow. They'll clear it easily. They haven't slowed down at all. Ah. I wish I could hold the sexy and cute Namgun's hand just once. Hey! How dare you talk badly about a hero like that? Ju Hyuk quietly passed by, not paying any attention to them. He was now the first person who got hugged by Gun, even though no one knew about it. John bought all the ordered cakes and drinks, and Dowry's eyes were sparkling while seeing the cake for the first time. At that moment, his phone rang. It was the team leader. Player Bong, congratulations on your record-breaking 34 consecutive S++ clears. Ju Hyuk smiled awkwardly. It's all thanks to the support and care you gave me. John Guangel cleared his throat. There's actually something I wanted to discuss. About the penthouse you Peelman used to live in. Ju Hyuk's heart skipped. Did they find out that Cossack went there? John Guango continued. I hope you don't feel pressured, but if you want that house, we'll give it to you. Ju Hyuk was stunned. Are you saying it for free? Yes, you rented out the holy sword at such a low price for us, so please consider this a token of appreciation from the Awakening Management Department. Ju Hyuk replied politely, Thank you for the offer. I'll think about it and get back to you. After the call ended, John asked, Who was that? Ju Hyuk explained. John's eyes widened. That mansion-like house? Are they giving it to you? They even have a rooftop garden. We could grow lettuce and eat it with beef. Ju Hyuk rubbed his chin. It's something to consider. Then he asked, The management department insists I accept it. What do you think? John shook his head immediately. I oppose accepting it for free. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Capitalism is cold-blooded, you always pay somehow. Dalray said her opinion, but compared to everything you've done, that house is a trivial reward. I think we should accept it. Ju Hyuk thought deeply. If I take it for free, and they ask for something desperate later, could I really refuse? Especially after accepting such a gift? Finally, he made up his mind. I'll buy it, that way, my conscience will be clear. Dalray and John both nodded. A wise decision. You're sharp. Immediately, Ju Hyuk opened a real estate app. Something like that, maybe 2 billion won. Once the next payment comes in, I'll have 4 billion. Easy. Then he checked the price. 20 billion won. He counted the zeros once, then twice, then 3 times. All color drained from his face. John looked worried. What did you see? You don't look well. Ju Hyuk immediately locked his phone. Oh, nothing. We're done here. Let's go home. Then he forced a smile. Now that I think about it, do we really need such a big house? John nodded seriously. As long as I'm with you, Summoner Bang, anywhere is fine. A huge house would be troublesome, cleaning, maintenance, gardening. And imagine the bathroom being far away in the middle of the night. John nodded rapidly. Exactly. As they were exiting the cafe, John suddenly noticed 2 men. His eyes sharpened. What do we have here? The thick scent of blood and scars on their hands, the smell of gunpowder lingered on them. They carry firearms. They're like me, the type who kills for a living. Is it really a coincidence that men like this are hanging around Summoner Bang? Quietly, John activated his tracking skill and marked them. For now, I'll keep this secret from Summoner Bang. At the Awakening Management Department, Namgun was mentally preparing herself for the 66th floor. The Holy Sword is an essential item because it neutralizes the dark aura of the undead, she thought. But I cannot rely on it alone. She began running through countless battle scenarios in her mind. In her image training, she fought head-to-head against wave after wave of undead. First came the Dark Mummy, then the Dark Zombie, after that, the Dark Skeleton, then the Dark Wolf. Finally, she faced the Undead Legion itself. In her mind, she cut down hundreds of them and pushed through until the floor was cleared. When she finally opened her eyes, her preparation was complete. I'll be right back, she said calmly. The director, team leader, and the section chief had gathered to see her off. The director wished her good luck. With determination, she entered Black Tower, Korea, 66th floor, and charged straight toward the undead horde. 10 hours later, she returned, battered and exhausted, but standing. A notification soon appeared. Black Tower, Korea, 66th floor cleared, progression unlocked, 67th floor, time limit, 180 days. The entire department erupted in celebration. It's a success, the director shouted. Hurry! Send out the press release right away. Soon, emergency broadcasts spread across the country. Korea successfully cleared the 66th floor celebration, which swept through the nation. Comments flooded every media platform, praising Namgun and the power of the Holy Sword. Streets filled with joy and relief. During an interview, Namgun humbly said, I did not accomplish this alone. It was all thanks to the support of our citizens. Once again, I want to express my deepest gratitude to the owner who lent me the Holy Sword. Watching the broadcast, Ju Hyuk smiled. I knew she would do it. She bought us 6 more months. At this pace, even if I climb steadily, reaching the 60th floor range will be easy. Still, he sighed. Watching TV is making me itchy to go. He checked the summon catalog, and there was a change in it. The unable to summon indicator beside dull barbarian meat shield had vanished. His eyes widened. It's back. Without hesitation, he summoned him. A figure appeared. Ju-hyuk stared blankly. Is it SR? SSR. He stopped mid-sentence. Standing before him was not the old meatball at all. He looked completely different, refined, powerful, and strikingly handsome, with a lavish and imposing appearance that made him look like an entirely new person. Guys, even I need a grade up rune like him. Ju-hyuk blinked repeatedly. Guys, I don't think calling him a meatball would be justifiable now. From now on, I will refer to him as the warrior. He lowered his head respectfully. This warrior thought he would never return. I am always grateful for your call. Ju-hyuk quickly checked the catalog. Great Plains Tribe Barbarian Warrior Name, Unknown Grade, SSR, Special Super Rare, Race, Human Manifestation Period, 7 hours Satisfaction Rating, Average, 5 points, Cooldown, 3 hours after unsummoning. The transformation was unbelievable. Ju-hyuk immediately summoned Dalray and John. Both stared in shock. John narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Summoner Bong, have you decided to reveal our existence to outsiders? No, then who on earth is that man? Ju-hyuk pointed. That's Meatball. John froze. That person is Meatball? Even Dalray looked stunned. Ju-hyuk nodded. I can't believe it either. But after a successful upgrade, his appearance completely changed. Ju-hyuk cleared his throat and stepped forward. Mr. Meatball, if it is truly you, please recite the 3 principles of summoning. Warrior nodded proudly. I can, then he began. Principle 1, the summoner must protect the summoned. He stuttered over every word the same way Meatball always had. That alone proved it. John sighed in disbelief. It really is him. Soon, they entered the tower for their next test. Warrior stepped forward boldly. This warrior will take the lead. The rest of you, stand behind me. John looked worried. He used to be over 300 centimeters tall. Now he's only around 190 centimeters. Can he really serve as a tank with that smaller body? Dalray suggested, perhaps we should support him properly first. But Warrior shook his head. This warrior wishes to test the true power of his improved body alone, without anyone's aid. He looked directly at Ju-hyuk. So, I ask for your permission. Ju-hyuk smiled. If that's what you want, go ahead. Quietly, he whispered to John, if anything goes wrong, be ready to step in immediately. John nodded. Trust me, sir. Warrior marched forward and let out a mighty roar, alerting every minotaur on the floor. Then something incredible happened. His muscles expanded. His body rapidly grew larger and larger. He transformed into a towering giant, bigger than before, but far more refined and intimidating. John's jaw dropped. He didn't become smaller. He got bigger, and somehow even stronger. Warrior now looked overwhelmingly reliable. He charged into the minotaurs and began crushing them one after another. Within a single minute, he had torn through the entire group. Ju-hyuk stared in amazement. Meatball doesn't look stupid while fighting now. John nodded. That's what I'm saying, he's actually cool. Ju-hyuk laughed. Wow, I'd have gotten popcorn if I knew this would happen. Anyway, it seems like giving MT Meatball the summon grade up rune was a good idea, right? Then John suddenly looked miserable. It's unfair. A complete scam. Totally game-breaking. I used the rune too, so why is that idiot this strong? It makes no sense. We should cancel it. Dalray immediately scolded him. You insolent fool! How dare you reveal such ugly jealousy before young master? This is a joyful occasion. The young master has become much safer thanks to Warrior. Reflect on your actions. John lowered his head sadly. I was wrong. Then Ju-hyuk quietly added, Princess. Mr. Cossack uses honorifics with you, so I wish you wouldn't speak so harshly to him. Dalry's face immediately turned red. She bowed slightly. Then this humble girl gladly accepts that punishment as well for disturbing the young master's peace of mind. Seeing both of them looking awkward, Ju-hyuk stepped in and made them shake hands. Mr. Cossack, Princess Dalray, it seems emotions ran high. Let's be careful from now on. No more fighting among ourselves. Promise? They nodded. Just then, a minotaur attacked Warrior from behind. He took the blow head-on without moving an inch. Ju-hyuk gasped. Mr. Meatball, I forgot about you for a second. Warrior roared in fury, turned, and landed 2 brutal punches that crushed 2 minotaurs instantly. Then he went on a rampage, destroying every minotaur in sight. His durability was monstrous. His destructive power was overwhelming. His reliability was beyond question. By the time he was done, the 34th floor had been cleared with ease. As Warrior shrank back to his normal size, he proudly declared, "The 34th floor is far too easy for SSR Meatball. This warrior deserves a stronger floor. I can fight as much as you wish." Ju Hyuk smiled. "I understand, Mr. Meatball." Then he clenched his fist. "It seems S++ clears won't be a problem from now on either. Let's climb even faster to the higher floors." John looked at Warrior and let out a long sigh. "In many ways, I'm satisfied, but why does it feel like nothing has really changed about the way he acts?" At that moment, Warrior was happily eating ice cream, except he was making a complete mess, splashing it everywhere. Ju Hyuk quickly stopped him. "Hey, stop it, you're getting it all over the place." Meanwhile, John stood by the window, quietly staring outside, looking unusually serious. Noticing this, Ju Hyuk walked over and asked, "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" John looked away. "It's nothing, I just have some things on my mind." Dal Rey immediately narrowed her eyes. "Your jealousy is far too obvious. How dare you make it so clear in front of the young master?" John instantly fell into a depressed mood. "It's not like that. Thanks to Meatball, Summoner Bong is much safer now. I'm happy about that. I truly am." But his voice lacked conviction. Seeing him like that, Ju Hyuk handed him a tub of premium ice cream. "Don't be so down just because Meatball got stronger. His appetite seems to have grown, too, so I saved one for you." John froze. Then tears welled up in his eyes. This time, however, they were tears of happiness. "Summoner Bong." He sniffled dramatically. As John was eating his ice cream, Ju Hyuk asked him, "By any chance, is there anything else you need?" "Actually, my manifestation time is ending soon, so could you summon me again around midnight?" Ju Hyuk blinked. "Why?" "There's a football match tonight. It's an overseas game, so it's airing late." Ju Hyuk was surprised and asked him, "Have you always been into football, Cossack?" John said he loved football and really wanted to watch that match live. "Then I'll summon you again later." Ju Hyuk stretched his shoulders. "I'm heading to the Awakening Management Department for a while. I've piled up a lot of things to handle." The moment he said he was going alone, all 3 summons objected at once. Dal Rey stepped forward first. "Young master, please take us with you." Warrior posed proudly. "It is dangerous outside. Let this warrior protect the summoner." John added, "There's no harm in having us along. Let us come too." Ju Hyuk sighed. "You can't enter anyway if you aren't registered players." Even so, after a long argument, he barely managed to calm them down and leave alone. Eventually, he arrived at the Awakening Management Department. The team leader welcomed him warmly. "Player Bong, thank you for taking the time to come all the way here." Ju Hyuk waved it off. "It's no trouble. You keep sending a luxury car for me every time anyway." Internally, however, he thought the real struggle was leaving my summons behind. Team leader smile. "Please don't feel burdened. Providing support like this is our responsibility." Then he handed Ju Hyuk a report. "The monster stones you sold weighed a total of 54 kilograms. We've deposited 27 million won into your account." Ju Hyuk nodded, impressed. Then Ju Hyuk added, "Also, congratulations. Player Namgun has successfully cleared the 66th floor. She truly is incredible." John Guangel added, "It's all thanks to the Holy Sword, which player Bong lent to us." Then he carefully asked, "Have you made a decision regarding the immediate transfer of the penthouse deed?" Ju Hyuk shook his head firmly. "I want it, but getting it for free is too much pressure. I'd rather earn enough money and buy it myself later." John Guangel looked slightly surprised, then smiled. "Please let me know if you ever change your mind. We'll keep the penthouse reserved for you." Ju Hyuk scratched his cheek awkwardly. "It's not that I dislike the offer, you're all being too considerate. I just feel guilty." John Guangel then grew serious. "There is another important matter we need to discuss. A player named Gerard Watson is scheduled to visit Korea in a few days." Ju Hyuk's eyes widened. Gerard Watson, the highest level player in the world, famous for his overwhelming magical combat ability. "Of course I know him. But why are you telling me this?" John Guangel answered calmly. "The purpose of his visit is to rent the Holy Sword. Then he stated the amount. The proposed rental fee is $10 million. Ju-hyuk blinked. 10 million? Then realization hit him. Wait, dollars? Not won? That's right, John Gwangho confirmed. Roughly 13 billion won. Ju-hyuk nearly choked. 13 billion? Then John Gwangho said something that stunned him even more. To be honest, considering the Holy Sword's value in preserving another nation's economy from collapse, that amount is actually not enough. Ju-hyuk stared blankly. What is this man saying right now? John Gwangho continued. When the U.S. negotiation team arrives, I'd like you to be present at the meeting. Personally, I don't want to settle for a mere $10 million. Ju-hyuk immediately panicked. Excuse me, but $10 million is more than enough. Please just accept it and lend them the sword. Later, after returning home, Ju-hyuk laughed helplessly. I can treat my $2 billion annual salary like pocket money now. Mom, your son has finally made it. Then hunger hit him. Should I order fried chicken? Maybe jokbal? He paused. No. I should save that money to eat something nice with my summons later. He smiled. For now, ramen is enough. Honestly, I'm happy even with ramen. At midnight he summoned John. The moment he appeared, John bowed dramatically. Loyalty has arrived. Ju-hyuk yawned. I'm exhausted from walking around all day, so I won't be staying up with you. Enjoy the football match. John nodded brightly. Yes, sir. As soon as Ju-hyuk went inside, John's expression changed. He instantly used teleportation and appeared on top of the building. The tracking mark he had planted earlier was still active. Humans cannot detect it. Nor can they remove such a microscopic trace of mana. All day long, John had monitored the two suspicious men he had marked earlier. And what he discovered darkened his expression. They had been observing the office building where Summoner Bong lived. Their current location is Imperial Traditional Massage Center. John silently entered. Inside, several men were reviewing detailed player files. One man read aloud, name, Kim Min-jin. Age 32. Signed an elite team contract 3 months ago. Estimated progression, at least the 30th floor. Another voice asked, next? The man continued. Name, John Dongsu. Next then name, Bong Ju-hyuk. Age 25. Signed an elite team contract just over 2 months ago. Estimated progression, at least the high 20th floors. A bald man nodded. Good. No problem. The speaker was the captain of the Northeast Special Forces Brigade Chinese People's Liberation Army, Deng Guanlin. This operation can only be done once, he said coldly. We take as many as possible. Suddenly, a head started rolling in the room, and someone shouted, Intruder! Check the hallway. Find him and kill him. Everyone rushed out except Captain Deng, who hurriedly began gathering the documents to destroy the evidence. Then, he froze. John was already sitting beside him on the sofa and calmly admiring Summoner Bong's photo. Captain Deng's eyes widened. Since when was he there? In a split second, he drew a knife and lunged forward. John casually caught the blade between 2 fingers. Snap, the knife broke effortlessly. Then, with a simple flick of his finger, John pierced the broken knife straight through the man's arm. He spoke coldly. I was admiring the photo, you little shit, don't bother me. Captain Deng screamed. The others rushed in, who the hell are you? Shoot him now. Bullets rained toward John, but to him, it was effortless. John smiled darkly. There's no need to rush. His eyes sharpened. You're all going to die tonight, because you messed with someone you never should have touched. Everyone opened fire at once, but John effortlessly dodged every bullet as though he had already seen where each one would land. Before anyone could react, he moved through them one by one, taking each man down with terrifying ease. What are you doing? Grab his arms! Someone shouted. 3 men rushed in and tried to restrain him. In a flash, John broke all 3 of their arms and casually said, Oh my, it looks like you don't have hands to grab me anymore. You crazy bastard. One of the elite agents lunged at him with an axe, but John blocked him instantly and killed him with a single strike. He was treating highly trained assassin agents like children. Captain Deng stared in disbelief. Am I dreaming right now? A Korean intelligence agent? A special forces soldier? No, that's not it. This kind of superhuman strength is something I've only seen in classified Black Tower footage. But even if he's a player, how is he using that kind of power outside the tower? By then, John had already taken down the last of the attackers. He slowly turned toward Captain Deng, who was trembling. In the next second, John was standing right in front of him. "Hey, you can speak Korean, right?" John asked calmly. "Say you're sorry, and I'll let you live." The man began speaking, "I'm sorry." Before he could finish, John drove his dagger straight up through his neck and into his head. John's face turned cold. "No, I could never forgive you. Do you know who you dared to mess with?" After killing him, John finished the scene in his own signature style, tying a red ribbon around the severed head of his victim. Then he froze. He remembered Summoner Bong's warning. If Summoner Bong finds out, he'll scold me for sure. He looked at the red ribbon and fell into deep conflict. But I can't abandon the signature I've kept my whole life. Then another thought struck him. No. If I get caught this time, I really might get kicked out. With great reluctance, John removed the ribbon. It was the hardest decision of his life. The next day, Ju-hyuk asked Cossack, "Did you enjoy the match last night?" John brightened immediately. "Yes, sir. Thank you. I had a wonderful time." Ju-hyuk looked puzzled. "I left snacks for you, but you didn't touch any of them." John scratched his head awkwardly. I was so focused on the match that I forgot." "That's unusual. It must have been a really good game." Then Ju-hyuk clapped his hands. "Anyway, today we're climbing the 35th floor, right?" "That's right," John replied. "The final floor of the Minotaur." Warrior cracked his knuckles. "This floor has always been intimidating, but this warrior will destroy them all." Then they entered the 35th floor. Clear conditions. Defeat 18 Minotaurs of any type. Defeat 1 Minotaur King. The battlefield was packed with monsters. "Wow, they're swarming," Ju-hyuk said. "Princess, buffs please." Dalray immediately cast her enhancement spells. At once, Warrior entered his battle mode and charged straight toward the Minotaurs. But suddenly, he noticed someone rushing past him. It was John. Since Warrior had shown overwhelming power on the previous floor, John had made up his mind. "This time, I'll show them what a true SSR looks like." He moved faster, sharper, and more decisively than ever before. In mere seconds, he sliced through Minotaurs with incredible precision, cutting through necks, chests, and limbs as if carving paper. Ju-hyuk stared in shock. "Why is Cossack suddenly acting like that?" Warrior shouted from behind, "Assassin, you can safely fight behind this warrior." But John snapped back, "I can fight too." Watching both of them rush ahead, Ju-hyuk realized something. With Cossack and Warrior competing like this, our clear speed is getting absurdly fast. I need to hurry and catch a few myself. He activated Shadow Step and launched into the air once more. He had now completely mastered walking on air. He dashed between Minotaurs, taking down weaker enemies one after another. Then, the Minotaur King appeared. Ju-hyuk was surprised King appeared this early. But we just started. Before John could finish it, Warrior charged in and slammed into the Minotaur King like a living cannonball, sending the giant monster flying across the battlefield. Ju-hyuk watched in amazement. "The more I see it, the more game-breaking he looks." John, meanwhile, looked deeply frustrated. "I wanted to take down the boss and prove my worth." Soon, they cleared the 35th floor with an S++ rank, earning another platinum badge. Meanwhile, back at the Imperial Traditional Massage Center, police had swarmed the building and were investigating the massacre. Team leader John Gwangel arrived with Section Chief Lee Mina. "Thank you for coming so quickly despite being busy," a police officer said. "Please come this way." John Gwangel looked at the evidence photos. "These are..." The officer nodded. "Yes. If you look closely, you'll see classified files regarding management department personnel." John Gwangel's face darkened as he examined them. How the hell did this data leak? Even Player Bong's details are here. He immediately turned serious. "Chief Lee, mobilize emergency protocols. Secure all executive-level personnel immediately." "Yes, sir." Later, after returning home, Ju-hyuk looked excitedly at his accumulated rewards. "So, 35 platinum badge perks. What will I get this time?" John stood up. "Should I get purified water from the dispenser? We should offer a prayer before drawing." Dalray immediately objected. "I must warn you, the water from that dispenser is not purified water. If you pray with such water, it may actually bring bad luck." Ju-hyuk's expression stiffened. "But when I use dispenser water during random summon, Dalray came out. Seeing his strange expression, Dalray asked, "What is it? Is there something on my face?" He quickly shook his head. "Oh, nothing. I should keep that information to myself." Then he checked his rewards. Reward acquired, Golden Aegis of Warm Dawn. Reward acquired, Golden Mace of Cold Twilight. Ju-hyuk's eyes widened. 2 items? He quickly read the descriptions. Golden Aegis of Warm Dawn. Improves concentration upon equipping. Creates a blinding flash. Enhances physical and magical defense. Small chance to reflect attacks on successful defense. Trait: maintains composure under any condition. Indestructible. Golden Mace of Cold Twilight. Increases attack speed during combat. Adds freezing effects. Increases attack range. Chance to trigger an ice field on hit. Indestructible. These effects are incredible. He was thrilled. Finally, gear worthy of him. John frowned. "We really should have offered a proper prayer." "I regret it," Dalray calmly replied. "If we had used dispenser water, something even more terrible might have appeared." Warrior suddenly spoke. This warrior remembers that when Summoner Bong offered a prayer with dispenser water and used random summon, Princess Dalray appeared. Everyone went silent. Dalray's eyes widened. "What?" Warrior nodded seriously. "This warrior does not lie. Nor does this warrior know how to joke." Dalray awkwardly smiled. "Now that I think about it, that water did taste rather unusual. It must have contained an extraordinary spiritual essence." John sighed. "It wasn't an extraordinary spiritual essence. It was just old dispenser water." Dalray immediately replied, "If I say it was extraordinary, then it was extraordinary." No one argued further. Then Warrior suddenly said, "The random summon is not far off. Soon, Summoner Bong will call forth another summon. But since the trait enhancement did not come out today, the 3-person system will be maintained for a while." Silence filled the room. A dark realization hit all 3 summons at once. If a stronger summon appeared, one of them might lose their place. Warrior was now both tank and damage dealer. Dalray provided overwhelming support. That left John. He quietly realized the truth. If someone more useful than me is summoned, the one who gets replaced will obviously be me. If someone more useful than us gets summoned, then who in the world would have to step down? Before John could continue thinking, Dalray immediately responded coldly. "If you believe your own role is no longer needed, then you should leave on your own. A more useful servant should take your place." The warrior agreed. "Exactly, that is the natural way of things for summons." John fell deep into thought. "You cheap bastards, are you saying that you both are safe?" It was frustrating, but he couldn't deny the reality of it. There has to be some way. Suddenly his eyes lit up. If we aim for more floors, couldn't a trait enhancement appear? If we work hard and push toward the higher floors before the next random summon? Dalray suddenly snapped at him, "Mr. Cossack." Her voice startled everyone. "Climbing unclear upper floors is entirely up to young Master Bong's judgment. How dare you suggest he push himself for the sake of a servant?" John immediately panicked. "No! I didn't mean it like that. I got carried away." Then his expression turned gloomy. "You're right." He lowered his head. "I'll step down gracefully if it comes to that." Suddenly, Ju-hyuk spoke. "Wait." The warrior stared at him. "Who told Mr. Cossack to step down?" The warrior pointed at himself. "It certainly wasn't this warrior," Dalray, with a little bit of guilt, said. "I was merely discussing a hypothetical situation." Ju-hyuk continued. "If we get a perfectly equipped shield knight appears, will you step down, Mr. Meatball?" The warrior instantly froze. Then Ju-hyuk turned toward Dalray. "If a saintess or a priest appears, will you step down?" Dalray's expression stiffened. Finally, he looked at all 3 of them and sighed. "Listen carefully," his voice became serious. "If I'm climbing this tower, then I'm not leaving anyone behind. We're climbing with this exact team until the very end." John's eyes instantly watered. Summoner Bong. Ju-hyuk didn't know that Mr. Cossack was this worried all along. He then clapped his hands. "I've decided, let's continue our S++ streak until we get a trait enhancement that lets us summon 4 people at once." John quickly shook his head. "Even if I understand your intentions, Summoner Bong, it's fine. If you overdo yourself because of me, I won't forgive myself." Then he suddenly raised his hand dramatically. Ju Hyuk then said, I will voluntarily step back and not catch a single monster until the trait enhancement appears. Not even one. Everyone looked at him. No one argued anymore, their determination was set. They would protect Summoner Bong, achieve S++ ranks, and keep climbing. John became emotional again. I'm in this. Meanwhile, at the Awakening Management Department, Korea, an emergency meeting was taking place. Team leader John Gwangil spoke grimly. As all of you already know, this incident is not a simple murder case. This was a kidnapping attempt targeting elite team members who shoulder a major part of the nation's future. Although they appear to be ordinary victims, they are not ordinary civilians. Our investigation suggests that all 8 deceased individuals were highly trained soldiers. NIS Director Park Il-jin added, our NIS investigation results are the same. Another official added that one of the targets was actually the owner of the Holy Sword as well. If we had lost him somehow, the damage to the nation would have been catastrophic. We need to find whoever was behind this operation. Park Il-jin sighed, but everyone involved was murdered, and there was no evidence left. Then John said it with confidence, it's China. The fact that China has been kidnapping talented players around the world has already become an open secret. We need to thoroughly investigate this organization. We can only call it pure luck that this operation failed. He paused, I shouldn't say this, but I'm almost thankful to the murderer. The next day, Ju Hyuk's team entered the 36th floor. Everyone ready to push forward to the next floors? Ju Hyuk asked. Everyone said they were born ready for this. Floors 36 through 40th were inhabited by large humanoid monsters known as ogres. Unlike minotaurs, their strength lay in speed. But that was not even a problem. The warrior is much faster and stronger. Combined with Dowry's wide area buffs and debuffs, along with John becoming increasingly obsessed with proving himself, the ogres stood absolutely no chance. They were wiped out within minutes. Ju Hyuk clenched his fists. Let's keep this momentum going and get that trait enhancement. The next day, 37th floor. Ogres moving at unbelievable speeds appeared. Still, warrior was faster. The next day, 38th floor. Ogres with incredible jumping abilities attacked from the sky. Still, warrior was stronger and faster than they were. Then, on the 39th floor, cunning ogres dodged attacks and used tactics to stall for time. Unfortunately for them, throwing warrior into the middle of them worked perfectly fine. The strategy was surprisingly effective. 5 consecutive days of lightning-fast S++ clears followed. The internet exploded, people lost their minds. The next day, for some reason, tower security had recently become stricter, and guard numbers had increased drastically. Before heading toward the grand 40th floor, Ju Hyuk had one place he wanted to visit first. Heading out at 4 in the morning felt suspicious. If security guards stare at me, won't it look weird? Then he remembered. Right, I have the perception blocking talismans. With those active, he slipped out unnoticed. Soon after, he entered the cab and said, can you take me to the Gongji traditional market in Cheongnam? The taxi driver glanced behind him. This place is pretty far. Ju Hyuk handed him money. Here's an extra 501. The driver's attitude instantly changed. Sir, please fasten your seatbelt properly. After arriving, Ju Hyuk summoned John, and they shopped for the necessary items they needed and went near Gyeongbokgung National Park, and there he summoned Warrior and Dalray. Warrior then said that he would carry all the luggage. Dalray looked around. Even though it is another world, seeing how similar the mountains are, it seems the place I mentioned will still be there. Please follow me. Soon, after a short hiking trip, they finally reached a hidden location. Ju Hyuk looked around in awe. To think a place like this exists along a hiking trail. Dalray pointed at Mr. Warrior, move that rock. Warrior casually lifted the giant rock aside. Below it was a hidden altar. Dalray immediately began preparing a ritual. We must clean the stone thoroughly, and use the valley water we collected. As she began sharpening her sword, Ju Hyuk felt fear as a woman in white clothes, sharpening a sword. She isn't holding a grudge about my nagging, is she? Before he could ask anything, Dalray had already placed all the ritual-related items in position. I shall begin. Gods of heaven and earth, please look favorably upon young Master Bong. I pray that only great fortune fills his future. Ju Hyuk immediately joined in. Please give me a trait enhancement. Please give me a trait enhancement. Soon after, they entered the 40th floor. Clear conditions. Defeat 18 ogres of any type. Defeat one twin-headed ogre. As always, ordinary ogres barely mattered anymore. The twin-headed ogre appeared, and disappeared almost instantly. Another S++ clear. Perk reward, accumulated 40 platinum badges. Ju-hyuk stared at the notification with trembling eyes. Please let it be trait enhancement. Instead, roulette ticket, one-time use, has been sent to inventory. Use within 1 hour or the opportunity disappears. Ju-hyuk stared blankly. Since when did they add a roulette wheel? Where's my trait enhancement? He checked the wheel. The trait enhancement section existed, but it was absurdly tiny, like trying to hit a needle with another needle. John peeked over. A roulette spinning game? Yes, how small is the trait section? Ju-hyuk answered with dead eyes, as narrow as a needle. He slowly turned toward his summons. Does anyone want to spin it for me? All three instantly looked elsewhere. Warrior suddenly found the ceiling interesting. Dalray said some random reason, and John looked at the wall as if it contained the secrets of the universe. Ju-hyuk narrowed his eyes. Traitors. Then he sighed. Whatever, we even went through a ritual, so let's trust destiny. No cursing me if I don't get it. Everyone nodded. That goes without saying. Ju-hyuk took a deep breath. Then grab the ticket, please. Come out. Simultaneous summon 4. As the roulette was spinning, so were Ju-hyuk's eyes spinning. He felt as if the world was spinning. Then the roulette started slowing down, and his eyes followed it desperately. Just a little more to the right. All right, now stop there, please. He nearly forgot how to breathe. Then, trait enhancement acquired. For a moment, his mind went completely blank, and he stared silently. Then exploded. It actually worked. The others became even more excited than he was. Even Dalray looked happy. Trait enhancement updated. Simultaneous summon 4. Ju-hyuk then said the summon cooldown is in a week, so let's rest up until then, and let's celebrate. I'm ordering chicken. Everyone immediately agreed. Meanwhile, in Incheon International Airport, the American delegation had finally arrived. Hurry, hurry! Gerald said impatiently. Antonio responded, we're going to use it today, so what's the rush for? Gerald Watson, currently the highest level player in America and one of the world's strongest magic swordsmen. Do you know how long I've waited for the day I could get revenge on those damn corpse monsters? Gerald sighed. Gerald, calm down, you've already cleared that floor. Gerald clicked his tongue, looking at Korea's results. They cleared it in 10 hours. If I'm getting revenge, I need to do better than that. Antonio sighed internally. This guy's impulsive personality gives me a headache every day. Soon, they arrived at the Awakening Management Department. Team leader John welcomed them. Welcome, Mr. Watson and Director Antonium. My name is John Gwangel. Gerald excitedly waved. Nice to meet you, just call me Gerald. Then he looked around impatiently. Now, where's the holy sword? John smiled. This way, please. They headed to the storage room. The moment Gerald saw the holy sword, his eyes widened. This is it? I can enter the tower right now, right? John calmly replied. Please pay the rental fee first. We must be thorough with payment procedures to avoid future problems. Gerald immediately turned toward Antonio. Hurry, a few moments later, international transfer complete, $10 million deposited. Payment confirmed, John nodded. Please follow the contract terms carefully. If the sword is lost, Gerald cuts him off. Don't worry, that will never happen. Soon, he entered Black Tower America. Gerald stared at the holy sword. This radiance is fascinating. Let's test it. 20 minutes later, he had already defeated an enemy. His eyes widened. Wait. Is this really the 66th floor? I definitely need to rent this again. Testing the sword alone cost us $20 million. But somehow it actually feels worth it. 5 days later, Ju-hyuk slept in his bed as he was quietly waiting for the day of random summon. He remembered Dowry's advice. Those with excessive greed are often avoided by fortune. You have already received great blessings through the prayer ritual. Please proceed with a peaceful mind. Following her advice, Ju-hyuk decided to relax. He had enough money now to buy nearly anything he wanted, but strangely enough, he had begun enjoying ordinary things more. And today, the results of all his hard work would finally appear. He summoned everyone. Welcome, everyone. Looking around, he noticed something strange. Everyone looked unusually serious. Why do you all have game faces? Are you nervous about overlapping roles with a newly summoned person? That'll just make things awkward. Let's just do it. Then he activated random summon. The summoning light appeared, but this one felt much smaller than usual. A tiny hamster appeared. Razix, race, beastkin, grade, rare, type, worker, manifestation duration, 10 hours, satisfaction rating, none. Juhyuk stared. A hamster? And it's a worker? Even he looked confused. Honestly, I think I missed. But strangely, his summons looked relieved. No overlapping roles, no threats, just a tiny fluffy hamster. Meanwhile, Razix looked terrified. Should I go back? Juhyuk awkwardly smiled. Sorry, Mr. Razix. I'll summon you again later. Okay, the hamster vanished. Then Juhyuk suddenly shouted, No! This is way too anticlimactic. He immediately pulled out his cooldown reset ticket. Let's consider that summoning a sacrifice brings bad luck. John nodded seriously. We need someone who can help Summoner Bond climb higher. Dalray nodded. This one shall surely go well. Juhyuk smiled. Thanks, everyone. Let's go one more time. He activated random summon again. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted. Juhyuk's eyes widened. This is different. Then a notification appeared. Achievement. Successfully summoned first El Cesar grade. Legend Special Super Rare. Additional reward. Tower entry increased to twice daily. Juhyuk nearly screamed. This is insane. LSSR? And entering the tower twice per day? Am I dreaming? Then, someone appeared. Mad Demon, Guangma, El Cesar grade description, the greatest battle maniac. Public enemy of Mirim. The perpetrator behind mountains of corpses and a sea of blood. Juhyuk slowly looked at the description. Why does this feel unbelievably ominous? Then Guangma bowed elegantly. It is an honor to meet someone as noble as you. Please call me Guangma. Juhyuk awkwardly smiled. Oh, nice to meet you. My name is Bong Juhyuk. Suddenly, he was dragged into Guangma's memories. An era of chaos. Mirim, war, blood. Guangma killing emperors. Hanging heads in market squares. Entire factions are joining forces to stop him. 7 days and 7 nights of endless battle. Until finally, he died beneath the combined attack of Mirim's strongest figures. Juhyuk came back pale. What the hell? This guy's history is terrifying. Guangma looked around. So these are your companions? Juhyuk nodded nervously. That's right. Everyone say hello? Silence. Absolute silence. Nobody moved. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Guangma sighed. Forget it, I have no interest in speaking with such lowly creatures. Then he suddenly asked, how many towers have collapsed in this world? Juhyuk blinked. Exactly 1, Guangma nodded. That is fortunate, at least for now. What is the highest floor humanity has reached? On the 67th floor, the undead appear. Guangma said, that explains it. If humanity passes the 70th floor, collapsing towers will begin appearing everywhere. The collapse of a tower is an omen of destruction. It pierces the world like a giant nail. Juhyuk went pale, then Guangma continued. There is one fortunate thing. The nationality restrictions. The awakened can only enter towers in their own countries. It is quite a clever trick. Summoner, your country will be safe with me here. Juhyuk frowned. Guangma continued, but what good is it if only the summoner's country is safe? If all the towers in other countries collapse, the world will perish. I do not wish for this world OTN either, so I shall assist you. With what? Juhyuk asked. Guangma smiled. With world conquest. I shall place the world beneath your feet, summoner. You will become the sole emperor of this world. Juhyuk nearly had a heart attack. This guy is insane. No! Please don't do that. Guangma looked out the window. I cannot obey that order. It is necessary to save both you and this world. This is the 3rd principle of my 3 principles. I shall return shortly. First, I shall eliminate this country's politicians and place you at the pinnacle of power. All 3 summoned immediately screamed. Stop! Stop right there! Is this guy crazy? Guangma slowly turned around. How dare you raise your voices at me? This won't do. I should cut one of you down as an example. Juhyuk finally understood everything. I understand perfectly now. Using this guy is dangerous. Without hesitation, he unsummoned him. 3 hours later, Juhyuk summoned Razix the hamster again. The tiny hamster appeared. Everyone hoisted him in the air with happiness. Razix looked around nervously. Why are they so happy to see me? At the Incheon International Airport, I'm glad you seem to enjoy testing the Holy Sword. Team leader John smiled politely as he spoke. Director Antonio crossed his arms and sighed dramatically. To be honest, I wasn't completely satisfied. I rented it twice, but you still didn't give me a discount. I'm a little disappointed. John twitched slightly. Excuse me? You must be joking, Director Antonio. Internally, however, he was thinking, disappointed my foot. Where do you get off trying to haggle after paying $20 million like it was lunch money? Antonio then smiled and said, all right, enough about that. I heard some good news, Mr. John. I heard you're up for a promotion this time. John's eyes narrowed slightly. If the US already knows that much, then its information network is as terrifying as ever. The two shook hands. Antonio grinned. Next time we meet, you'll probably be Deputy Commissioner. Congratulations in advance. John forced a smile. Then Antonio casually asked, so, it really is possible to obtain items like the Holy Sword through S++ clears? John answered smoothly. I wouldn't know. The owner of the Holy Sword isn't exactly someone who shares every detail with us. Internally, stop trying to fish for information. As Antonio prepared to leave, John said, have a safe trip. I hope we meet again soon. The United States was currently raiding the 67th floor, where the undead Phantom Reaper appeared. Since they still had plenty of time before their tower deadline, they would likely continue testing the Holy Sword for a while before returning it. Still, thanks to the American visit alone, Korea had earned $20 million. Roughly 26 billion won. John smiled to himself. Player Bong is definitely going to lose his mind when he hears this. Meanwhile, back at Juhyuk's residence, Razix the hamster was cleaning the house at terrifying speed. The tiny hamster rushed around like a furry train with infinite overtime energy, dusting corners, removing trash, sorting laundry, running the washing machine, washing dishes, and even wiping away water stains. Everything was completed within minutes. Juhyuk stared in shock. Razix, you're incredible. Dowry's eyes sparkled. He truly deserves the title of chief servant. Even John gave a thumbs up. Juhyuk handed Razix a bowl of mixed nuts. Take a break, now eat as much as you want. Razix's eyes lit up. Really? He immediately began stuffing his cheeks like a tiny storage warehouse. Meanwhile, the other summoned quietly gathered for a meeting. John cleared his throat. So, what do you think? Isn't he surprisingly useful? Warrior crossed his arms. Razix is excellent at support work, but he is weak. He won't be much help in actual combat. Dalray agreed with that. Still, he is very cute. John added, we can keep him around for now. But when the random summon cooldown resets in 30 days, we should replace him. Suddenly, Razix appeared behind them. Everyone froze. Did he hear that? But Razix simply tilted his head innocently. Well then, since Razix is here now, shall we try clearing the 41st floor to celebrate the new member? Everyone immediately pretended nothing happened. Sounds good. They entered the 41st floor. Starting from the 41st floor, giant land monsters called ironclad basilisks began appearing. Massive reptilian beasts resembling a mix between crocodiles and lizards, each measuring 7 to 8 meters long. Worst of all, making eye contact with them instantly caused paralysis. The moment their paralysis beam hit you, escape became impossible. Normally, players required special anti-paralysis items to deal with them. But Juhyuk didn't care. Why would I need countermeasure items? I already have 3 SSR monsters on my side. The ironclad basilisks honestly looked more pitiful than threatening. John cracked his neck. Let's finish this quickly and go eat afterward. Warrior charged ahead immediately. But before Juhyuk could follow, John suddenly stepped in front of him. You can't join the attack summoner. Juhyuk blinked and asked him why. John pointed dramatically toward Razix. You need to protect him. Look at him, he's tiny and adorable. One wrong move and he'll disappear into a monster's mouth. He's literally bite-sized. Honestly, it would be tragic if Razix got eaten by monsters again. Juhyuk suddenly remembered the memories he had seen during Razix's summoning. Razix had once been an exceptional worker among adventurers. Cooking, laundry, construction, herb gathering, mining, planning, weapon repair. He could do everything. Having Razix at a party practically halved the difficulty of labyrinth exploration. But in the end, he had still been treated as disposable labor. Eventually, during a dangerous gathering mission, he was eaten alive by Apocryphesis, the giant serpent boss of the underground labyrinth. Ju Hyuk looked at Razek sympathetically. Poor little guy. Still, he frowned. Wouldn't it make more sense for you three to protect him instead of me? John immediately answered, I'm busy tying down giant lizards. And indeed, Warrior was already grabbing basilisks and swinging them around like laundry. Meanwhile, John had begun butchering monsters at terrifying speed. Everyone's busy, so I guess you have to protect him, Ju Hyuk sighed. Fine. But when he turned around, Razix was gone. Ju Hyuk panicked. Razix? He was right next to me a second ago. Then, he heard Razix's voice. Ju Hyuk turned in horror. The hamster was standing beside a basilisk. When did he get over there? Ju Hyuk immediately rushed toward him, but Razix rolled under the basilisk's body and vanished again. There? No, over there? Wait, why is he under the rock now? How is he so fast with those tiny legs? Then Ju Hyuk realized. Razix wasn't running. He was rolling, like a fluffy wheel of chaos. Suddenly, Ironclad Basilisk defeated, 15/15, 41st floor cleared, S++ rank achieved, Ju Hyuk froze. What? The entire floor had been cleared while he was desperately chasing after Razix. After returning, everyone looked satisfied. Ju Hyuk, however, looked depressed. Good job, my foot. I didn't even get to draw my weapon. Then Razix suddenly burst into tears. Ju Hyuk panicked. Why are you crying? Did you get hurt somewhere? Razix shook his head sadly. The raid ended too quickly. Everyone blinked. That's a good thing, though. Razix wiped his tears. But because it ended so fast, I could only gather this much. Then he opened his bag. Inside were rare herbs, basilisk leather, mana stones, over 20 kilograms total. Everyone went silent. You gathered all of this inside the tower? That should have been impossible. Ever since the Black Tower appeared, humanity had tried countless methods to bring tower materials outside. Inventories failed, holding items by hand failed, everything failed. Only monster drops obtained through combat could leave the tower. But Razix had simply stuffed materials into his backpack like it was normal. As Daura grabbed Razix's cheeks, Ju Hyuk asked Razix, Did you really gather all of this? Razix responded with I'm sorry. I could only gather this much, Summoner. Ju Hyuk's eyes widened. Only? Then another realization hit him. Ju Hyuk carefully asked Razix, If we clear the floor more slowly, can you gather even more? Razix nodded innocently. I think I can bring back 10 times more. 10 times? Ju Hyuk immediately began calculating profits in his head. Rare herbs, monster leather, tower-exclusive materials. His brain practically echoed with the sound of money printing itself. Then he grabbed Razix dramatically. Razix! Do you want to enter the tower one more time? Razix tilted his head. Tomorrow? No, right now, Razix blinked. But entering the tower is only allowed once per day. Ju Hyuk grinned proudly. I can enter twice. Razix's eyes sparkled. Summoner, you are amazing. You are so cool. As they entered the tower again, Ju Hyuk thought seriously. I was really going to kick this precious little money-printing angel out because his combat power was low. I must have been insane. Then he pointed dramatically forward. Warrior! Escort Lord Razix. All right. Since this is a repeated run, take it as slowly as possible so dear Razix can work comfortably. Understood? John and Warrior immediately nodded. We will go as slowly as possible, Summoner. And thus began the world's most overqualified gathering expedition. As soon as an ironclad basilisk appeared, Warrior transformed and grew larger. In a single movement, he grabbed the basilisk and slammed it into the ground. I got the lizard! Razix immediately burst into tears. John scolded him. I knew you would cause trouble, you muscle-brained barbarian. Even Dalray joined in. Warrior! How could you be so rough with such a small, fragile Razix? Razix hurried over to inspect it. No! Look at it! If you kill it like this, the hide will be completely ruined. We'll have to throw most of it away. That was when Ju Hyuk had an idea. So the hide gets damaged because Warrior keeps smashing them to death. In that case, maybe I should finally use my new weapon. He pulled out the golden mace of cold twilight. Let me try, I'll hunt one cleanly so the hide stays intact. Razix immediately objected. If you hit it with that, the hide might crack or shatter too. Juhyuk felt wronged. Why does every summon find a different reason to stop me from hunting monsters? Even Razix had joined the club. Eventually, they established a proper hunting routine. First, Delray would cast confusion on the basilisk. Next, Warrior would break its legs to stop its movement. Finally, John would finish it cleanly. One pristine basilisk, ready for processing. The moment the monster died, Razix jumped onto it. His tiny hands moved so fast they became blurs. Slice, peel, cut, separate, sort, within seconds, the entire hide had been removed perfectly. Done! Juhyuk stared in disbelief. Razix looked adorable. His work, however, was absolutely terrifying. Everyone applauded. Razix was also happy. 1 hide, 2 hides, 3 hides. Eventually, 7 complete basilisk hides had been collected. Finally, Razix said, "My bag is full." Juhyuk blinked. Oh, so that backpack has a limit too. Then again, a single basilisk hide was enormous. Monster leather was one of the rarest materials in existence. It was commonly used for player-exclusive armor. Combat boots and protective gear were often crafted from it. Products for ordinary civilians existed as well, but due to extreme scarcity, the price was determined entirely by sellers. Even celebrities and billionaires struggled to obtain authentic monster leather products. Money alone wasn't enough. The supply simply didn't exist. Then a dangerous thought crossed Juhyuk's mind. What if I fed Razix a summoned grade-up rune? Wouldn't the strongest worker in history be born? After returning home, Juhyuk gathered everything together. Great work, everyone. Could you clear the living room for a moment? I need to check the items we brought back. The summons moved aside. Soon, the loot was laid out. 7 complete basilisk hides. 1 basilisk hide scrap. 50 kilograms of mana stones. Various medicinal herbs. Juhyuk's jaw slowly dropped. Wait. Just calculating the amount we brought back this time. This isn't 10 times more than normal. It looks closer to 100 times more. He quickly stored everything inside his inventory. The house was becoming a serious problem. It was too packed with the addition of a new member to the team. I can't postpone moving any longer. Most decent-sized homes cost between 5 and 10 billion won. The bigger issue was something else. Even 6 billion won houses no longer looked spacious enough. Then Juhyuk remembered the penthouse team leader John had shown him. That place had completely ruined his standards. How nice would it be to live somewhere like that? Then his phone rang. It was team leader John. After hearing the report, Juhyuk froze. The United States rented the Holy Sword twice? Yes, Juhyuk immediately did the math. $20 million. Approximately 26 billion won. Silence, then realization hit. With this, I can actually afford the penthouse. At that moment, Juhyuk's patriotism took a very unexpected direction. He clasped his hands together. Oh, America, land of heroes. Nation of alpha males. Today, you have saved me, the strongest country in the world. The USA is the GOAT. I love you, Brother Gerald. That evening, Juhyuk gathered everyone. I have an important announcement. The summons assembled immediately. We're moving, and we're moving here. He showed them the penthouse. Everyone's eyes widened. A house this big. Razix had already begun mentally organizing furniture before they even moved in. John nodded approvingly. I suppose we won't have to worry about cleaning anymore. Juhyuk looked at Razix. Is there anything you want as a reward? Carrots, the answer came instantly. So Juhyuk bought him carrots. Razix happily began munching on them. Watching him, Juhyuk thought, today was truly a ridiculous day. What I thought was a disaster became a jackpot. What I thought was a jackpot became a disaster. I don't need an LSSR conqueror, I already found my treasure trove. The next day, Juhyuk went to visit his family. Come here, look at this, I went fishing in Incheon recently. He proudly showed a photo. Juhyuk was surprised, wow, that's huge. An 80-centimeter Red Sea bream? His father puffed up his chest. Probably my personal best. Pretty amazing, right? If you can catch something like that, Dad's reputation among his fishing friends must be soaring. His father grinned. I'm the envy of the entire group now. Juhyuk suddenly remembered. He had given his family luck talismans and health talismans earlier. Could this really be their effect? Then he noticed an air purifier. Mom, when did you buy that? You should have waited. I was planning to get you one. His mother looked confused. Buy it? I didn't buy it. I won it in a raffle at the mart. I've somehow won 2 raffles in a row. What kind of luck is this? Ju-hyuk blinked. The talisman is working way too well. As expected of an existence beyond algorithms. His younger brother arrived. When did you get here? Just now. Ju-hyuk looked at him suspiciously. Anything lucky happened recently? His brother scratched his head. Out of nowhere. Well, in the FPS game I've been playing, every shot I take lands. My rank shot up. I'm dominating everybody. Ju-hyuk sighed. Not that, I mean, real-life luck. His brother thought for a moment. Oh, yesterday I was short on change for a coffee vending machine. Then a 501 coin suddenly appeared next to a trash can. Ju-hyuk stared at him. Must be nice. Such a disappointingly small amount of luck. Still, everyone seemed happy and healthy. That was enough. As he prepared to leave, his mother stopped him. Leaving already? At least stay for dinner. I have an appointment today. I'll visit again soon. His brother stood up. Let's head out together. Outside, Ju-hyuk received a call. I'm already outside. Yes, I'll be right there. His brother asked, You called a taxi? No, not a taxi. A luxury vehicle stopped in front of them. His brother stared blankly. I guess famous players get personal chauffeurs now. I still can't get used to this. Inside the vehicle, team leader John smiled. I happened to be nearby. I remembered you mentioned visiting your parents yesterday. In reality, he had been worried since the previous incident. Seeing Ju-hyuk healthy was reassuring. Then John asked, Come to think of it, you mentioned needing a larger place? Ju-hyuk nodded. Yes, the materials I need to show you are quite bulky. John immediately replied, Then let's visit the management department's special materials warehouse. At the warehouse, Ju-hyuk warned him. You might be surprised. John laughed, Don't worry. I've seen practically every rare material imaginable. Nothing surprises me anymore. Ju-hyuk opened his inventory. The first basilisk hide appeared. John nearly jumped out of his skin. The massive hide looked like a living monster. I warned you, sorry? John stared in shock. Isn't this an ironclad basilisk hide? Ju-hyuk smiled proudly. You recognized it immediately. Cool, right? A whole ironclad basilisk hide. I peeled it off perfectly, now I'll take the rest out. John froze. The rest? Ju-hyuk nodded casually. Yeah, I've got 6 more. Silence, complete silence. John's mind briefly stopped functioning. 6 more? Of these incredible items. At that moment, team leader John realized something once again. Just who in the world is player Bang Ju-hyuk? Team leader John stared blankly at the materials spread before him. These herbs. I've never seen anything like them before. Not only were they herbs he had never encountered, but unlike the dried herbs normally given as tower rewards, these were completely fresh and raw. Even more shocking was the enormous monster hide lying on the floor. It looked as if it had been skinned only moments ago. I think the leather from this single hide alone is worth more than the Awakening Management Department's monthly operating budget. Just how did he bring all of this out of the tower? Before the conversation could continue, Ju-hyuk interrupted. Excuse me, Team Leader John. More importantly, how much do you think all of this is worth? It's not that I look greedy for money or anything, right? Team Leader John laughed awkwardly. I apologize, but I'll need some time to calculate it properly. Normally, we can appraise materials fairly quickly, but items of this quality are unprecedented. Ju-hyuk immediately understood. As expected, the quality is so absurd that it doesn't even fit within their normal pricing standards. Then Team Leader John asked again, Did you receive all of these from a single clear? Well, I suppose you could say that. John nodded. Then this is probably a one-time occurrence? Ju-hyuk tilted his head. No, I can bring back even more than this, if you need me to. Team Leader John nearly lost his composure. Just how? No, forget it. He's the holder of the greatest S++ record in history. People like him don't operate under common sense anyway. Let's not ask unnecessary questions. After a moment, John stood up. Let's do this. We'll purchase all of the herbs at double the standard market price. And as for the basilisk hides, how about releasing them to the civilian market? Joo-hyuk's eyes lit up. The civilian market? That's actually a great idea. They'll sell like hotcakes. Sounds good, then he asked. Could the management department handle the sales process for me? Of course, we'll take care of everything on your behalf. Then please accept one whole hide as a commission fee. Team leader John immediately shook his head. No, that's unnecessary. We're not helping because we expect compensation. Joo-hyuk nodded. Then, instead of that, could I ask you to broker the penthouse we discussed previously? John's eyes brightened. Oh? Have you finally made your decision? We can transfer ownership immediately. No, Joo-hyuk shook his head. I'll pay for it myself. Even including commissions, we can handle everything free of charge. Joo-hyuk smiled awkwardly. I appreciate it, but I really don't want to owe them any favors. No accounts should remain clear. I earned a fortune from the Holy Sword rental fees. Please deduct the penthouse price from that. Later that evening, an important meeting was held inside the penthouse. John stepped forward confidently. Hello everyone. The presenter in charge of today's briefing is Summoner Bang's first summon, trusted confidant, right-hand man, and the legendary artist of the Red Ribbon, John Cossack. Everyone applauded. First, I will explain our strategy from the 42nd floor to the 45th floor. He pointed toward a monitor. The monster we fought on the 41st floor was the ironclad basilisk. This fellow here is the long-tailed basilisk from the 42nd floor. Nothing special, just don't get sliced in half by its tail. Razix immediately raised his hand. Are we skinning the long-tailed basilisk? Of course, however, we'll skip skinning during the first run. The absolute priority is maintaining our S++ record. He pointed to the next monsters. The 43rd floor contains the Iron Jaw Basilisk. The 44th floor contains the Thornscale Basilisk. We'll skin the Iron Jaw. We'll skip the Thornscale. The thorns damage the hide too much. Any questions? If not, I will move on to the next. The Rainbow Basilisk. This guy is the key. It's the boss on the 45th floor. We will be staying and repeatedly taking down for the time being. Dalray soon spoke up. Why are we staying on the 45th floor? John immediately interrupted. Princess, please ask for permission before speaking. Dalry's eyebrow twitched. I need permission to talk now? Ahem, John straightened his posture. I have been granted full authority over this briefing by Summoner Bang. Even princesses must respect the chain of command. After a long pause, Dalray raised her hand again. May I ask a question? You may. Why are we staying on the 45th floor instead of advancing upward? John dramatically pointed at the Rainbow Basilisk. Because this beauty is money. The Rainbow Basilisk appears on the 45th floor. It has exceptional hide quality. Unlike many higher floor monsters, it's extremely profitable. Our summoner recently bought a giant penthouse. Joo-hyuk immediately objected. It's not that bad. Thank you for worrying about me, though. Ignoring him, John continued. The problem is that killing the boss immediately clears the floor. We must skin it before leaving. Razix, can you do it? Razix immediately stood up. I can. John looked genuinely impressed. The morale boost had worked perfectly. To summarize the briefing, rush to floor 45, set up camp, rainbow basilisks, make money, lots of money. The next day, at HG Fashion headquarters, CO Go Yona sighed heavily. I staked everything on the Windflower. And what do we have to show for it? Our position inside the HG group was already terrible. Now we've become a joke. At that moment, an employee entered. Ma'am, an official document has arrived from the Awakening Management Department. It appears to be a public-private joint project. Is that important enough to report directly to me? The Vice President can handle that. The invitation specifically requests CEO attendance. She sighed. Send the Vice President. The employee bowed. Yes, ma'am. After a moment, she stopped him. Wait, I may have been a little irritated because of the wildflower situation. Leave the documents here. I'll attend personally. Honestly, she had no expectations. But something about it bothered her. A strange feeling. I should at least take a look. Meanwhile, Joo-hyuk's team entered the 47th floor. His summons immediately became concerned. Joo-hyuk was once again acting like a wild horse that had escaped its stable. Armed with the golden aegis of warm dawn and the golden mace of cold twilight, he charged ahead. Young master, please restrain yourself. Dalray pleaded. I know you're worried. But the alpha male inside the tower refuses to yield today. Before anyone could stop him, he lunged forward. Honestly, it had been far too long since he had been allowed to properly hunt anything. A razor-sharp tail blade sliced through the air toward him. However, his mastery of shadow step had advanced tremendously. His movements were nearly impossible to track. Using Falling Thunder Flash, he instantly killed the long-tailed basilisk. And just like that, the 47th floor was cleared with an S++ rank. Juhyuk stared blankly. I only killed one. Why is the floor already cleared? The answer was obvious. His summons had hunted everything else before he got the chance. Still, he smiled. At least I managed to catch one. That was progress. After returning home, they rested briefly before entering the tower again. This time, every member focused entirely on gathering hides. They continued until Razix's backpack reached maximum capacity. 7 complete hides. The following day, they farmed the Iron-Jaw Basilisk. The day after that, the Thorn-Scale Basilisk. Since Thorn-Scale hides weren't worth collecting, they repeatedly farmed Floor 43 instead. Finally, the long-awaited Rainbow Basilisk raid began. Everyone entered with confidence and swag. The Rainbow Basilisk's hide was extremely valuable. The plan was simple: gather one hide on the first clear. Gather another on the second clear. 2 rainbows hide in a single day. Everyone focused completely. Giant Delray used her buff, Warrior held aggro, and John dealt damage. The kill count climbed rapidly. Eventually, the Rainbow Basilisk boss appeared. Everyone immediately rushed it. Warrior grabbed and restrained the slippery monster's tail. You need to hold its jaw, John shouted. Juhyuk knew the difficult part wasn't killing it. The difficult part was killing it without damaging the hide. Razix stood nearby, ready to move at any moment. They had practiced this countless times. Even then, they still failed 1 out of every 3 attempts. The pressure was immense. Finally, John threw a single blade. The Rainbow Basilisk died instantly. The moment it collapsed, Razix moved. Hooks flew, the skin separated, the hide peeled away perfectly. Success. A flawless Rainbow Basilisk hide. Everyone immediately praised Razix. That day, Razix's reputation soared through the roof. And honestly, he deserved every bit of it. To obtain the hide before exiting the tower, the key was to peel it off as quickly as possible within the short time limit. I had been genuinely worried because we had failed a few times during practice. Thankfully, we succeeded on both attempts, including the repeat run, and managed to obtain 2 whole Rainbow Basilisk hides. What a relief. The second attempt was even smoother than the first. It honestly felt like we had unlocked an exploit. Did they secretly patch teamwork into the game? Our coordination kept improving with every run. At this rate, the more we repeated it, the easier it would become. Now then, it was finally time to check the perks. Isn't there a chance something bad might come out? Seeing him worried, Delray asked, do you perhaps have any worries? John sighed, I'm about to check the perks, but I'm honestly nervous. What if something bizarre shows up again? Delray smiled gently. Even if what you wish for doesn't appear, it may become a blessing in disguise. Great fortune often arrives in the next draw. The warrior nodded confidently. I don't care what it is, Summoner. I believe in your luck. Razix eagerly joined in. I'm sure it'll be a good one, Summoner. Meanwhile, the ever-reliable right-hand man, John Cossack, simply sat in the corner munching on potato chips. Summoner Bong, he said between bites, just draw with a peaceful mind. Juhyuk stared at him. This guy really is living the stress-free life. Now that he had received a morale boost from all of his summons, Juhyuk opened the reward window. Reward for accumulating 45 platinum medals. Please don't be another random box or another roulette. If you're going to give me something, just give it directly. Perk acquired, 1 multinational tower access ticket, single use. Effect, allows entry into any nation's black tower regardless of nationality. Restriction, you cannot enter a floor higher than your current level. Juhyuk's face instantly turned pale. John noticed immediately. What is it? Did something good drop? Was it a trait enhancement? Juhyuk let out a long sigh. No, something weird came out instead. He scratched his head. It could have at least been a summon grade upgrade. Well, this is a complete miss. Next time, before claiming the 50th floor reward, we're definitely holding another shamanic ritual. Delray nodded confidently. I shall prepare the finest ritual possible. Juhyuk forced a smile. Forget it. Let's just eat. I'll order whatever everyone wants. Soon, delivery arrived. Fried chicken, pizza, barbecue, snacks, anything anyone wanted quickly filled the table. The feast officially began. I'm in a terrible mood because of that draw, Juhyuk declared. So today we binge. He turned toward John. Mr. Cossack, want to have a drink with us? John hesitated. Drinking while on duty is a little. Juhyuk slid a glass toward him. Just one, that's all. Cossack stared at the glass for a moment before accepting it. Only because it's today. Meanwhile, in the background, the warrior had already entered vacuum cleaner mode, inhaling food at an alarming rate. Razix happily munched away beside him, and even Delray quietly enjoyed the feast. The dining table soon looked like it had lost a boss battle. Meanwhile, at the Awakened Management Department, HG Fashion's CEO Go Yunha arrived and was escorted into the conference room. She was greeted by Executive Director Yang. CEO Go Yunha, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Kim, Managing Director of Ilsong Apparel. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, she replied politely. He continued, our CEO is currently in New York attending a fashion show. Allow me to introduce myself instead. I am Yang Sung, Executive Director of Daehoon Corporation. Nice to meet you, Executive Director Yang. Yunha quietly observed the room. So I'm the only CEO who actually showed up. I must have the most free time here. Should I just make an excuse and leave? Just then, John entered. My apologies for being late. I am John Guangil, Deputy Commissioner of the Awakened Management Department. Everyone froze. John Guangil? The man widely considered the true power behind the Awakened Management Department. He had led Korea's elite player development program and was credited with much of the country's success in conquering the Black Tower. Many already believed he would become the next commissioner. To think someone like him would personally attend this meeting. I'm glad I decided to come. John spoke calmly. First, I must apologize to the representatives from Ilsong Apparel and Daehoon Corporation. The two executives looked confused. When I sent the invitations, I specifically requested that the CEOs attend. There was a reason for that. The representatives quickly responded. We can contact our CEOs immediately. If it's important, they'll come. John shook his head. I apologize, but this is departmental policy. I will only discuss this matter with CEO Go Yunha. The two representatives had no choice but to excuse themselves. Once they left, Yunha stepped forward. Did I happen to catch a lucky break, Deputy Commissioner? He smiled. Let's just say, you're closer to good fortune than you realize. Yunha immediately pulled a portfolio from her bag. I actually brought something with me. Inside were armor designs created by HG Fashion's lead designer, inspired by player Nam Ji-yun's equipment. If the management department plans to expand into fashion-related products, I believe HG Fashion would be your best partner. I'd appreciate your honest opinion. John looked through the designs. She's surprisingly proactive. Then he closed the folder. It may be a little troublesome, but shall we move somewhere else? There's something I'd like to show you. A short while later, they arrived at one of the department's underground warehouses. This is where we store materials purchased from players, John explained. Seeing the heavy security, Yunha immediately understood. No wonder security was so tight. John handed her a padded jacket. You'll want to wear this. It's cold inside. As the massive vault door opened, he spoke. I'm about to turn on the lights. Please don't be alarmed. She nodded. The lights flickered on, her eyes widened. Lined up before her were enormous preserved hides. Ironclad basilisk. Iron-jawed basilisk. Long-tailed basilisk. John continued, we currently have 36 whole basilisk hides stored here. Yunha stood speechless. Even without knowing much about the tower, she recognized the names immediately. These were among the finest leather materials on Earth. Materials that couldn't simply be bought, no matter how wealthy someone was. A dream resource for every luxury fashion brand. John continued, our goal is to supply these hides to private companies, not just use them for player equipment. Yunha blinked. Supplied to the private companies? That's correct. And HG Fashion is your chosen partner? As things stand now, the chances are very high. Her heart raced. To think Wildflower could become the first luxury brand made from genuine basilisk leather. Just imagining it gives me chills. Yunha spoke again. There is something else. You mentioned 36 hides. Where are the remaining 2? John smiled. I was waiting for you to ask. He unveiled 2 more hides. The moment she saw them, she almost stopped breathing. The leather shimmered brilliantly, radiating life itself. It's beautiful. It almost feels alive. Can leather really be this magnificent? It already looked like a priceless work of art. John nodded. We'll begin with the first batch already in storage. Yunha answered immediately. Then the second batch must also come to HG Fashion. She smiled confidently. Since I was the only CEO who attended today, I'd like HG Fashion to receive priority purchasing rights. John laughed softly. We can discuss that gradually. But first, there is one condition. Please keep everything you've seen today completely confidential until commercialization begins. She nodded without hesitation. I'll have every technician sign a non-disclosure agreement. There won't be a single leak. She paused before asking, we haven't discussed the most important part yet. The price. How much will you be supplying these for? John let out a tired smile. That's actually the hardest question. We're currently purchasing even these cushion-sized basilisk scraps for 10 million won each. He held up one of the smaller pieces. Even these damaged scraps are considered incredibly valuable. Yunha carefully compared them to the flawless hides. The difference is enormous. Before she left, John handed her one small leather sample. Take this. Have your company's leather experts evaluate its true value. Yunha accepted it with both hands. As expected, Deputy Commissioner John is no ordinary man. Meanwhile, at the Ark Hill penthouse in Cheongdam, Ju-hyuk stood quietly, completely mesmerized by the breathtaking night view. The apartment registration had officially been transferred. My very first home under my own name. An attendant greeted him warmly. Congratulations on your new residence. Ju-hyuk looked around in amazement. Why is the apartment lobby bigger than my entire old apartment? The attendant handed him a key card. This card grants access to your private elevator. If you need anything, our staff is available 24 hours a day. Please enjoy your stay. After the attendant left, Ju-hyuk stepped inside. This is incredible. I don't even want to go back to my studio apartment anymore. He immediately summoned all 4 of his companions. It's our new home. Go ahead and look around. Cossack's eyes widened. Even the toilet looks like a work of art. I'd feel guilty using it. The warrior was even more excited. 300 pyong. 10 rooms. So much space. There is even an elevator inside the house. The ceilings are so high that I can run around in my giant form. He immediately began jumping around. Cossack smacked him on the head. Hey, you lunatic! This is the home Summoner Bong bought with his blood, sweat, and money. Meanwhile, Ju-hyuk wandered deeper inside. There were every kind of latest gaming console, movie theater, 8 refrigerators, 11 bathrooms. What does this button do? He pressed the remote. The massive blinds slowly opened. An incredible panoramic view of Seoul spread out before them. Ju-hyuk smiled. This world. It absolutely cannot be destroyed. I won't allow it. The warrior clenched his fist. This warrior shall protect both this world and our summoner. Dalray nodded. I too shall dedicate my life to that cause. Cossack crossed his arms. I'll do the same. Ju-hyuk looked at everyone with a satisfied smile. Maybe this is what people mean when they say home isn't just a place. Let's all continue doing our best together. John Gwang-il informed Ju-hyuk that the penthouse had already been fully renovated and remodeled, so there was no need for him to worry about the interior. Even the moving and packing were being handled by a company contracted through the Awakened Management Department. Just bring yourself, John said. And just like that, the move was completed almost instantly. Ju-hyuk had gone from living in a tiny studio apartment that wasn't even 20 pyong to a luxurious penthouse spanning over 300 pyong. That alone was incredible. It wasn't just the size that amazed him. The amenities were on an entirely different level. It may still be early summer, Ju-hyuk said, but a heated swimming pool? This is heaven. He looked around in disbelief. Isn't this the freaking dream? Then John exchanged a mischievous glance with the warrior before both of them slowly turned toward Dalray. Princess, John grinned, sitting around reading books all day is bad for your back. We'll help you get some exercise. Before Dalray could react, the two of them tossed her straight into the heated pool. She surfaced a moment later, soaked from head to toe, glaring fiercely at the pair while she started the chanting with colorful insults. The moment she finished, both John and the warrior suddenly froze. Without another word, both of them bolted towards separate bathrooms. Watching the chaos unfold, Juhyuk quietly made a mental note. Never mess with Princess. After calming down, Juhyuk looked around. By the way, where's Razix? I haven't seen him in a while. Daorei smiled. Razix is currently fighting his own battle. It was the ultimate showdown. Electronic servant versus chief servant. Pro AI cleaning mode activated. Beginning efficient cleaning. The robot vacuum zoomed across the floor at full speed. Across from it, Razix silently accepted the challenge. The competition had begun. The tiny hamster darted around the mansion, dusting, wiping, organizing, polishing, and cleaning with unbelievable speed. Watching him desperately defend his title brought tears to Juhyuk's eyes. Poor Razix. After finally finding a place where he belonged, now he has to compete with a robot. Juhyuk quietly called the warrior over. He whispered something into his ear. The warrior immediately understood. Without hesitation, he walked over, picked up the robot vacuum, and snapped it cleanly in half. The electronic servant execution ceremony is complete. Razix stood frozen for a moment before letting out the biggest sigh of relief imaginable. Peace had returned. 4 days after moving, Juhyuk had been repeatedly clearing the 46th floor twice every day to collect whole basilisk hides. Every run gives 6 normal hides and 1 boss hide, he calculated. That's 14 whole basilisk hides every single day. Soon afterward, Section Chief Lee Mina arrived to collect the latest shipment. Once everything had been loaded, she spoke. There's something Deputy Commissioner John asked me to tell you. Juhyuk tilted his head. What is it? Please stop gathering basilisk hides for the time being. Juhyuk blinked. Why? There are 2 reasons. First, we currently don't have enough processing facilities or equipment to handle hides at this scale. Second, if we flood the market all at once, their rarity, and therefore their value, will inevitably drop. Juhyuk nodded. If that's the case, I have no objections. The following day, Daorei suddenly exploded during the morning briefing. How exactly are you planning to take responsibility? You had us pouring our hearts into gathering those hides, and now nobody knows when they'll even be sold. Our Razix suffered for nothing. You were so confident during the briefing too. We should have just mined mana stones instead. So what's your plan now? Juhyuk scratched his head awkwardly. He was so bossy during the briefing. Well, karma, I guess. In truth, none of this was Kosuk's fault. It would simply take time before the money came in. Juhyuk clapped his hands. All right, enough dwelling on the past. Let's head toward the 50th floor. Everyone immediately agreed. The next day, they entered the 46th floor of Korea's Black Tower. Mission time limit, 13 hours. Failure conditions, death or abandoning the mission. Floors 46 through 50 were inhabited by gigantic scorpions. The higher they climbed, the deadlier the poisons became: paralysis, hallucinations, and eventually bosses capable of inflicting every poison at once. Normally, this section consumed more healing potions than any other. For ordinary players, success depended on how many potions they carried. For Juhyuk, that wasn't even worth worrying about. The warrior immediately charged into the swarm. He drew all the aggro, trading blows head-on with the giant scorpions. Kosuk darted through the battlefield, delivering precise finishing strikes. Princess Daorei continuously supported everyone with buffs. Juhyuk stretched his shoulders. While everyone else is busy, I'll enjoy myself for a bit. Just then, he suddenly noticed Razix wandering off somewhere alone. The moment they entered the 46th floor, Razix had caught the scent of metal ore. There it is. If I mine this and give it to Summoner, he'll be happy. Old memories resurfaced. People constantly yelling at him. Hurry up. Dig faster. Move quicker. Back then, he had only ever been treated as cheap labor. But now, whenever he worked, everyone praised him. You worked hard, Razix, great job. Those words alone filled him with happiness. I want to stay with these people forever. Then he remembered hearing that the basilisk hides had temporarily stopped bringing in money. I have to find something else. I have to become useful. If I don't, what if they abandon me one day? Determined, Razix tried to fill his backpack with ore as fast as he could. But before he could fill the bag, the floor was cleared, and when he returned home, he burst into tears. "I'm sorry, Summoner. I couldn't gather more." Juhyuk looked completely confused. "You're crying because your backpack wasn't full?" Dao Rei immediately stepped in. "You've done nothing wrong." Cossack nodded. "The chief servant did nothing wrong." Juhyuk smiled warmly. "Let's stop for today, get some rest." Razix's eyes widened. "You don't need me anymore?" Dao Rei immediately shook her head. "That's not true. Unlike Cossack, without you our household would be a disaster." The warrior crossed his arms. "I agree." Juhyuk gently patted Razix's head. "Did you hear them? You're the one we need the most." Razix burst into happy tears. The misunderstanding had finally been cleared up. After that, they continued filling their bags with ore. Little by little, Razix's cheerful smile returned. Meanwhile, at the Awakened Management Department, a classified report had just arrived from the United Arab Emirates. Deputy Commissioner John read the report. This information was shared directly by the UAE. 3 days ago, there was a terrorist bombing in Abu Dhabi. John was shocked. Karim Jahid is dead? The UAE's strongest state-sponsored player? The chairman nodded solemnly. It's a tragedy. More than 10 elite players above level 50 also died in the explosion. John frowned. If I remember correctly, the UAE only has around 20 days left before the deadline for clearing the 60th floor. The chairman nodded again. And their Black Tower is located near one of the country's largest oil fields. If it collapses, it would become a literal national disaster. He continued. Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah is urgently visiting Korea. I'll be meeting him alongside the president. There is also a request that concerns us. Back at Juhyuk's penthouse. 10 days had passed since they started gathering ore. One spare room had become a warehouse for ore. Ore was piled everywhere. Juhyuk looked around nervously. This has to weigh several hundred kilograms. If the floor of my ridiculously expensive penthouse collapses, I'm going to cry. He called over the warrior. Please enlarge yourself and scoop up these ores. The warrior nodded and effortlessly reorganized the mountain of ore. Juhyuk sighed. Now I need to move all of this into my inventory, one ore at a time. This is backbreaking work. After what felt like forever, everything had finally been stored. I'll be right back. You guys get some rest. The summons happily agreed. These days, none of them insisted on tagging along whenever Juhyuk visited the management department. After all, someone always came to pick him up. As John Guangael arrived, Juhyuk laughed awkwardly. Having you personally pick me up every time. It feels like I'm treating the deputy commissioner as my chauffeur. John laughed. Don't worry about it. Meeting player Bong Juhyuk is one of my most important duties. I also have some news. First, we've received another reservation to rent a holy sword. This time it's Norway. They're currently attempting the 66th floor. Juhyuk asked, I thought only countries facing the undead needed it. John nodded. Up to the 65th floor, light attribute equipment is generally enough. So there aren't many reservations yet. But once more countries reach the undead floors, the requests will pour in. Juhyuk smiled. Even one rental earns $10 million, around 15 billion won. What's there to worry about? Maybe after a few more rentals. I'll buy some land. Build a farm after retirement. Cossack will chase away wild boars and animals while Razix and Meatball will plow the fields. Actually, that's not a bad retirement plan. John continued. There is one more thing. Recently, the global Black Tower situation has become extremely unstable. In Japan, Yoon Keelman completely broke down after consecutive failures. He became so traumatized that he refuses to enter even the lower floors. The Japanese government stripped him of every benefit he received through naturalization and relocated him with his family to a small rural city. In the end, Japan signed a temporary player naturalization contract with the United States. Rumors said an astronomical amount for just 1 month. The situation in China is even worse. After failing to clear the 59th floor, nationwide panic spread. They ultimately sought Russia's assistance, paying an enormous price and even handing over part of Heilongjiang province. Although they survived the immediate crisis, it was a devastating blow to the country. And most recently, the UAE suffered catastrophic losses from the terrorist bombing. As a result, Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah has personally come to Korea. He has requested the temporary naturalization of one of Korea's top players. Juhyuk thought for a moment. If it's between player Nam Jae-yun and Yoon Sung-min. Yoon Sung-min isn't even in Korea anymore. John looked directly at him. Exactly, which means the player they want is you, player Bang Joo-hyuk. That surprised me, Joo-hyuk said. How do they even know about me? John Gwang-ail smiled. Of course, they don't. They're simply guessing that the Korean Management Department has already identified the holder of the S++ record. You don't need to worry too much. All we're going to do is feign ignorance. A wave of relief washed over Joo-hyuk. Thank goodness. Having my identity exposed would be a huge burden. Then another question crossed his mind. But Saudi Arabia is right next to the UAE. Why aren't they asking their neighbor for help? John nodded. Actually, the relationship between the two countries isn't very good, even though they're both Arab nations. The reason is the trait enhancement rune. He continued explaining. In the later stages of the Black Tower, when trait enhancement agreements became available on the market, the two countries fiercely competed against each other using their enormous oil wealth. In the end, the UAE secured a large share of the runes, and let's just say the relationship didn't survive the bidding war. Joo-hyuk rubbed his chin. Excuse me, but if someone signs a temporary naturalization contract, couldn't we demand a trait enhancement agreement as part of the deal? John shook his head. They'd be extremely reluctant to hand one over. Right now, they're determined to solve every problem with money. Joo-hyuk thought to himself, I already have a multinational tower access ticket anyway. Unless they're offering a trait enhancement, I'm honestly not interested. They'll figure something out themselves. After a while, they arrived at the Awakened Management Department. John Gwang-ail proudly showed him the storage facility. The basilisk hides are safely preserved. Once the processing equipment is complete, we'll begin commercialization immediately. Watching the carefully stored hides, Joo-hyuk smiled to himself. Grow up well, my little money makers. Hurry up and turn into cash so you can come back to Daddy. John clapped his hands. Now then, on to today's real business. Joo-hyuk nodded. I brought some more materials today. Should I show you? John's eyes lit up. Yes, please. He had been worried ever since learning they lacked enough leather processing facilities, so he had secretly hoped Joo-hyuk had brought something different this time. Joo-hyuk reached into his inventory. Out came a rock. John blinked. A rock? Maybe I expected too much. May I take a closer look? Of course. As John picked it up, his expression changed. It's heavier than I expected. A stone that can be stored inside the tower inventory. It must be ore. Joo-hyuk gave him a thumbs up. You figured it out immediately. That's right, it's ore. Following the hides, this time it's raw materials. John couldn't hide his surprise. As expected, player Bang Joo-hyuk isn't simply receiving rewards. He's definitely gathering materials inside the tower. I didn't ask before because I didn't want to make him uncomfortable. But at this point, it's practically confirmed. He continued examining the ore. It's a little disappointing that it's still raw ore. It would have been better if it had already been refined into ingot form. I wonder how much usable metal we'll obtain after processing. Joo-hyuk interrupted. Should I take out the rest? John nodded. Yes, Joo-hyuk scratched his head. I've got so much that my arms would have fallen off if I pulled them out one by one. Is it okay if I just dump everything onto the floor? John's eyes widened. Everything? The next second, an enormous amount of ore appeared inside the warehouse. John stood frozen. This amount is unbelievable. This man exceeds my expectations every single time. Common sense has officially resigned. Normally, players occasionally receive processed ingots as clear rewards. Seeing this much raw ore outside the tower was practically unheard of. After a long silence, John finally spoke. The current international purchase prices are as follows. Adamant ingots, 5 million won per kilogram. Orichalcum, 10 million won per kilogram. Sectonium, 20 million won per kilogram. Hearing those numbers, Joo-hyuk became excited. The mineral prices are even better than I expected. Soon, one of the department staff finished calculating everything. Adamant, 3.74 billion won. Orichalcum, 2.68 billion won. Sectonium, 3.005 billion won. Joo-hyuk blinked. What? John handed him the report. Based on an estimated 50% metal extraction rate, the total comes to 9.4275 billion won. Joo-hyuk nearly dropped the paper. 9.4 billion won? Are you sure you didn't calculate that wrong? The staff checked everything once more. The calculations are correct. John smiled. If the refinement process yields even more metal, we'll pay you the additional amount later. How about we proceed that way? Jaehyuk grinned. And what if it yields less? John laughed. Then that'll simply be my mistake. The two shook hands. The deal is done. John bowed slightly. Player Bong, thank you so much for continuously providing us with such incredible materials. Jaehyuk smiled. Don't mention it. Why does he keep bowing so much? Jaehyuk then prostrated himself and said, Actually, I'm the more grateful one. John panicked, bawling his eyes out. Player Bong, the floor is cold, please get up. Back at the penthouse, Razix was busy cleaning every corner of the house. Meanwhile, Cossack was, as always, lying comfortably on the sofa, eating chips. Cossack smiled. Thanks for keeping everything spotless, Razix. Dalray suddenly wore a thoughtful expression. Cossack just asked Meatball to say the first number that comes to your mind. He blinked in confusion. Nothing comes to mind. I'll go first then. I say 500 million won. Dalray looked disappointed. That's all? How could you undervalue Razix's hard work like that? I'll say 1 billion. They had apparently started a betting game. Whoever guessed closest to the ore's selling price would flick the loser's forehead. Cossack folded his arms. Even if you're a princess, I'm not going easy on your forehead. The warrior scratched his head. Maybe I should just say the biggest number possible. This warrior chooses 10 billion. Cossack burst out laughing. 10 billion for some rocks? You really have no sense of reality. This entire house only costs 20 billion. The warrior tilted his head. Really? Can I change my answer? Jaehyuk immediately protested. No takebacks. Prepare your forehead. And no transforming to soften the flick. The warrior quietly accepted his fate. A little later, Cossack heard footsteps outside, and he instantly jumped up. I'm helping Razix clean. He hurriedly grabbed a mop and started wiping an already spotless floor. Everyone knew it was an act. Unfortunately, Jaehyuk didn't, and he started praising Cossack. You've been working hard, as expected. There's no one quite like you. Behind him, Dalray silently stared at Cossack with the most unimpressed face imaginable. Shameless. Everyone gathered around the table. Jaehyuk casually announced, I sold the ore. It earned 9.4275 billion won. Cossack froze. Excuse me? The rocks? Jaehyuk nodded, yep. Razix, you worked really hard. He lifted the tiny hamster into the air. This achievement belongs to you. Everyone immediately started tossing Razix into the air in celebration. Hooray! Razix laughed happily. Meanwhile, Cossack's face slowly turned pale. Summoner, I'm suddenly not feeling very well. Jaehyuk looked confused. You were perfectly fine a minute ago. Cossack gulped. Please unsummon me now. Cossack begged, please, or I'll die. Behind him, the warrior had already transformed into his giant form and cracked his knuckles. Cossack screamed. I told you not to transform. The warrior grinned. You were the one who suggested the bet. Rules are rules. He gently pinched Cossack's forehead between two fingers. For an ordinary person, it would have been a light flick. For the warrior, Cossack flew across the room, rolled twice, bounced off the wall, and collapsed dramatically. Everyone stared. Did that forehead flick just sound like a bone breaking? The warrior scratched his head. Did it actually crack? The next day, Deputy Commissioner John called Jaehyuk. The metal purity was higher than expected. We'll be making an additional payment. Jaehyuk smiled as more money piled up. Meanwhile, television stations had begun covering the UAE Crown Prince's visit to Korea. Public opposition was growing stronger every day. News broadcasts repeatedly showed the desperate request from the Crown Prince. Jaehyuk watched quietly. They should have offered a trait enhancement agreement from the beginning. Honestly, money doesn't excite me nearly as much anymore. Over the next few days, Jaehyuk steadily cleared the 47th through 49th floors, gathering ore every run. Each trip to the management department earned him over 10 billion won. While they rested one evening, Jaehyuk looked toward Cossack. By the way, has your forehead recovered? Cossack proudly replied, I'm SSR grade. A forehead flick from a giant isn't enough to hurt me. Jaehyuk stared at him. You almost died from that one flick, nice try. Weren't you the one who talked everyone into making that bet? Cossack coughed awkwardly. Yes. Juhyuk changed the subject. It's almost time to welcome a new family member. Should we hurry and clear the 50th floor so we can draw the next reward? Sounds good. Soon, they entered the 50th floor of Korea's Black Tower. Mission: defeat 60 scorpions and 1 king scorpion. The battle was completely one-sided. This time, Razix and Juhyuk remained safely in the rear. There was no greater disaster than accidentally failing an S++ clear because someone got overexcited. Once I summon the new member, there'll be 6 of us, well, technically 5. The Mad Demon definitely doesn't count. If I don't get a trait enhancement this time, only 4 summons can fight simultaneously. Which means someone will have to sit out. Before long, the King Scorpion appeared. It charged straight toward the warrior. Before it could even attack, the warrior launched it into the air. Cossack flashed forward. The King Scorpion split cleanly in 2. Juhyuk thought we're clearing these floors way too easily now. But if we want to maintain perfect S++ streaks, we really need one more damage dealer. Please let this reward be the one. Juhyuk quietly patted Razix. Don't worry. Let's stay calm. The floor was cleared. S++ rank achieved. Reward for accumulating 50 platinum medals. Everyone fell silent. Cossack finally spoke. Should we check it? Juhyuk took a deep breath. At times like this, I need to stay composed. He smiled warmly. I've changed a lot since meeting all of you. I never had friends. I was poor. I bounced from one part-time job to another. But because of all of you, I climbed the tower. I now live in a beautiful home. And most importantly, I finally have friends I can truly trust. Thank you. It's all thanks to you. Everyone's eyes became watery. Juhyuk continued. I'll keep trusting all of you. And if protecting you means I have to fight, I won't hesitate. The entire room fell silent. Even the warrior discreetly wiped away a tear. Whatever this reward is, whatever the next summon turns out to be, I won't obsess over the result. I won't show any weakness. The reward window appeared. Reward for accumulating 50 platinum medals. 1 multinational tower access ticket, single use, has been added to your inventory. Juhyuk stared at the screen. His smile slowly disappeared. This isn't going to become a running joke now, right? Juhyuk collapsed onto the floor and started ranting like a child. I'm done climbing the tower. I'm not doing this anymore. Cossack frowned. What's wrong now? Juhyuk held up the reward with a blank expression. Another multinational tower access ticket. Is this thing planning to follow me for the rest of my life? He looked ready to tear the ticket in half. Before he could, Daorei hurried over. Please calm down, summoner. It is entirely this servant's fault. I gladly accept any punishment for failing to bring you good fortune. Cossack sighed. Excuse me, summoner, since it's come to this, let's just aim for the rewards on the 55th floor. Juhyuk frowned. But flying monsters start appearing from the 51st floor onward. Can we really maintain an S++ clear with our current lineup? Cossack responded, we'll perform another random summon. Until we reach the 55th floor, one member will have to sit out. An awkward silence filled the room. Everyone instinctively looked toward Razix. Juhyuk immediately noticed. Are you suggesting we bench Mr. Razix? He shook his head. I said before that we'd climb this tower with this exact team. If I were going to abandon teammates whenever it became convenient, I might as well dismiss everyone and clear the tower with only the Mad Demon. It'd certainly be simple. And probably faster. I should have done that from the beginning. Cossack lowered his head. I was short-sighted, I'm sorry. The warrior also scratched his head awkwardly. This warrior apologizes as well. Daorei then spoke softly. Pardon my presumption, summoner. Perks aren't the only way to obtain a trait enhancement rune. Although the chances are slim, one may also appear as a hunting reward or special item. Juhyuk suddenly froze. An item? His eyes widened. Wait, now that I think about it. There is someone who's likely to have a trait enhancement rune. Cossack's eyes sparkled. Who is it? Just tell me. I'll prove that your loyal right-hand man, Cossack, is the greatest negotiator alive. Meanwhile, Seoul Ilsong Hotel. It had already been 5 days since Crown Prince bin Sulla of the United Arab Emirates had arrived in Korea. He had offered unbelievably generous conditions. He had spread articles across every Korean media outlet. He had repeatedly requested temporary naturalization. Yet nothing. He couldn't even establish contact with Nam Jie-yun or the mysterious S++ record holder. Only 15 days remained before the UAE's Black Tower collapsed. He sighed deeply. Do we really have to rely on Saudi Arabia after all? The offer Saudi Arabia demanded was nothing short of humiliating. 1 trait enhancement rune. $1 billion in cash. Territory near the gas fields along the border point, 10 tons of mana stones, 10 tons of rare tower metals, 10,000 tower hides. Even by royal standards, it was daylight robbery. But there was no other choice. We'll have to sign this humiliating contract. Anything is better than letting the tower collapse. At least there are neighbors. Remaining in Korea any longer would only waste more time. I'll return tomorrow. Just then, someone entered. The security guards hadn't announced anyone. The Crown Prince immediately looked up. Standing calmly before him was John Cossack. A shield rested on his back. A golden mace hung at his side. His expression was so serious that the entire room instantly froze. The Crown Prince instinctively tried to retreat toward the emergency shelter. His body wouldn't move. John calmly walked over, sat in a chair, and casually placed the shield and mace onto the table. Then he said, "Bring me a Korean translator." The Crown Prince finally understood. A translator? This is my chance. He immediately grabbed his phone, saying that he would contact a translator, but instead he called backup. Within moments, security personnel flooded into the room, surrounding John with guns. John simply leaned back in his chair as if he were waiting for room service. One guard shouted, "Answer us. Unless you want a bullet through your head. Protect the Crown Prince." Another demanded, "Who are you? Who sent you? How dare you threaten His Highness?" Without saying a word, every rifle in the room split cleanly into 2 pieces. The guards stood frozen. John slowly sheathed his dagger. "I'll say this one last time. Bring a translator." The security captain stared at the destroyed weapons. He cut every gun with a dagger? A single movement. It feels like there's already a blade against my neck. If any of us move, we're dead. Moments later, the translator hurried inside. "I'm here," and he turned to John. "Who are you? What do you want from Crown Prince bin Sulla?" John answered immediately. "I'll get straight to the point. Bring me a trait enhancement rune." The Crown Prince frowned. "A trait enhancement rune? That's impossible. I would never hand one over. Even if you killed me." John remained calm. "In return, I'll clear your Black Tower's 60th floor within 15 days. And the 61st floor within 6 months." The Crown Prince blinked. "How? Temporary naturalization?" John shook his head. "No, there will be no naturalization." The prince frowned. "Are you making fun of me?" John looked around the room. "Is there a player here?" One guard stepped forward. "Omar Hassan, level 27. John nodded. "Good. You come here." The captain immediately protested. But John simply replied, "If you want everyone in this room to stay alive, let him walk over." The room fell silent. Omar slowly approached. John handed him a single item. "Read the effects and explain them." Omar's eyes widened. "A multinational tower access ticket." The Crown Prince looked confused. "What is it?" Omar swallowed. "This item allows someone to enter any black tower in the world regardless of nationality. Meaning there is absolutely no need for temporary naturalization." John then placed the golden shield and golden mace onto the table. "These are gifts, a token of goodwill." Omar carefully examined them. His breathing quickened. "I've never seen equipment like this before. The stats are unbelievable. I want to equip them immediately." The Crown Prince looked at him. "Are they truly that valuable?" "There is nothing comparable. They aren't ordinary items." The Crown Prince finally understood. Anyone willing to hand over treasures like these is definitely not an ordinary person. He looked back toward John. "So you'll clear our 60th floor in exchange for 1 trait enhancement rune?" John said, "Yes, that's correct. The UE's 60th floor within 15 days. The prince hesitated. "How can I trust your word?" John answered without hesitation. "I swear on my name." The prince asked, "And your name is?" John answered with a perfectly straight face, "Meatball," and he continued. "Let me be honest, I'm much better at torture than assassination. If I wanted, I could make you hand over that trait enhancement rune within the next minute." But instead I'm offering you a fair deal. So don't waste this opportunity. The Crown Prince once again felt that overwhelming pressure. This terrifying aura using abilities outside the tower. Could this man be the legendary S++ record holder? After several moments, he finally nodded. Bring him the trait enhancement rune. John accepted it with a smile. Congratulations. You've just saved your own life and your country. Inside, John was celebrating. Finally! Got rid of items and got rid of ugly weapons too. John walked toward the balcony. He looked back. Are you satisfied with this deal? The Crown Prince nodded. Yes, I am. John smiled. Good. Then he casually jumped off the balcony. Before disappearing into the distance, his voice echoed upward. In 15 days you'll be even more satisfied. The Crown Prince watched him disappear. Please clear our tower, Meatball. Back home, Juhyuk paced around nervously. An assassin handling negotiations, I can't stop worrying. What if he failed? What if the next summon turns out to be another non-combatant? Then maintaining S++ clears would become impossible. Maybe I should check on the Mad Demon while I wait. A moment later, the Mad Demon appeared. His expression was unusually serious. Juhyuk blinked. Did he actually reflect on his actions? Maybe he can become my secret weapon after all. The Mad Demon bowed respectfully. Summoner, you have no idea how happy I am to see you again. Juhyuk smiled. Me too, please have a seat. The Mad Demon nodded. I reflected deeply after you dismissed me. I realized I was wrong. My methods were far too extreme for this world. There is a limit to solving everything by killing. It takes too much time. And there are far too many side effects. Juhyuk nearly teared up. Oh my goodness, he actually changed. He happily handed him a soda. Here, have a drink. The Mad Demon accepted it. It's been nearly 1,000 years since I last tasted the food of this world. Killing everyone in power was indeed a foolish idea. Juhyuk smiled. Not exactly foolish, just catastrophically evil. The Mad Demon suddenly asked, which country possesses the greatest national power? The United States. I see, in that case we simply turn the President of the United States into a spirit-sunder puppet. Juhyuk froze. The Mad Demon continued. There is an ancient technique called the spirit-sunder method. It destroys a person's mind and turns them into a perfectly obedient puppet. I can only create one because it requires enormous mental energy. So naturally we shall make the US President our puppet. Then we command him to wage wars of conquest. The world shall unite beneath your banner. How foolish of me. I should have thought of this centuries ago. Quick, where is the US President? We have a schedule to keep. Juhyuk slowly lowered his drink. Mad Demon? Yes, Summoner? You reflected in the wrong direction. Please go reflect some more. Mad Demon's satisfaction rating, 1 point. A notification quietly appeared. 1 minute later, Cossack returned. He dramatically announced, Summoner. Your loyal right-hand man. The unparalleled master negotiator. The legendary Red Ribbon Artisan. The undefeated diplomat, John Cossack, has returned. Juhyuk stared at him. His titles get longer every single time. I don't even know what to say anymore. John grinned. I came back quickly, didn't I? So how did the negotiation go? John simply smiled. That smile alone answered everything. Juhyuk's eyes widened. You got it? The trait enhancement rune? John nodded proudly. Juhyuk immediately gave him a thumbs up. John Cossack proudly gave it to Juhyuk. The next morning, Juhyuk took a long shower, cleaned his nails, put on a fresh set of clothes, and even meditated for a while. It had been very hard for him to hold on this long, but it was finally time to take out the trait enhancement rune. As a first-time user, he was a bit skeptical about how it worked, but he proceeded to put the rune in his mouth and swallow it as instructed. And just like that, his awakened trait was enhanced. Juhyuk couldn't hide his excitement. He could now summon 5 companions at the same time. Without wasting another second, he summoned everyone and shared the good news. As soon as they appeared, Juhyuk said that all of his achievements were because of John and thanked him. Cossack puffed out his chest proudly and asked no one in particular. Who do you think I am? I am the master negotiator, John Cossack. Everyone congratulated him on a job well done. Without wasting any more time, they began plotting for the next stage. Starting from the 51st floor, John explained. We'll be facing griffins. Just imagine enormous birds with a very bad attitude. Razix raised his hand. Do we skin them? John shook his head casually. No. It's not worth our time. But we'll start skinning monsters once we reach the wyverns, beginning on the 56th floor. Razix nodded seriously, committing the information to memory. Juhyuk thanked John for the briefing and took over the conference. Now, it's time to keep our promise. There are only 14 days left before the UAE's deadline to clear the 60th floor. So, we'll draw one more random summon and climb to the 60th floor at full speed. He looked around. Is everyone ready to welcome our newest teammate? The room immediately became tense. Juhyuk activated the random summon with the hope of getting a fighter. A brilliant purple light appeared. The silhouette slowly took shape, long blonde hair, a curvy figure, and a beautiful woman. Soon, the catalog appeared. The lone woman of the Magic Empire Ranger Unit. A beautiful magic gunner who never misses. Name, Veronica Calibrarity, super rare class, magic gunner, human, manifestation duration, 6 hours. Juhyuk blinked. A woman. She was the first female summoned besides Princess Del Rey. John looked at Veronica. Then he looked at Del Rey. Then back at Veronica. Same gender, but very different specifications. Del Rey slowly turned toward him. What exactly do you mean by that? John coughed. You know exactly what I mean. Don't make me explain. Juhyuk ignored them and was very happy with the pull. As he went ahead to welcome her to the team, they noticed something. Veronica was asleep. Standing. Completely upright. Drool slowly trickled from the corner of her mouth. Everyone stared. She suddenly sniffed and somehow sucked the drool back in. John recoiled. You! Veronica slowly opened one eye. Where am I? She quickly realized she had been summoned. Immediately snapping into military posture, she saluted. Victory Sergeant Veronica Caliba, reporting for duty. Juhyuk smiled. Welcome. Why don't you introduce yourself to everyone first? Without another word, she fell asleep again. Still saluting. Everyone stood there in complete silence until John expressed his dislike toward the new member. When Juhyuk asked if he was upset with her because she was dozing off, he said no. It was because she had stolen his gimmick. He immediately demonstrated the way he always saluted and started crying. I was the first one who saluted dramatically. That's my trademark. Juhyuk sighed. She's an actual sergeant. And have you ever served in the military? Juhyuk looked away. I was exempt for having flat feet. Which was obviously a lie, considering he was always flying around whenever he used Shadow Step. Juhyuk felt there was no point in arguing with that dumbass, and shifted his focus to the new member. Does she always sleep this much? Or did she actually die from sleep deprivation? He looked into Veronica's memories. Veronica had been an elite sniper of the Northern Magic Empire Ranger Unit. Amid the bitter cold and daily battles against monsters, she earned renown as a magic gunner who never missed. Then, one day, an unexpected monster wave of massive scale occurred, and an enormous number of monsters gathered at the border fortress. Day after day. Night after night. The monsters never stopped coming. She was the only sniper capable of holding the line. If she fell, the fortress would fall. So she endured it for 100 days and 100 nights until the reinforcements arrived. And only when Veronica confirmed they had taken over did she finally go into peaceful rest. Juhyuk slowly came back to reality, realizing that she really had died from a lack of sleep. John's patience was wavering, or, more accurately, his jealousy was taking over. He said he wanted to wake her up since they were short on time. Juhyuk, after learning her story, was having a hard time doing that. She seems to be sleeping quite deeply. Perhaps we should let her. No. John interrupted immediately. The rookie is already slacking. He marched over. Hey! If you're here, do your job! He flicked her forehead so hard that it was practically a punch to the face. Veronica's eyes instantly opened. Do you want to die? A terrifying killing intent erupted from her. She pointed her rifle directly at John's forehead. John immediately raised both hands. But his actions were no match for his arrogance. I'm SSR. She didn't back down. I don't care. Even an SSR's gut isn't bulletproof. Juhyuk interrupted both psychopaths. I want to enter the tower immediately. Only then did Veronica slowly lower her weapon and salute in response. She inquired if this was an operation, and when she learned that they were supposed to execute the flying beasts, griffins, she promised to put her skills to use and emerge victorious. The team entered the 51st floor of the Black Tower of Korea. A few moments in, and she was already asleep. Joo-hyuk stared. Something feels wrong. Dalray sighed. At this point, I wonder if this is an illness. She was literally sleepwalking. Joo-hyuk gently tapped her shoulder and woke her up. She instantly saluted. Sergeant Veronica Caliba understands. On cue, the griffins appeared overhead. Dalray didn't delay in initiating her power, and that brought a smile to Veronica's face. Your buffs have raised everyone's morale. She then turned to Joo-hyuk, addressing him as the captain. Captain, may I take command for a moment? Joo-hyuk didn't hesitate for a second before giving her full command. She took the lead. Everyone, move down the hill and execute! After taking a few shots at the flying monsters, Veronica instructed that she would pass them to John and Meatball and ordered them to take them down one after another. The plan was well received by both of them, and their synchronized attacks were nothing short of a miracle. Joo-hyuk couldn't stop smiling. It's like an express delivery service. The warrior crushed every griffin that landed. Cossack effortlessly finished off the survivors. Joo-hyuk couldn't help admiring the formation. A tank. A melee damage dealer. A range damage dealer. And the perfect support from Dalray. Looking at them gave Joo-hyuk a sense of completeness, and he felt incredibly lucky. It took no time to clear the 51st floor with another S++ rank. Back at home, a feast was organized to welcome Veronica. But she couldn't enjoy any of it because she fell asleep the moment they landed in their living room. John was too happy about it and devoured her share. Everyone else happily dug into mountains of meat while beer and soda flowed freely. As everyone continued eating, Joo-hyuk smiled to himself. Being a successful player was great. But moments like this, sharing meals with everyone, felt even more valuable. It was also kind of amazing seeing them get along so well even though they fought every day. He wondered if Veronica would also be able to settle in with them. He turned around to look at her. She was gone. Everyone immediately looked around. The warrior pointed beneath the table. The female sergeant is here. After a minute of shock, they came to the conclusion that she was probably drawn there by the smell of meat, even while asleep. They really needed to wake her up and feed her. But John, the cunning bastard, had an idea. Wait a minute before you wake her up. He picked up a piece of grilled meat and slowly held it near Veronica's mouth. Her tongue swooped the meat into her mouth in a flash, all while she remained asleep. That was a fun thing to watch. But the teammates were a team for a reason. The warrior happily kept handing her pieces of meat. She needs it to gain strength. She accepted every single one without waking up. Razix then offered her a carrot. She needs to balance her diet with veggies. Everyone burst into laughter. They knew that she already fit in perfectly. Time remaining until the UE Black Tower collapse, 13 days. The condition for using the multinational tower access ticket was simple. You couldn't climb floors that were higher than your level. If Joo-hyuk wanted to enter the 60th floor of the UE Black Tower, he first needed to match its required level. As soon as Joo-hyuk entered the 52nd floor, his physical abilities were adjusted to match his level. Thankfully, his mana pool had grown tremendously, allowing him to maintain Shadow Step for an entire day. However, he still had to fight with his crappy gear since John had taken away his weapons for the negotiation. Speaking of John, he was asking Veronica if she was going to take command again. She was wide awake at the moment and had fully switched into sergeant mode, ready to take over the entire operation. But then she suddenly remembered something. She was out of ammunition. Veronica explained to Joo-hyuk that she usually collected mana stones from monster corpses to resupply her ammunition. However, everything had ended so quickly the previous day that she had failed to replenish her supply. Joo-hyuk blinked. Mana stones? Veronica nodded. Yes. My magic rifle uses mana stones as live ammunition. The moment Razix heard the words mana stones, his eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he opened his backpack and poured out a mountain of mana stones. Veronica's eyes sparkled. Thank you, Supply Officer Razix. Razix nearly floated off the ground from happiness. Joo-hyuk smiled. That's great. I'll be counting on you as our supply officer from now on. Razix couldn't have asked for anything more. Veronica explained that whenever she ran out of ammunition, she would raise her left hand as a signal. Juhyuk laughed. Fire as much as you want. We have more mana stones than we know what to do with. Razix giggled uncontrollably in his corner. No promotion in the world could have made him happier than being officially recognized as Supply Officer Razix. And with that, they were all ready to assault the 52nd floor. Veronica activated her line of sight and ignited her mobility gear. Juhyuk couldn't help grinning. This has such a cool steampunk meets cyberpunk vibe. Veronica, Meatball, and Juhyuk immediately charged forward. Without taking her eyes off the battlefield, Veronica asked them, How many enemies can you handle at once? Meatball was the first to answer. I don't care if you send all 15 at once. She noted that and then told Delray to be careful, as it might draw aggro. Delray told her not to worry, and everyone sprang into action. Meatball was too eager and told the magic gunner to stay back for a moment. But Veronica said she wanted to clear them with a large shell first, and asked him to take care of the stragglers afterward. Seeing their teamwork, Juhyuk was also itching for a fight and joined them. Veronica stopped him from moving forward and loaded her new attack, Large Shell. The moment it was fired, everyone understood why she had stopped them from coming any closer. Juhyuk looked at the attack and knew for sure that he would be disintegrated into nothing if he got caught in it. Veronica turned to him and explained why she had stopped him. In war, more soldiers die from friendly fire than from the enemy. I have no intention of letting that happen. Juhyuk sighed as he didn't get to fight. But she's ridiculously reliable. Ever since Veronica joined the team, tower climbing had become noticeably easier. And just like that, with a single blow, the 52nd floor was cleared with an S++ rank. The following day, they cleared the 53rd floor, of course with an S++ rank. And the day after that, the 54th floor was dealt with as well. At this point, they were rushing straight toward the 60th floor. Meanwhile, at Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah's residence, he sat alone, staring at his phone screen. To think I've been banned from public activities. They're even discussing stripping me of my title as Crown Prince. The situation has become far more serious than I expected. If he lost his title, he would be exiled from the UAE, followed by an assassination carried out by hired killers. The news channel was showing the latest news about the clearing of the 54th floor in Korea. Bin Salah narrowed his eyes. From the 51st floor to the 54th floor in 4 consecutive days. At first, he thought he was being tricked. But he slowly realized that it was Meatball who was climbing these floors to keep his promise. So he decided to visit Korea with a hefty bag of gifts if they cleared the 60th floor. No matter what. I have to build a good relationship with Meatball. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Juhyuk's team was already entering the 55th floor of the Black Tower of Korea. The mission was to defeat 50 griffins of any type and 1 peacock featherstorm griffin within 12 hours. Juhyuk looked up at the huge flock. They only needed to defeat 50 before the boss appeared. But if they carelessly aggroed them, hundreds could become aggroed all at once. Before he could think of a plan, Veronica opened fire with her rapid-fire attack. Juhyuk was caught so off guard that he started yelling. Shouldn't you be more careful? Instead of killing them, she deliberately aggroed every griffin. Within seconds, the entire flock dove toward them. Juhyuk was outraged. The exact thing he didn't want to happen was happening. But Dalray calmly cast her support spells. One after another, magical restraints wrapped around the griffins. Perfect. Anything that can't fly is just a slightly oversized pigeon. That calmed Juhyuk down a little, and he smiled when he realized that their coordination with Dalray was just as good. The griffins looked completely offended. The moment they hit the ground, Meatball and John rushed in. It quickly turned into a massacre. Before long, the boss griffin appeared. The gigantic griffin let out a terrifying screech before charging straight at Veronica. However, Meatball instantly enlarged himself and stood between the attack and Veronica like a wall. Veronica calmly loaded another large shell. The explosion staggered the boss. To this party, even the infamous boss griffin was nothing more than an oversized pigeon. The poor creature looked completely confused, as if wondering how its life had gone so horribly wrong. A second later, Meatball grabbed its neck. John slashed across its body. Veronica fired the finishing shot. The boss griffin collapsed. And you all already know how that ended. Back home, Juhyuk immediately checked the reward. Hopefully, this time I'll get a summon grade upgrade. Then I can finally promote Supply Officer Razix to SR. As he opened the reward window, It revealed that he could copy one skill from a summoned being. In theory, it was an amazing skill to have. But when the skill lists of all his summons appeared, Juhyuk's expression was nothing short of horrified. There were far too many choices. As if that wasn't enough of a problem, everyone began shouting recommendations. Dalray was the first to list her skills and told him that her techniques would help him predict danger and prepare for it. John Cossack immediately interrupted. No! You absolutely need survival skills! He started listing them one after another. Your priority should always be escaping alive! Meatball was next. Defense is the best choice. He proudly listed out his skills. If you don't die, you can't lose. Soon, the room descended into complete chaos. Everyone continued listing skills. Blade techniques. Shockwaves. Karma arts. Divination. There were simply too many options. Juhyuk covered his ears. He couldn't take it anymore. Tears welled up in his eyes. Please, don't give me any more choices. Then his gaze shifted to a small window. It showed that the Mad Demon's rating was the lowest. Since Juhyuk had always given him a 1-star rating and had summoned him only twice, the range of choices became very narrow. There was only one skill. Blood Jade Chi. Everyone was still arguing when Juhyuk suddenly raised his hand. Stop. I've already made my decision. The room immediately fell silent. John Cossack looked shocked. Which skill did you choose? Juhyuk answered without hesitation. Blood Jade Chi. Everyone froze. What? Even Meatball looked disappointed. Juhyuk simply smiled. I wonder what kind of skill this is. I can't wait to test it inside the tower. He opened the stat window for Blood Jade Chi and looked at its details. Emits formless energy to weaponize the body. Its power increases according to the user's mana. As proficiency grows, the range through which chi can be emitted from the body also expands. One morning, Juhyuk woke up early and decided to look himself up on the internet. The articles were filled with breaking news about him. People were talking about nothing but player Bang and Juhyuk's incredible progress. No breaks. S++ clears all the way to the 55th floor. How far will he go? He had raced through the flying monster floors and was now approaching the most difficult section yet. Soon, a new interview with player Namgun began circulating. She said, comparing me to the S++ rank record holder is just ridiculous. I still have a long way to go compared to him. Juhyuk's excitement at being mentioned by Namgun didn't last long, as he realized that alongside the praise, there was always plenty of doubt. Especially since the Wyvern section began on the 56th floor, where clearing it without government support was nearly impossible. These doubts would only grow stronger from here on. Putting that aside, Juhyuk cleared all the levels up to the 59th floor with S++ ranks and prepared himself for the next challenge. The 60th floor. After exiting the Black Tower of Korea, Juhyuk collapsed into a seat, completely exhausted. He really climbed that thing like a madman. Despite his exhaustion, however, he was happy. Still, tomorrow we can finally enter the 60th floor. His summons gathered around him, praising him for his achievements. Juhyuk smiled and opened his status window, reviewing all the skills and abilities he had accumulated. Just looking at everything made his heart swell with pride. I've gotten pretty stacked. The more I think about being able to enter the tower twice a day, the more insanely good it feels. One run for clearing the upper floors and another run for farming. During their Wyvern section, they mainly gathered mana stones. They had also prepared one hide from each type of monster. Unfortunately, they had run into a small problem with the sample hides. Razix had been training Veronica after previously telling her to hit only the designated targets. She apologized to the supply officer, and Razix continued her training session with a deeply disappointed expression. Juhyuk, who was watching all this, couldn't help thinking. Even though she's a soldier from another world, I guess Veronica knows that supply officer Razix is someone you don't want to disappoint. If you get on the wrong side of the supply officer, you can kiss your ammunition supply goodbye. The next day was finally here. The long-awaited 60th floor raid. Juhyuk began by searching the internet and reviewing all the materials provided by the Awakened Management Department. He studied the 60th floor beforehand. It was the final part of the Wyvern section. Like all flying monster sections, it was considered impossible to clear without government support. Players needed a huge number of items and specialized equipment just to survive. Most ordinary players made their living repeatedly farming the floors around the 40th floor and below. But the 60th floor was different. The main objective was to defeat the boss, Wyvern Lord. However, the real monsters to watch out for were the strange creatures that appeared alongside it, poison wyverns. In terms of raw combat power, poison wyverns were the weakest type of wyvern. They were essentially the Wyvern Lord's summoned minions. Their defense was low, they were slow, and their attacks weren't particularly threatening. But the problem came after they died. Whenever a poison wyvern fell to the ground, its body created a pool of poison. And the real headache was that even if you didn't attack them, they would sometimes dive into the ground on their own and create poison pools. The floor itself was a narrow canyon, leaving very little room to maneuver. In other words, avoiding the poison was almost impossible. That's why the 60th floor was only considered manageable with full government support and proper poison resistance equipment. Juhyuk finally closed the information window. That's enough research. Now it's time to call everyone and take on the real thing. He summoned all his companions. Along with John and Veronica, Razix had also been influenced by their antics. Juhyuk was just glad that Meatball and Dalray were still normal. All right, everyone, said Juhyuk, addressing them about the next task. We're tackling the 60th floor today. You all know the plan, right? We're going to clear the Yui Tower first. John raised his hand. I have a proposal. When Juhyuk asked what it was, John presented everyone with a brief presentation and asked what his boss thought about it. After listening to his briefing, Juhyuk stared at John. Are you serious? Are you saying this is actually possible? Cossack nodded. Yes. Everyone else agreed as well. Juhyuk was out of sorts after listening to him. This is driving me crazy. What is this? Some kind of combining robot cartoon? Can't we just melt everything with overwhelming firepower like we always do? Cossack calmly answered. Of course we can. However, it will hurt. Very much. And it will hurt all of us. If possible, wouldn't it be better for only one person to suffer? He pointed both hands toward the warrior. Meatball was already determined to do it. I'm glad, Cossack continued. I'm not only thinking about my own safety. Our adorable worker could also meet a sudden and tragic end in a poison pit while supplying us. That made sense, and Juhyuk was okay with the plan since everyone had already agreed. And with that, the pre-battle discussion came to an end. Juhyuk activated the multinational tower access ticket and entered the 60th floor of the UAE Black Tower. Unlike the tower in Korea, the UAE Tower had a 2-level authentication system for accepting players. Once the entry conditions had been met, the system asked if Juhyuk would like to enter immediately. Juhyuk requested immediate entry. The mission for this floor was to defeat the Wyvern Lord within 12 hours. Veronica was in action immediately and commenced the Wyvern Lord extermination operation. Life signs detected. She detected a life sign immediately after they entered and spotted the Wyvern Lord approaching. The ground shook. Meatball enlarged himself, promising to protect everyone. Stage 1. Cossack wrapped himself around one of Meatball's arms. Stage 2. Veronica took over his other arm. Stage 3. Meatball's face was almost buried between his shoulders. Stage 5. Razix climbed onto Meatball's head. And with that, the Rabang the Basak formation was complete. Juhyuk stared at the bizarre formation. Meatball placed Juhyuk and Dalray on a cliff to keep them safe. Dalray nodded. Please take care of yourselves as well. Juhyuk sighed. Well, since things have come to this, we might as well cheer. The key to the raid was Meatball. Rather than directly clashing with the Wyvern Lord, he continuously drew its aggro with non-stop taunt skills while completely ignoring the poison pools. His diamond skin allowed him to shrug off the poison, while his absurd regeneration made the damage practically meaningless. Meatball was essentially a walking poison resistance tank. Veronica called out to her supply officer and asked for a mana stone restock. Razix handed her the required mana stones, and she immediately loaded them into her magic gun. As she started her rapid fire, John shouted a command to Meatball. Now is the time! The next second, Cossack flew straight toward the Wyvern Lord and struck it with a devastating attack. The boss was taken down in one fell swoop. Juhyuk stared at them, a small smile spreading across his lips. This is stupid. But it's awesome. Wyvern Lord was defeated with yet another S++ rank. Juhyuk didn't expect to receive a badge from other countries' towers too. Anyway, back in the UAE. The UAE Supreme Court Council was preparing to deliver its final verdict. Everyone was ready. One of the officials spoke. I will ask you one last time. Do you admit to the crime of transferring the trait enhancement rune without an official contract, thereby placing the UAE Black Tower at risk of collapse? Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah, do you admit your guilt? Bin Salah answered firmly. I do not. The official frowned. How terribly arrogant. Another official beside him added. Will you insist until the very end that you did nothing wrong? Bin Salah remained calm. It was merely an expression of loyalty to my nation. The room erupted into murmurs. The official slammed his hand down and ordered the members to be silent. He turned to Bin Salah and said, Your statement only makes the verdict easier. I will now collect everyone's votes and deliver the final verdict. Bin Salah closed his eyes. He remembered Kosak's promise and was still hoping he wouldn't become a fool for trusting him. And then the verdict started being announced. Crown Prince Abdul bin Salah unlawfully transferred a precious national asset overseas. This is a shameless crime amounting to treason. By the resolution of this council, Abdul bin Salah is hereby exiled. Before the official could bring the stamp into contact with the paper, one of the security personnel suddenly screamed. The officials glared at him. What are you doing, shouting in the middle of a sacred verdict? You could be charged with deliberate obstruction. The security officer desperately pointed toward the screen. The 60th floor of the UAE Black Tower has been cleared. Everyone froze. And it was cleared with an S++ rank. No one could understand how that was even possible. Bin Salah slowly raised his head, a faint smile appearing on his face. He looked toward the officials and asked, So, what crime did I commit again? The news spread like wildfire throughout the country. The UAE Black Tower's 60th floor had been cleared with an S++ rank. And surprisingly, it wasn't Korea. Another breaking news report followed shortly after. High possibility of naturalization. It was currently unknown whether the naturalization was temporary or permanent. Commissioner Park Kyung-soo immediately cancelled all his external appointments and returned to the Awakened Management Department. Reporters were all over the entrance of the building, demanding answers and firing all sorts of questions at him. Park Kyung-soo couldn't be bothered with answering the nation's citizens and rushed into the building, straight to his office. He threw open the door. Deputy Commissioner John! What happened? Did you check? The deputy commissioner was already on the phone with player Bong Joo-hyuk. After confirming everything, he calmly said, Rest easy, Commissioner. He hasn't been naturalized. Park Kyung-soo asked if he was sure. Yes. I personally confirmed it over the phone. Player Bong is currently at his residence, the penthouse, and plans to clear the 60th floor of the Black Tower of Korea today. The commissioner let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. That just took 10 years off my life. But who in the world managed an S++ clear in the UAE? They only requested temporary naturalization a few days ago. The deputy commissioner shook his head. Honestly, among the UAE players, no one is capable of it. Even worldwide, there's only one person who could realistically pull this off. Given the circumstances, it's reasonable to assume player Bong cleared it. Park Kyung-soo then asked. Did he say anything else about the UAE? The deputy commissioner replied. He denied it at first, so I didn't press him any further. Park Kyung-soo was relieved to hear that, and knew Joo-hyuk must have had a reason for keeping quiet. He's a rather timid person, after all. Let's not interrogate him over every little detail. The team leader then spoke up. Public opinion is getting pretty heated. Shouldn't we calm things down? The deputy commissioner told her to leave it alone. Once today's S++ clear of the 60th floor makes the news, everyone will forget about this. Besides, he's supposed to collect the wyvern leather today anyway. So I'll go to Joo-hyuk's penthouse, make sure he's safe, and report back. Later, the team leader visited player Bong's residence and collected the wyvern leather. She informed him that the basilisk hides had now entered full-scale production. And if you wait just a little longer, they should start generating profits. Joo-hyuk blushed a little at that, and told her to take her time. The team leader bowed politely. Good luck on clearing the 60th floor today. Joo-hyuk returned the bow. I was planning to clear it within the next hour. After leaving, the team leader was sure that he really was at home. Seeing him in person put her mind at ease. And with that, she left to report back about the visit. Meanwhile, Joo-hyuk sighed. Talking to real women is harder than clearing a tower floor. He then turned toward his summons, and they continued with what they were doing. He opened the reward window he had received for clearing the UE Black Tower's 60th floor through the foreign currency reward system. The list was impressive. Cossack stared at the list. So this is what appeared in the status window? Juhyuk nodded and wrote everything down on a board. He then asked his summons, "Which number should we choose? Speak freely if you have any opinions." Cossack immediately answered, "How about lucky number 7? But the warrior gave a thumbs up. "A man should always choose number 1. Juhyuk blushed and thought of himself as an alpha male. Dalray spoke up. "Number 8 is the trait enhancement rune I've been dreaming about." But she continued, "What if it's a trap? A line that runs straight down with no crossbars connecting it to the other?" Juhyuk looked at the board and wondered if it really could be a fake-out. Razik stared at the board with an expression that clearly said he had absolutely no recommendation. And Veronica was asleep, as usual. Juhyuk summarized everyone's opinions. Men choose number 1. Lucky number 7. Intuitive number 8. His brain began spinning again with too many choices. But somehow, he made his decision. "I choose number 3. He pointed at it. "If number 1, 7, or 8 ends up giving me mana stones, I'm roasting whoever suggested it. Some leader he is." Anyway, the moment he clicked 3, the ladder game began. The path moved left. Then right. Then down. Everyone's hearts began pounding. The line continued through the maze. It passed one option. Then another. Finally, it was about to land on mana stones. Juhyuk's expression collapsed. "If it lands on mana stones, I'm quitting everything." And right then, the line stopped at summon grade up rune. Everyone immediately celebrated the result. But Juhyuk wasn't entirely happy, as it wasn't the trait enhancement rune. Still, it was the second best option, so that counted for something. It was practically another promotion ceremony for everyone. Due to all the commotion, Veronica suddenly opened her eyes and started saluting. "Sergeant Veronica Caliber reporting. Did you say something?" Juhyuk gave her a soft glance. "Just go back to sleep. I wasn't calling you." She yawned, saluted, and went right back to sleep. Juhyuk then turned toward Razix. "Razix, are you ready for your promotion?" Razix's eyes filled with happy tears. "Yes, Summoner." Juhyuk couldn't wait any longer. But he decided to clear the 60th floor before upgrading Razix. Razix immediately nodded and was enthusiastic about going in. They entered the 60th floor of the Black Tower of Korea. The entire party went into full bulldozer mode and activated their Rabang the Bisak formation. Juhyuk, on the other hand, couldn't help thinking. "I already cleared this floor in the UE's Black Tower, and earned both an S++ rank and a Platinum badge. If I clear it again, will I receive another S++ evaluation? And will I get another badge? I never want to come back to this floor again." Even Meatball wasn't completely immune to the poison. The poison swamp was making him suffer. The Wyvern Lord appeared. Juhyuk stared at it. "What an ugly color! Its flames are such an awful shade. Practically worthless." They quickly cleared the floor with 2 massive mana shells, followed by the usual boss finishing attack from Cossack. Juhyuk waited for the system notification. Now then. Will the badge count? The notification popped up, and he received a Platinum badge. Juhyuk's eyes widened. "Awesome! The duplicates count! So even though I'm only on the 60th floor, I already have 61 Platinum badges." The next badge unlocks at the 6th floor. When they returned to the penthouse, Veronica immediately fell asleep again. Juhyuk then gave the summon grade upgrade to Razix, and told him that they would wait for him without entering the tower. Razix nodded with tears in his eyes. "Please don't clear it without me. I'll do it when I get back." He then demanded that Juhyuk not have an electronic servant. Juhyuk smiled and told him not to worry about that. Razix's soul is almost as pure as Meatball's. He'll probably have a high chance of receiving a blessed enhancement too. Just like Meatball, it'll probably take around 4 days. Juhyuk wondered what Razix would look like when he came back. Cossack then announced, "All right, everyone. We'll pause our tower clears until Razix returns. Vacation time! Get plenty of rest and enjoy yourselves." The next day, the news finally changed. Korea's 60th floor had been cleared with an S++ rank. Public attention shifted away from the UE incident, and things finally began returning to normal. Juhyuk was watching an interview with Crown Prince Bin Sulla. The interviewer asked, "What is your purpose for visiting Korea again?" The Crown Prince calmly answered, "To express my gratitude." The interviewer asked who he wanted to express his gratitude to. "The Korean government?" Bin Sulla shook his head. "No. There is someone else who deserves the gratitude of the people of the UAE." The reporter immediately became interested. "Your Highness, could you please explain in more detail?" Bin Sulla said he couldn't reveal the details. "But this is all thanks to Mr. Meatball." And he ended the interview there. The comments went crazy after hearing that absurd name. Meanwhile, Juhyuk watched the broadcast in disbelief. "Wait. He said Meatball?" Then he suddenly understood. Ah, Cossack. So when he went to negotiate with Crown Prince Bin Sulla, or rather, threaten him, he must have introduced himself as Meatball. Just amazing. Then he remembered Razix. There was still a system notification beside his name. Summon unavailable. Juhyuk's eyes lit up. That meant a blessed enhancement was in progress. He might come back as an SSR. The vacation continued while they waited for Razix. Vacation, Day 2. Cossack proudly celebrated after winning the first round of the game with Juhyuk. 5-0. Dalray glared at him. "Cossack. You have some nerve. How dare you commit insubordination against young Master Bong?" Cossack immediately panicked. "Wait. It's not what it looks like." Vacation, Day 3. They spent the day sunbathing outside. For once, there was no tower. No monsters. No deadlines. Just sunlight and relaxation. Vacation, Day 4. Juhyuk had barely moved from the sofa. He stared blankly at his game screen. So this is what it's like to be rich and unemployed. He had always dreamed of this. But even relaxing gets boring after a while. He checked the time. How long until Razix comes back? It's already been 4 days. He checked the catalog again. The summon unavailable notification beside Razix's name was gone. Juhyuk's eyes widened. Razix is back! Everyone immediately turned toward him. Even Sergeant Veronica Caliba woke up. Supply Officer Razix has returned? Everyone hurried to prepare. They gathered all of Razix's favorite vegetables. The welcome preparations were complete. Juhyuk took a deep breath. All right. Let's summon him. Everyone gathered around. The room fell silent. Then a flash of light appeared, and Razix was summoned. There wasn't much physical change to his appearance, except for one thing. He now had a pair of goggles sitting on his head. Juhyuk opened his catalog and stared at it. SSR Razix had finally been promoted. And judging by the goggles, he wasn't just a worker anymore. He looked like he had returned from vacation with a professional certification. The house that had gotten messy while they were on break had turned into a brand new home the moment Razix returned. Juhyuk told him not to start working as soon as he got back. Instead, he offered him some vegetables and told him to eat and rest. All the team members looked at him like he was the cutest thing in the world. Once Razix finished devouring most of the carrots, he was back in action and stored the rest of his treasure in his backpack. Juhyuk noticed this in surprise and asked if he had been able to store the carrots all this time. Razix replied in an intense voice. I couldn't before. But I'm SSR now. Razix's backpack could carry items from the Black Tower into the real world. That was how they had been able to bring back all the basilisk hides. However, doing the reverse was impossible. But now, they could bring things from Earth into the tower as well. Juhyuk was so excited about this skill upgrade that he made it his top choice if he ever got another chance to use skill copy. He kept pointing at various things and asking if they would fit, and Razix's answer was always the same. Yes. All of them entered the 56th floor, and Juhyuk asked Razix to take out everything he had packed earlier. Take a guess at what you would call a picnic in a tower. Well, the infamous team came up with one. Tower Nick. LOL. Guess you never thought a tower could be a picnic location. But what can we say? Our beloved team is insane. Juhyuk went too far and asked Razix if he could fit a house inside his backpack. Razix was baffled by such an idea and said no, as it was too big. So there's a size limit. Interesting. Juhyuk then had an idea to build a campfire and grill some meat. Dalray said that, thanks to Razix, it felt like they had come out for a pleasant outing. Juhyuk explained that he had deliberately picked a floor in the 50s. John clarified the reason behind it, they didn't have to fight the flying monsters unless they aggroed them. Juhyuk urged his team members to enjoy themselves and ignore the missions for a while. But Razix was kind of disappointed by the fact that there wouldn't be any skinning today. He was so worried that he wouldn't be able to mine some ores, but Juhyuk assured him that he didn't have to do anything. Instead of lifting his spirits, that only made him more depressed. On the other hand, Meatball was vacuuming down all the food like a robot. John, meanwhile, was enjoying feeding Veronica while she was fast asleep. Once the feast was over, Juhyuk asked everyone to gather around for a picture. Just as they were about to pose, there was a horrible smell. Juhyuk asked, "Who the hell farted at a time like this?" John first accused the princess, earning himself a glaring fit of curses from the shaman. He then accused Meatball. But Meatball bowed and said, "I'd rather shit myself than fart." Razix was the one who pointed out that it wasn't a fart. He pointed toward the items he had excavated with his newly improved skill, which were now lying on their table. To everyone's horror, there was a bone. Not just any monster's bone. A human bone. Dalray said it must have been at least a few hundred years old. The Black Tower had appeared on Earth only 20 years ago, yet these remains were over 100 years old. Juhyuk wondered if this belonged to a player from another world rather than Earth. Then that meant the Black Tower on Earth wasn't newly created. A tower that had already risen somewhere in a parallel universe had appeared before them again. According to what was already known, even if multiple players entered the same floor of the Black Tower at the same time, they never encountered one another. Their phases, the position or state a person occupies in a particular situation, were separated. But finding traces of a player from another world meant that phases weren't infinite. Dalray noticed something on the finger bone, and Razix cleared it out for Juhyuk to inspect. As Juhyuk lifted it with his finger, the stat window popped up. Item: Blink Ring of the Brilliant Magic Tower Master. Its effect was that it allowed the user to cast Fifth Circle Magic, Blink. Juhyuk had no idea what that meant, but John said Blink was one of the best spells. Even Meatball seemed to understand its importance and agreed with John. Dalray was literally blushing at the fact that their master had once again achieved a great feat. And then there was the yellow paper scrap and stone fragment Razix had brought back. When Juhyuk checked their information, it said they were rune fragments and ticket fragments. Juhyuk was beyond excited. Razix hit the jackpot as soon as he became an SSR. How could he be so adorable? Looking at him, they couldn't help but toss the adorable Razix into the air to celebrate his achievement as an SSR. But a wyvern flew in at that very moment and snatched him away. Even Veronica, who was sleeping like the dead, was outraged. All of them collectively attacked the wyvern as if it were their sworn enemy. In the end, Razix was returned home safely. SSR Razix's newly changed abilities came in two major forms. First, an upgrade to his subdimensional backpack. Second, an upgrade to his item detection ability. Originally, Razix could only smell ore, but now it seemed he could detect almost every type of item. Now, coming back to the items Razix had brought back, Juhyuk noticed that the Blink Ring didn't have the tower-exclusive modifier. John, on the other hand, was trying to sneak the last snack box out of the cupboard when he heard a ghostly voice calling his name. For a moment, it felt like Satan had appeared to punish him for stealing something. But it was just Juhyuk trying out the new Blink Ring. Apparently, its use was transportation. Although, the movement limit was only 3 meters, which he needed to remember. Coming to the rune fragments and ticket fragments, Juhyuk listed out the types of runes and tickets he had come across. Seeing how they had been split into several pieces, he wondered if these fragments would eventually combine into one. If collecting fragments allowed them to create items like a trait enhancement rune or a skill cooldown reset ticket, then rare runes and tickets that could normally only be obtained through extremely low odds or special perks might become obtainable simply by gathering their fragments. He wanted to find out right away whether fragments of the same type would combine. If they did, they would have hit a massive jackpot. Juhyuk immediately told everyone that they were going to enter another floor one more time to search for fragments. Razix was put in charge of identifying and excavating any possible fragments on the floor. It didn't even take him a few seconds before he found another object. If you liked this recap, make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more awesome manhwa stories.